Martial Peak Chapter 466 to Chapter 498. The violent energy turbulence lasted for a while before gradually subsiding. When the dazzling starlight disappeared, Xianxia coldly snorted and fell a dozen meters or so before stabilizing himself. Facing Lu Qingyao's mysterious grade mid-rank martial skill head-on, even the star mark was unable to withstand it. What's more, the gap between the two of them was several small realms, and there was also the immortal ascension boundary separating them. Xianxia wasn't having a good time, but Lu Qingyao's body also swayed slightly, and the huge figure in front of everyone's eyes suddenly collapsed. It was as if he had been pierced by a sharp sword, his entire aura leaking out. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and everyone felt as if the clouds and mist had been lifted to reveal the bright moon. Looking around, the two of them were still staring at each other from 200 meters away, as if they had never fought before. The several Yang family young lords were dumbfounded. They never knew that Xianxia was so strong. Everyone knew that his own strength wasn't weak, but no matter how much they overestimated him, they had still underestimated their ninth brother. In a one-on-one fight, no one in the Yang family was his opponent. He was only Yuanqi boundary 8th stage, so how could he be evenly matched with Lu Qingyao, an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master? Yang Zhao and the other young lords' expressions were somewhat ugly. Although in the inheritance war, personal strength wasn't very important, in the end, as a cultivator, they still hoped to pursue the peak of the martial Dao, step onto the above immortal ascension boundary, and be respected by tens of thousands of people. This had nothing to do with the inheritance war and competing for the position of family successor. Only Yang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his heart, he was secretly relieved. There's one more move. Xianxia patted his chest and looked at Lu Qingyao with a smile. The latter's expression became dignified, no longer daring to underestimate Xianxia, unexpectedly slowly shaking his head. No need. Right now, you're not my opponent. But I admit that you have the qualifications to fight me. Saying so, he casually tossed something to Lu Qingyao. Throwing the mysterious great artifact he had snatched before to Xianxia, his eyes flashing as he said, "I'll wait for you. Advance to the soul travel realm, then let's have a good fight." Xianxia grabbed the artifact and was slightly surprised. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything else. In those two moves just now, Lu Qingyao hadn't used his full strength. But what Lu Qingyao didn't know was that he hadn't used his full strength. The reason why Xianxia had decided to take the lead was only because of the rare mysterious great artifact. If it weren't for this temptation, he wouldn't have bothered to fight with Lu Qingyao. But now, it seemed that this person was a little arrogant, but he was not a despicable person. Now, he had obtained the secret treasure. Naturally, there was no need to be entangled. Seeing the artifact that Lu Qingyao had obtained by sacrificing the water moon blue wave armor to Xianxia without any hesitation, everyone's eyes couldn't help turning red as their breathing heated up. In the blink of an eye, it was ninth brother who took the first two mysterious great artifacts. Turning his head, Xianxia glanced at Yang Wei. Lu Qingyao nodded gently, "Eldest young master, I know where the limits of your Yang family lie. Ninth young master indeed has more potential than you, but I, Lu Qingyao, have not yet reached my limit. When the time comes, let's compete again." Saying so, he turned around and left. Everyone's expression was a bit complicated, but when they turned to look at Xianxia again, their eyes were filled with dread, as if they felt the need to re-evaluate their ninth brother. Xianxia's expression remained indifferent, and after Lu Qingyao left, he immediately flew down. Damn, there's still one more. Yang Kong also recovered and quickly chased after him. Of the 8 mysterious great artifacts, each of the 6 brothers had obtained one, Lu Qingyao had obtained one, and the last one had fallen into Pijing Lake. After witnessing the Qi binding seal and the mysterious great artifact's seal, no one dared to rush into the lake to search for it, so even now, no one was interested in that mysterious great artifact. Hearing Yang Kang shout, everyone suddenly woke up and began scrambling, lest someone else take advantage of them. However, no matter who it was, no one dared to get too close to Xianxia. Now that everyone's blood warriors had their Yuanqi sealed, there was no blood warrior to protect them. With Xianxia's performance just now, it would be easy for him to seize this opportunity and capture them. If they were defeated in the inheritance war because of this, it would not be worth it. Yang Kai also found that all of them were on guard against him, so naturally, he wouldn't waste any effort. A moment later, the 6 of them returned to their respective camps. The 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts was still being snatched, and now more than half of them had been claimed, only a small number were still wandering around, constantly changing hands. The scene was even more intense than before. The cultivator from the 6 camps also suffered casualties one after another. Huixing had returned. His Hu family hadn't lost many people. Although the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage cultivators were injured, their injuries weren't serious. As for the Yuanqi cultivator, 2 or 3 of them had died. Young Lord Kai. Huixing's expression was gloomy. Do you want me to ask my old man to destroy the Xiang and Nan families? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, not quite understanding why he would say this. That Xiangqiu and Nanxing brought 2 groups of people and didn't do anything but deliberately set themselves against our people. Damn it, they don't even put this young lord in their eyes. Young Lord Kai, if you say the word, I'll ask my old man to take some people and destroy the Xiang and Nan families tomorrow. Yang Kai sneered, can't afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, then don't participate in the inheritance war. Huixing rolled his eyes and muttered, what do you mean can't afford to lose? It's just that their actions of harming others without benefiting themselves are too disgusting. I also know that the rules of the inheritance war are not allowed to privately retaliate against the various forces involved. But who is this young lord? This Huixing is a scoundrel, I don't care about the rules. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, there's no need, they will pay the price sooner or later. He had also noticed this situation a moment ago. He knew that Xiangqiu and Nanxing's resentment towards him was quite big, so they were targeting him, but if he really wanted to privately retaliate against the Xiang and Nan families, that would definitely not be allowed. Doing so would undoubtedly affect the nerves of all the forces involved. When that time came, who would dare participate in the inheritance war? Good, you have the final say. Huixing didn't object. But young Lord Kai, remember this, not only the Xiang and Nan families, but also that Lusong with no eyesight. If one day we really face off against them, this young lord will kill every last one of them will die. Such a day will come. Yang Kai sneered. In addition, that little brat Qiu Zirua is also a bit strange. Although he isn't as obvious as the Xiang, Nan, and Lu families, he still treats us as his enemy. I think he wants to use defeating you to consolidate his position as the Qiu family's successor. Sighing, Yang Kai continued, it's not easy for him to have a sister like Qiu Yimeng. We're all from the central capital, so I'll spare his dog life. As he spoke, he could already see the scene of his side's victory. Let's not talk about that. What's the situation with that artifact now? Yang Kai turned his eyes to Pijing Lake and asked softly. It's still down there. Huixing glanced around, everyone is staring at it, but no one dares to go down. Yang Kai nodded. The seal on the artifact and the chi binding seal placed on it made everyone somewhat cautious. Now, no matter who went first, it would not be good for them and would only benefit others. Naturally, no one was willing to be the first to go first. If they wanted to bear the brunt of the attack after the barrier was triggered, they would need at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master to block it. However, blocking these attacks wouldn't help. Even the Blood Warriors were affected by the Chi Binding Seal, so how could an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master possibly escape? In other words, if they wanted to break the barrier and Chi Binding Seal on the artifact, they would need to sacrifice at least one Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. No one was willing to do so. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He secretly felt that this situation was a bit difficult to handle. Not only him, but the other 5 also felt the same way, all of them wearing looks of greed and worry. Yang Kai had already snatched 2 mysterious great artifacts, so in the future, he would undoubtedly have an advantage, but now there was only one left. Everyone was staring at it. Just as everyone was feeling a little helpless, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the bottom of Pijing Lake. The faces of the 6 Yang family young lords who were gathered around the lakeside all changed as they quickly looked up at each other. This energy fluctuation was obviously caused by the barrier on the artifact being triggered. Had someone actually sneaked into the bottom of the lake? Which camp did they belong to? Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become startled because he found that the expressions and eyes of his 5 brothers were the same as his own, all of them suspicious of others. Without any time to think, Yang Kai's tyrannical spiritual energy immediately penetrated the bottom of the lake. Kong, with a loud bang, the entire Pajing Lake underwent an earth-shaking change. The lake water that was dyed red with blood was pushed by a violent energy, like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It was blasted dozens of feet into the air, and then poured down again. The scene was quite spectacular. Yang Kai's eyes sank as he scanned the lake water. Soon, a faint light entered his eyes. It was the mysterious great artifact that had fallen into the lake. As soon as this artifact appeared, it released a burst of blue energy. Qi Binding Seal. This vitality binding spell actually directly entangled the void, and after a few rounds, a blurry figure was faintly discernible in the sky of the lake water. It was bound by the vitality binding spell, unable to move. It's him. Ingjiu, who had always been silent, couldn't help exclaiming. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and rushed towards Pajing Lake, a cold smile flashing across his face as he pushed his true qi to the limit. The azure sword appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and as he rushed forward, an overwhelming number of sword waves spread out around him like a pair of wings. Brandishing his sword, Yang Kai sent out a barrage of sword waves. Yang Kai also recognized this vague figure. It was the mysterious master who had sneaked into the pill room this morning. Yang Kai hadn't expected this person's courage to be so great, actually sneaking in here. Yang Kai was certain this person had taken advantage of the battle between him and Lu Qingyao to sneak into the lake. The blood warriors had their yuan qi sealed and hadn't noticed his existence. The only one who could detect his aura, Yang Kai, had been distracted, allowing him to seize the initiative. However, the ownership of this artifact had yet to be determined. Now that you've revealed yourself, in front of everyone's eyes, let's see how you'll escape. Yang Kai sneered. Just as his smile bloomed, the blurry figure bound by the vitality binding spell actually exploded and turned into a mist just like what happened in the morning. 13. The first blackout came a little later than expected. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before his eyes flashed like a sword, his unparalleled spiritual energy condensing into a single point as he searched the area around the artifact. The next moment, the long sword in his hand slashed out in a certain direction. In that direction, another vague figure appeared, grabbed the artifact, and transformed into a streak of light, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. This figure's speed was so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to launch another attack. This change happened quickly and ended quickly. By the time the mysterious master snatched the artifact and disappeared from everyone's sight, the other 5 Yang family members were still hesitating whether or not to rush over. Above Pajing Lake, the red lake water was still dripping, but the streak of light had already disappeared. Yang Kai stood mid-air, holding the azure sword in his hand, his expression somewhat fluctuating. This was the second time. In one day, this person had slipped away from under his nose twice in a row, and both times in broad daylight. What a strange and mysterious person. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai caught something floating down from the sky, and after seeing it clearly, he was stunned. Putting the thing in his hand into his sleeve, he immediately returned to his camp. No one knew what he had caught in the lake water, but everyone saw this action. For a moment, they couldn't stop guessing and were extremely curious. The 6 Yang family members were still sizing each other up, but none of them showed any joy. There was no joy in anyone's eyes. Everyone was suspecting someone else, suspecting that the mysterious expert was someone else's subordinate. The artifact-snatching battle was about to come to an end. The 8 mysterious grade artifacts had been settled, leaving only a small number of heaven-grade artifacts still to be fought over. After half a cup of tea's time, everything calmed down. The 6 cultivators' camp. Fighting and retreating, everyone returned to their respective camps. Just like at the beginning, they stood at 6 corners of Pajing Lake. However, each side had lost at least a quarter of its original number, and among those who had died, there was no lack of immortal ascension boundary masters. Among them, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying had suffered the greatest losses. When the third batch of artifacts appeared, these three groups were caught off guard, and as time passed, their disadvantage gradually increased. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long, otherwise, it was unknown whether these people would have been completely wiped out. All the cultivators on each side were clearly enraged, each of them glaring around with hatred. Forming grudges during the Inheritance War was a normal thing. While the Inheritance War was still going on, no one dared to retaliate in private. But after the Inheritance War was over, these forces who held grudges against each other were destined to fight to the death. Therefore, even though the treasure hunt had ended, the atmosphere was still filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xianxia sighed, but his harvest, he was the most. Compared, the number of the young cultivators' camp, the number 1 cultivators was, the number 1. Especially since Kai Yang had obtained 2 mysterious great artifacts. This was much more valuable than any other artifact. Yang Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded gently to the crowd, leading his people and the artifacts they had snatched away in triumph. Immediately, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong left together with Yang Shen and Yang Ying. A great battle ensued. No one was in the mood to cause any more trouble. Yingjiao, what's the situation? Xianxia glanced at Yingjiao, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground since he was struck by the qi binding seal. Yingjiao slowly shook his head. I can't raise my yuan qi. My meridians have been sealed, it will take me at least 2 months to break through. And above a mortal ascension boundary master's qi binding seal, even a blood warrior couldn't easily remove it. Xianxia's brow wrinkled slightly. Yingjiao's yuan qi being sealed was a great loss to him. His existence was like a shadow, a deterrent to any opponent. Now that this deterrent was gone, Xianxia could only rely on Chu Gaoyi and Xiao Shun. Although they were also very strong, in terms of concealment and assassination, Yingjiao was better. Xianxia could only wait until he returned and see if Meng Wuya had a way to remove this seal. If even Treasurer Meng couldn't do anything, Yingjiao could only sit idle for 2 months. Let's go back, Xianxia said lightly. This is for you. Dong Qinghan walked up and handed Xianxia a small sword the size of a palm. It was the soul-type artifact that Xianxia had taken a fancy to before. Did you succeed? Xianxia smiled lightly and didn't act polite, reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Using his divine sense, he found that this was indeed an artifact that was very compatible with his spiritual energy. As long as he could refine it, it would play a huge role. With cousin taking action, how could he not succeed? Dong Qinghan patted his chest. That Lu Song dared to oppose this young master. He should take a look in the mirror and see what he's made of. Pausing for a moment, Dong Qinghan continued, but this artifact was obtained thanks to a certain woman. A woman? Xianxia asked curiously as he played with the small sword in his hand. Dong Qinghan's face showed a look of reminiscence. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I can't remember where. She was the one who threw this thing to me. Which camp is she from? Xianxia was suddenly stunned. Someone who came to watch the fun. Is she beautiful? Huastars asked with a wretched expression as soon as he heard the word woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a little charming. Dong Qinghan wore a knowing look on his face as he grinned meaningfully. They're twins, and there's another person who looks exactly the same as her. Lu Song's strength isn't low, true element boundary 7th stage, but even he was sent tumbling several times by her. That woman is quite fierce. Twins? Xianxia's voice suddenly rose a lot. What kind of twins? He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that these 2 people should be the charming twin flowers. In fact, it stood to reason that the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall should have already arrived at his house, but until now he hadn't seen any of them. This made Xianxia wonder if the charming twin flowers were sulking with him. After all, when they parted ways at Taifeng Mountain, Hu Jiaoer's attitude towards him had not been very good. Dong Qinghan was startled and didn't know how to describe it. Instead, he simply pointed and said, she was just watching the fun over there, but now I don't know where she went. After the artifact snatching battle, the crowd of onlookers had naturally dispersed, and large numbers of people were now advancing towards War City. Xianxia glanced in the direction Dong Qinghan was pointing, but didn't find the person he was looking for, so he quickly spread out his divine sense and scanned the surrounding 20 kilometers. In an instant, he understood everything. As soon as his divine sense spread out, Xianxia felt two distinctive life auras. Everyone's life aura was different, even if some were similar. Even if there were some differences, there would still be essential differences, just like the appearance of all living beings. However, the life auras of these two people were exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. What's more, under Xianxia's investigation, not only were the two's life auras identical, but it also seemed that the true qi in their bodies could fuse with each other. As their true qi flowed and intertwined, some mysterious principle enveloped them, connecting them as one. Found it. Xianxia couldn't help grinning as his figure flickered and flew out. What are you doing? Huastars was shocked. Even though he was a lawless person, he couldn't help being startled at this moment, quickly ordering everyone, follow him. As a young lord who was participating in the inheritance war. At any time, under any circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to act alone, otherwise, it was very likely that he would be targeted by a master. Everyone's reaction was also quite fast, quickly grabbing the artifacts they had snatched and following Xianxia's footsteps. Among the crowd returning to War City, a man and two women were rushing back. The man's face showed a look of longing as he recalled the great battle he had just witnessed. He couldn't help feeling his blood boil, wishing he could participate in it himself to quench his thirst for battle. The two women, on the other hand, didn't say a word, their demeanor calm. On the other hand, they were quite delicate. This caused the nearby cultivator to frequently cast their eyes towards them. The two women remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this, neither angry nor secretly happy. Seeing them so submissive, it immediately aroused the greed and lust of many people, many of them wondering if they could obtain some unexpected gains if they approached them at this time. Jiaoer, Mei, there are a few people staring at us from the side, should we send them away? The man suddenly asked softly. Hu Jiaoer's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of disgust and helplessness as she shook her head gently. No, let's return to War City. Xianxia was still behind them. If a conflict were to break out at this time, he would definitely see it. As if they had seen the exchange between the two of them, their eyes suddenly lit up, knowing that she didn't want to cause trouble, so their thoughts became active. If she didn't want to cause trouble, obviously she didn't have a backer. Moreover, the three of them were quite young and their strength wasn't high, so perhaps they would be easier to deal with. Thinking so, a young man immediately stepped forward from the group, wearing a smile on his face, pretending to be mature and reliable, but before he had time to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. This person not only blocked his path, but also blocked the path of the Hu sisters and Feng Ziki. Almost instinctively, the three of them pushed their yuan qi and vigilantly scanned the area in front of them. After seeing the face of this person, Hu Jiaoer suddenly looked embarrassed while Hu Mei smiled tenderly. Imprinting this smile into his eyes, the young man couldn't help feeling a little restless, his courage also growing as he shouted, Who are you? Xianxia turned his head and glanced at him. Ninth young master. The young man's face suddenly paled as he stammered incoherently. What's the matter? Xianxia frowned. I wouldn't dare. Ninth young master, please carry on. Saying so, the young man panicked and quickly fled with his companions. Just now, they had all seen the battle between Xianxia and Lu Qingyao. Not only was he strong, but he also had a large number of masters under his command. How could a third-rate character like him compare? Afraid of provoking a fatal disaster, the young man quickly fled. Brother Yang. After the young man left, Feng Ziki smiled and cupped his fists. Brother Feng, long time no see. Last time at Taifeng Mountain, Feng Ziki had said that he wanted to join the inheritance war, so seeing him now, Xianxia wasn't too surprised. Back at Taifeng Mountain, whether it was Storm Hall or Blood Battle Gang, all of them had stood firmly on his side, almost going to war with the Xiang and Nan families, so Xianxia also had a good impression of Feng Ziki. After exchanging greetings, Feng Ziji tactfully retreated a short distance, just in time to run into Wu Xingchen and the others who were chasing after him. Hey, brother Feng? Lan Chudai's beautiful eyes lit up. Although the two of them were from different sects, after all, they both came from the same place. Meeting each other here at this moment, she naturally felt a sense of familiarity. You are High Heaven Pavilion's junior sister? Feng Ziki didn't quite recognize Lan Chudai. Lan Chudai smiled and nodded. Dong Qinghan frowned as he looked at Feng Ziki from head to toe, suddenly clapping his hands and saying, I know, I was wondering why those two girls looked so familiar. It turns out they are the Blood Battle Gang's sisters. The last time Dong Qinghan went to High Heaven Pavilion, he also paid attention to the situation between Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. The charming twin flowers and Feng Ziki were both leaders of their respective sects, so he was naturally familiar with them. It was just that he had never dealt with each other before, so he didn't recognize them. This would explain why she had thrown that artifact to him. The group of people were quite tactful, and when they saw that Hu Jiaoer's expression wasn't right, they didn't rush forward to disturb her. Instead, they warmly exchanged greetings with Feng Ziji while secretly perking up their ears to listen for any movement not far away. Why are you hiding from me? Yang Kai looked at Hu Jiaoer and asked. Who's hiding from you? Hu Jiaoer snorted, her face blushing a little. You really aren't hiding from me? Yang Kai's lips curled up as he took a step forward. He asked. No. Hu Jiaoer's beautiful eyes flashed, we just arrived here today. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hu Meier. Hu Meier smiled and moved her lips, silently selling out her elder sister. Good, since you're here. Then follow me back to the house. Yang Kai knew that Hu Jiaoer was a bit embarrassed, so he didn't ask further. Hu Jiaoer sneered, we just came to War City to play, we didn't say we were going to participate in the inheritance war with you. I'm not going. Meier, are you going? Yang Kai smiled and asked. I'm going. Hu Meier nodded repeatedly. Meier! Hu Jiaoer shouted, her chest heaving up and down in anger. She didn't expect her sister's position to be so weak. Yang Kai had only asked casually, but she had already agreed. Hu Meier stuck out her tongue and giggled. We're just a second-class sect. Even if we went, we wouldn't be of much help. What's the point of going there? Hu Jiaoer looked a little embarrassed as she whispered softly. Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was what she cared about. Besides Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's Reflecting Moon sect, which was a second-class sect, the rest of the forces gathered in his mansion were all first-class. Presumably, Hu Jiaoer felt a bit inferior. That was why she had been hiding from him. Jiaoer, in the future, you and Meier will be able to stand at the peak of this world. Don't worry too much about your own sect. Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. These two beautiful sisters were only at the Yuan-Qi boundary 5th stage, but now they had already broken through to the Yuan-Qi boundary 8th stage, the same as him. On top of that, the twin spirit shared spirit divine art they cultivated was also extraordinary, so it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary. It could be said that in the future, there would definitely be a share of this world for the two of them. You think so? Hu Jiaoer's expression was a little dazzled as her beautiful eyes glowed. She looked at Yang Kai with some joy, as if she didn't expect him to have such a high opinion of her sisters. Yang Kai nodded seriously. This seems like they're going to fall. Huastars looked over and whispered softly. They fell a long time ago. Feng Ziki grinned meaningfully. Arrogance, I like it. Hui Yang Kai waved his folding fan. Well, I'll think about it. If I figure it out, I'll go to your house with Meier in a few days. Hu Jiaoer was secretly happy as she bit her thin red lips, which were very attractive. Yang Kai hooked his finger at her. What are you doing? Hu Jiaoer looked puzzled as she leaned a little closer and whispered into his ear. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and whispered in her ear, if you continue to be so hesitant, I'll reveal your secret to the world. What secret? Hu Jiaoer's neck was pink as Yang Kai's hot breath blew into her ear. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were crawling on her delicate skin, itchy and numb. Your butt, one side is big, the other is small. After saying this, Yang Kai straightened up and let out a strange laugh, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Hu Jiaoer's lower body. Being stared at by his invasive eyes, Hu Jiaoer couldn't help but have the illusion of being stripped naked. Her heart went cold as her face suddenly flushed red and she angrily said, when did I Saying so, she inadvertently lifted her butt and sucked in her stomach. Since you've said so much, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. Meyer, come with me. Saying so, he pulled Hu Meyer and walked towards War City without looking back. Yang Kai, how can you be such a shameless rogue? Hu Jiaoer angrily shouted, grinding her teeth for a while. Shameless rogue? Huastars rushed up and said indignantly, Girl, what did young Master Kai do to you? None of your damn business. Hu Jiaoer glanced at him from head to toe, coldly snorted, and hurriedly chased after him. Grabbing one of Kai Yang's arms, she shouted, If you don't make things clear today, I won't let you off. Her personality is a bit bad, it seems that she only acts docile in front of young Master Kai. Huastars said thoughtfully, secretly counting the number of beautiful women who had fallen in love with Yang Kai, suddenly admiring Yang Kai's methods of seduction. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall didn't only send the Hu sisters and Feng Ziki, each of them had brought more than 20 people. Although their overall strength couldn't be compared to the other forces, it was still a token of their sincerity. Last time, because of High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, the two sects had been implicated, and many of their masters had been transferred to participate in the siege of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. Therefore, among the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had come this time, there were only 3 or 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them had high cultivation. It was because of this concern that Hu Jiaoer had been too embarrassed to ask Yang Kai for help. Since he had come to participate in the Inheritance War, he must have brought some masters with him, but they didn't have many masters with them, the highest being only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master. Guanqi Lu, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master, was also among them. Yang Kai and Hu Jiaoer quarreled all the way back to War City and picked up these people from the inn. The current situation of the two sects was something Yang Kai understood better than anyone else, so naturally he didn't care and was instead extremely polite. These people were also quite cautious when they saw Yang Kai's allies. Obviously, they were afraid of what had happened last time. It could even be said that they were walking on thin ice, afraid that if they said something careless, they would bring trouble to their sects. Returning to the mansion, Qiu Yimeng had already led a group of people to greet them with a warm smile. As the second in command of the mansion, the Qiu family's first young lady naturally expressed her gratitude to Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, chatting affectionately with the Hu sisters while intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. She was keenly aware that the attitude of this pair of twin sisters towards Kai Yang was somewhat unusual. She couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger, secretly cursing Kai Yang for being such a pervert. Just going out for a walk, he had actually managed to capture 2 beautiful women. After returning from the war, there were a lot of trivial matters to attend to. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were arranged to stay by Qiu Yimeng while the major forces counted their gains and casualties. Soon, the results came out. In this artifact-snatching battle, Yang Kai had lost 30 to 40 people, of which 4 were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters while the rest were Yuan Qi Boundary Masters. Fortunately, this loss was made up for by the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had arrived today. Since they had come to participate in the Inheritance War, everyone had mentally prepared themselves for what was to come. Of the 1,000 artifacts, Yang Kai's people had obtained a total of nearly 200. As for how to distribute these 200 artifacts, Yang Kai threw them all to Qiu Yimeng, giving her a headache. Nearly 200 artifacts seemed to be a lot, but in fact, when it came to distribution, the supply still fell short of the demand. However, Yang Kai believed that with Qiu Yimeng's ability, she should be able to handle the balance well and not cause any resentment between the major forces because of these artifacts. Returning to his room, Yang Kai saw Xianning Chang asleep on the table. His little senior sister had been performing alchemy all this time. Although the people from Medicine King's Valley had become familiar with Xianning Chang's alchemy and had cooperated with her, after such a long time, whether it was physical or mental consumption, had been enormous. The sound of the door opening woke her up, but after seeing Yang Kai return unscathed, the little senior sister couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Picking her up, the little senior sister seemed to have become accustomed to this kind of intimacy, and besides her slightly flushed cheeks, she was no longer as flustered as before. Gently placing her on the bed and tucking in the blankets, Yang Kai sat on the bed and waited for his little senior sister to breathe evenly. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai gently stroked her hair. Looking at her veiled face, Yang Kai's heart began to stir. Until now, he had never seen his little senior sister's full face. The most he had seen was in the Naini mountain valley, when he had kissed her and lifted half of her veil. Regarding his little senior sister's appearance, Yang Kai would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. He was also convinced that if he wanted to see, his little senior sister would definitely remove her veil. But, this kind of hazy mystery was also one of the most attractive aspects of Xianxia. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai gave up the idea of lifting her veil to take a look and instead quietly went out, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, just like Xianxia's eyes when he smiled. "Ingjiu!" Yang Kai called out. From the darkness, a thin figure walked out. Even if he had lost all his yuan qi, Ingjiu's ability to conceal himself had become an instinct. "Come with me." Ingjiu nodded slightly, not saying a word. Walking over to the next room, he gently knocked on the door and Meng Wuya's voice called out, "Come in." Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Treasurer Meng was sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating his secret art. When Ingjiu looked at him, his face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some emotion. Since Meng Wuya arrived in the house, Ingjiu had been particularly concerned about this person. Not only Ingjiu, but Chu Gaoi and Xiaoshan were also concerned. Meng Wuya's strength and mysteries made the three blood warriors feel tremendous pressure. They really didn't know which force in this world could produce such a master. This wasn't an ordinary peak immortal ascension boundary master, this was a master who was only a step away from breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Although the three blood warriors didn't say anything, in fact, each of them was secretly speculating about Meng Wuya's origins. Seeing Yang Kai bring him here, Ingjiu also had some speculations in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. The Qi binding seal on him was the work of the Yang family's supreme elder Huang Jiuzhou, so even if Meng Wuya was very strong, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was an above immortal ascension boundary master while Meng Wuya was only a peak immortal ascension boundary master. "Treasurer Meng." Yang Kai greeted him. Meng Wuya just nodded lightly, glancing at Ingjiu suspiciously and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. Was he imprisoned? Meng Wuya looked at Ingjiu and asked with a smile. Ingjiu responded indifferently. "Treasurer Meng, do you have any way to lift the seal on him?" Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a glass of water to moisten his throat. "Let me see." Meng Wuya didn't refuse, turning to Ingjiu and saying, "Come here." Ingjiu glanced at Yang Kai, and with Yang Kai's permission, he walked over to Meng Wuya's side. Seemingly seeing that he wasn't very happy, Meng Wuya chuckled and said, "Relax, I know you have some ability, but you're a cripple now, why are you so wary of this old master?" Saying so, he reached out and put his hand on Ingjiu's wrist. The room fell silent for a while. Yang Kai held the glass of water in his hand and put it to his mouth, waiting impatiently. He wasn't sure if Meng Wuya had such means. Ingjiu, on the other hand, remained indifferent. It seemed that he didn't have the slightest hope for Meng Wuya. Heh. After a while, Meng Wuya suddenly laughed, "Interesting, the one who set this seal really does have some attainments in this field." Ingjiu's expression changed. "That's my Yang family's supreme elder Huang Jiuzhou. This old man doesn't care about the 9 prefectures or the 8 prefectures." Meng Wuya curled his lips. "Never heard of any of them." Ingjiu still wanted to open his mouth and argue a few words, but was stopped by Yang Kai. Ingjiu, who had always been silent, suddenly had the idea of arguing with others, obviously because he greatly worshipped Huang Jiuzhou. He didn't allow others to look down on him. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was the only blood warrior who had been promoted to Supreme Elder. All the blood warriors took him as their role model and goal to strive for. Meng Wuya's words were praising Huang Jiuzhou's level of imprisonment. But in Ingjiu's ears, this old man was a bit too arrogant. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master. What qualifications did a mere peak immortal ascension boundary master have to criticize Elder Huang? "Treasurer Meng, just tell me if it's possible or not." Yang Kai leaned forward and asked in a low voice. "Yes," Meng Wuya replied casually. Ingjiu's eyes narrowed. Staring at Meng Wuya in shock, it seemed he hadn't expected such an answer. Yang Kai on the other hand secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure what kind of magical means Meng Wuya had, but Treasurer Meng had always given him a mysterious impression. Yang Kai had also seen an above-immortal ascension boundary master. Lucy, Yang Yinghao. The Yang family supreme elders were all above-immortal ascension boundary masters. But the feeling he got from Meng Wuya was far less intense. Subconsciously, Yang Kai always thought this old man Meng was somewhat unfathomable, perhaps even more terrifying than some above-immortal ascension boundary masters. With such an answer, Yang Kai's heart suddenly settled. If he said he could, then he definitely could. There was no need to ask any more questions. You can lift it? Yingjiu asked in a trembling voice. He couldn't believe it, thinking Meng Wuya was just boasting. Meng Wuya glanced over at him and nodded slightly. How long? Yingjiu asked again. Speaking of which, it wasn't that he couldn't lift the Qi binding seal himself, but it would take him at least 2 months of continuous effort. If Meng Wuya also needed such a long time, it would be better to work hard on breaking the seal himself instead of bothering him. Yingjiu didn't have a good impression of this arrogant old man who didn't put Huang Jiuzhou in his eyes, so naturally he wasn't willing to accept such kindness. Meng Wuya raised 2 fingers. Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. Does that mean 2 months, or 20 days? Although he asked this question, Yang Kai was still leaning towards the latter possibility. In his subconscious mind, it was reasonable for Meng Wuya to take 20 days to lift the Qi binding seal. Yingjiu also looked towards Meng Wuya suspiciously, his heart filled with doubts. 2 days. Meng Wuya said lightly. Yang Kai and Yingjiu were both shocked, both of them showing looks of disbelief. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he seemed to have underestimated Meng Wuya's ability. Treasurer Meng was definitely not as simple as he thought. Senior. Yingjiu took a deep breath and said with a strange expression, It's not that Yingjiu is looking down on you, it's just that your words are a bit arrogant? Meng Wuya chuckled and said, If this seal had been planted on this old master's body, this old master would have been able to break it in a snap of his fingers, but now that it has been planted on your body, it will only take me 2 days. In fact, this old master has also studied a lot of sealing techniques. This little trick is nothing. Little trick? Yang Kai observed Yingjiu's expression and found that his face was twitching slightly, so he couldn't help feeling amused, but he quickly put on a serious face, coughing lightly and asking, Treasurer Meng, are you really sure? If you don't want to try then scram, this old master doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you, the door is over there. Meng Wuya snorted, glancing at Yingjiu and saying, With your ability, it will take you at least 2 months to break this seal, work hard. Yingjiu's expression changed again. Breaking the Qi binding seal in 2 months was his estimation of his own ability, but Meng Wuya had seen through it with just a glance. This master's eyesight was quite sharp. Frowning, Yingjiu cupped his fists solemnly and said, I ask Senior to help. If this junior has offended Senior, please forgive him. In any case, it would only take him 2 days. After 2 days, everything would become clear. In fact, Yingjiu was also very curious about whether this Meng Wuya was as powerful as he said he was. Treasurer Meng, you see. Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya with a smile. Old man Meng waved his hand impatiently, Good, you can go now, he will see you in 2 days. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, telling Yingjiu to remain calm before turning around and leaving. Returning to the next room, Yang Kai found that Xianning Cheng was nowhere to be seen. He should have returned to his pill room to perform alchemy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Yang Kai took out something from his sleeve. It was a strand of black hair. It was the one he had cut off today at Pijing Lake from the mysterious master who had snatched the 8th mysterious great artifact. No one had expected that this mysterious master, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, was actually a woman. In the open and in the dark, he had already confronted her twice today, but Yang Kai hadn't even seen her face yet, so he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. This woman's speed was too fast, and her method of infiltration was also quite amazing. In front of so many people, she had snatched the 8th mysterious great artifact. Yang Kai really didn't know how she had done it, especially how she had withstood the attack of the artifact and the Qi binding seal planted by Huang Jiuzhou while still being able to escape safely. Lu Qingyao had sacrificed a mysterious great artifact in order to break the Qi binding seal, but what about that woman? What Yang Kai was more concerned about was who had recruited this woman to work for him. The shocked expressions of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying flashed across his eyes one by one, all of them seemingly unaware of the identity of this woman, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that one of them was just acting. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out anything and could only put it aside. Flicking his wrist, 3 artifacts appeared in front of him. These were Yang Kai's biggest gains today. Although he had snatched nearly 200 artifacts, all of them added together weren't as valuable as the 3 in front of him. A small palm-sized sword that was cold to the touch, clearly a heaven-grade soul-type artifact. Yang Kai carefully examined it and found that this soul-type artifact was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Soul-type artifacts were relatively precious and more difficult to refine than other artifacts. A heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact was no less valuable than an average mysterious-grade artifact. However, soul-type artifacts were more difficult to refine, especially when one had yet to form a knowledge sea. Yang Kai played with it for a while before putting it aside and continuing to investigate the other 2 artifacts. Of the 2 artifacts, one was a mirror that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to. This mirror was also cold to the touch, but the feeling it gave off was different from that of the soul-type artifact just now. The coldness of the small sword was so cold that it could penetrate one's soul, while the coldness of this mirror was enough to freeze the world. Pouring his yuan qi into the mirror, the surface of the mirror flashed and Yang Kai suddenly discovered a bizarre scene. Through the mirror, he saw towering and magnificent snowy mountains. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, covering the snowy mountains that connected the sky and the earth in silver. The cold wind whistled, and his field of vision was white and clean. Kacha. The temperature of the entire room suddenly plummeted and the cold aura surged, forcing Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. A mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. In that instant, Kai Yang understood and couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know what grade the other 7 mysterious grade artifacts were, but what he was certain of was that there weren't many mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts, at most 1 or 2 of them. The mirror he had taken a fancy to was actually a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. The value of a single mysterious grade mid-rank artifact was equivalent to 10 mysterious grade low-rank artifacts. This time I've really struck gold. Yang Kai felt a surge of excitement. Withdrawing his yuan qi, the light on the mirror suddenly disappeared and the endless snow-capped mountains also disappeared. Before refining it, Yang Kai didn't know what this mirror was used for. Putting down the mirror, Yang Kai set his eyes on the last artifact. This was the one Lu Qingyao had thrown to him. A bone shield. This bone shield wasn't very large, only about the size of a millstone. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of monster beast bone it was made from, but it had a strange shape and was shimmering with an ivory-like white luster. On the edge of the bone shield were sharp spikes and on the front of the bone shield was a pattern of a ferocious beast with a ferocious maw. This ferocious beast had a green face and sharp fangs, its eyes glaring at Yang Kai as if it wanted to swallow him whole. When he touched it, Yang Kai felt a bloody and gloomy aura wash over him, causing his heart to tremble. The grade of this bone shield wasn't as good as the mirror just now, only mysterious grade low rank, but this bone shield was obviously a defensive type artifact, so its value wasn't much worse than the mirror. There were many types of artifacts, but generally speaking, defensive type artifacts were rarer than offensive type artifacts, which caused their value to soar. Of these 3 artifacts, each one was more expensive than the last. If he could refine all 3 of them, Yang Kai estimated that his overall strength would be greatly improved. So far, he only had 3 artifacts he could use. The Azura Sword, the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia, and the Demon Sealing Chain. The first 2 were heaven-grade artifacts, and after using them for so long, Yang Kai was sure they were heaven-grade top rank. After all, these were the hallowed artifacts of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, so their grade couldn't be too bad. A first-class sect would definitely have a mysterious grade artifact, at the very least, 1, but the Azura Sword and the Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia were still considered sect-hallowed treasures. It must be because these 2 artifacts had a special meaning. The grade of the Demon Sealing Chain was unknown, but after sealing the soul clone in the evil cavern, the Demon Sealing Chain had lost its intelligence. Even now, it was still being nourished by Yang Kai's yuan qi and had yet to fully recover. Now that he had obtained 3 high-quality artifacts, Yang Kai naturally wanted to refine them for his own use as soon as possible. After careful consideration, Yang Kai put away the soul-type artifact and the mirror first and held the bone shield in his hand. Circulating his yuan qi, Yang Kai began refining them while cultivating. Pure and powerful true yang yuan qi poured into the bone shield without restraint. This greatly increased the refining speed. Time passed. Yang Kai had been in seclusion in his room ever since he returned from the treasure hunt. His little senior sister, on the other hand, came back once a day. She never disturbed him, and only slept quietly by his side, with a peaceful expression on her face. In the mansion, the little bit of sorrow that had arisen from the loss of manpower gradually disappeared. The Bloody Battle Gang and Storm House people quickly integrated into the large family of Yang Kai. The Hu sisters also settled down with a clear conscience, and gradually became familiar with many of the young leaders of the various forces. The only thing that made them depressed was that they hadn't seen Yang Kai in the past few days. Not to mention them, even Xiao Yimeng, the second in command of the mansion, found it extremely difficult to see Yang Kai. However, everyone knew Yang Kai was definitely refining his new artifact. 2 days later, Chu Gaoyi, who was guarding the central hall, was resting with his eyes closed when a breeze suddenly blew past him. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Yingjiao staring at him. "Why aren't you with the little lord? What are you doing here?" Chu Gaoyi asked suspiciously. "Yang Kai's safety." Yingjiao had always been the one in charge, always following him closely. "The little lord is in retreat, and his safety is definitely not a problem." Yingjiao thought of the old man next door to Yang Kai and didn't seem worried at all. "Even so, you can't be careless." Chu Gaoyi began to reprimand him. "Let's not talk about that." Yingjiao sighed and said, "Old Chu, I've met a powerful expert." "How powerful?" Chu Gaoyi was stunned. The blood warriors were very powerful. Not only were they from the Yan family, but they also had the mad tyrant blood skill, so the blood warriors had always been a group with eyes above their heads. Few people could enter their eyes. Very powerful. Yingjiao was as concise as ever. "How powerful is very powerful?" Chu Gaoyi rolled his eyes. When his brothers spoke together, he was more casual. However, since Yingjiao had such a high evaluation of this person, that person's strength must be very powerful. Chu Gaoyi couldn't help feeling interested, wondering what kind of person Yingjiao had met that caused him to show such a shocked expression. "I estimate that if we really fought, any one of us would be defeated within 3 moves," Yingjiao said seriously. Chu Gaoyi's jaw dropped. He had never heard such a high evaluation from Yingjiao before. After a moment of silence, he asked solemnly, "What if I used my mad tyrant blood skill?" "You still wouldn't be his opponent, at most 10 moves. Above a mortal ascension boundary? Peak a mortal ascension boundary. Bullshit." Chu Gaoyi spat at Yingjiao's face. Yingjiao wiped his face indifferently and said seriously, "It's true." Chu Gaoyi's expression became strange as he stared at Yingjiao, not willing to believe it. Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, it wasn't that they hadn't met before. Even first-class forces had peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. After using their Mad Tyrant Blood skill, whether it was Chu Gaoyi or Yingjiao, they had both defeated a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator. A single cultivator, no matter how strong they were, had their limits. How could they possibly defeat him within 10 moves when he used his Mad Tyrant Blood skill? Even the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Fengxing didn't have such ability. Fengxing was the most powerful peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master Chu Gaoyi had ever encountered in his life. In this world, there was no other peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator stronger than Fengxing. "Look at me now." Yingjiao straightened his body and said. "Look at you what?" Chu Gaoyi frowned, suddenly showing a look of horror. "How did your yuan qi?" He finally realized that something was not quite right. The qi binding seal was lifted. "That master helped me. How is that possible?" Chu Gaoyi was shocked beyond words. It had only been 2 days, yet the qi binding seal had been lifted in just 2 days. What kind of bizarre method was this? However, Yingjiu's yuan qi was indeed circulating freely in his meridians, showing no signs of being imprisoned. Even if Chu Gaoyi didn't dare believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. Who was it? Chu Gaoyi finally asked. Yingjiu glanced around, waved to him, and whispered in his ear. That old. Chu Gaoyi was stunned. He knew that Meng Wuyu was very strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. It was him. I'm still a little confused. Yingjiu kept shaking his head, finding it difficult to accept this fact. 2 days ago, he had also asked Meng Wuyu to give it a try, but today it had really worked. Thinking back, that old man had casually poked him a few times, and then taught him a set of breathing techniques. As he breathed in and out, the vitality binding spell collapsed in a muddle-headed manner. It was so amazing that Yingjiu thought he was dreaming. Only now did he realize that when Meng Wuyu said 2 days ago that he was quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques, he wasn't just talking nonsense. This was clearly an extremely profound skill. Old Chu, I've discovered that there are many mysterious people in this house. Yingjiu sighed. I've also noticed. Chu Gaoyi nodded. Needless to say, Meng Wuyu had broken Huangjiu Zhou's qi binding seal so easily. The new pair of sisters were also extremely strange. Obviously, they were only Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivators, but whether it was Yingjiu or Chu Gaoyi, both of them felt that if they fought, they wouldn't be inferior to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even an ordinary immortal ascension boundary 3rd or 4th stage cultivator wouldn't be their opponent. There was also the little lord's senior sister. Wearing a veil, she went in and out of the pill room all day, producing a variety of extremely high-grade pills with pill veins. Mysterious grade pills were commonplace in Yongkai Mansion. Moreover, this woman's strength had also improved tremendously. When she first arrived, she was only an immortal ascension boundary 1st stage cultivator who seemed to have just broken through, but in the blink of an eye, she had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage. Now, she had completely stabilized and was on the verge of breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Yongkai hadn't even seen her in retreat before, so how did her cultivation increase so quickly? Moreover, after taking those pills, the young lords and young ladies in the mansion also underwent astonishing changes. The men were becoming more and more handsome while the women were becoming more and more beautiful. All of them seemed to have been reborn. Although the progress of their strength wasn't as terrifying as the veiled woman's, it was still much faster than normal. The most mysterious of them all was undoubtedly the little lord. Chu Gaoyi and Yingjiu's injuries had long since healed. Not only were their injuries completely healed, but their previous hidden injuries had also disappeared. Even Xiao Shun, who had joined later, said these days that he felt refreshed and his hidden injuries had disappeared. His cultivation speed was also much faster than before. All of this was definitely the work of the earth-grade pills the little lord had given them. Yongkai didn't know what kind of profound mysteries were hidden in them. On top of that, his own methods could almost be said to be divine. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he had already made many astonishing moves, causing Chu Gaoyi and Yingjiu to admire him more and more. It was said that every generation would produce geniuses, so how could there be so many strange geniuses in this generation? On top of that, all of them were gathered around Yongkai. Old Chu, speaking of which, I seem to be breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage soon. Yingjiu's mouth curled up slightly. Humph, me too. Chu Gaoyi was not to be outdone. Did we cultivate so quickly before? Yingjiu stared straight at him. No. Chu Gaoyi frowned and asked in a low voice, what do you want to say? I just feel that it's a bit unusual for so many strange geniuses to gather around the little lord. Is it because of them or because of the little lord? Yingjiu said meaningfully. Chu Gaoyi's expression shook as a look of amazement appeared on his face. After being reminded by Yingjiu, Chu Gaoyi suddenly realized something. It didn't make sense for all these strange geniuses to gather around a single young lord, and when these young lords and young ladies first arrived, they didn't show much of a difference. Although their aptitude and cultivation were better than average, that was the extent of it. However, as time passed, it seemed that all of them had become incredibly talented. During this time, many people in the house had broken through bottlenecks one after another and ascended to higher realms. But if it was because of Yongkai, then how did he do it? Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond didn't have such a remarkable function. Thousands of kilometers away from War City, on the second floor of a Stone City restaurant, a dozen tables were filled with guests and bustling business. More than a dozen tables were filled with cultivators who had come to eat and drink. At a table near the window, a skinny middle-aged man was sitting there with an indifferent expression. On his table were large and small jugs of wine, at least a dozen of them. This middle-aged man seemed to have an amazing capacity for liquor, but even after drinking so much, his face didn't turn red or his heart didn't skip a beat. His eyes were cold and gloomy as he sat on his seat and stared down at the pedestrians on the street below. Every time he saw a cultivator with slightly better strength, his gloomy eyes couldn't help emitting a cold light, as if he was a hungry beast that had encountered fresh meat and wanted to eat it alive. His face was filled with a look of struggle, hesitation, but after a long time, he gradually calmed down and couldn't help sighing, grabbing the jug in front of him and drinking again. "I'm starving to death," the middle-aged man muttered softly. His pair of shifty eyes roamed around the guests on the second floor. His throat was constantly emitting strange sounds that were suppressed to the extreme. The expression on his face was constantly changing, as if he was enduring the restlessness in his heart. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. "The ash-gray cloud evil land is still the best, I can do whatever I want." The middle-aged man sighed again. The waiter served the aged wine one after another, and then hurriedly retreated in fear. When he approached this middle-aged man who was as skinny as a ghost, the waiter always felt that his life was hanging by a thread, as if this middle-aged man would turn into a ferocious ghost at any moment. He would swallow him whole. Just as the middle-aged man's face was filled with discomfort and depression, a conversation broke out nearby. They were talking about the artifact snatching battle a few days ago. The people chatting with each other described the scene of the artifact snatching battle as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. "You don't know yet, but the Central Capital's first young lord is no longer the Lu family's Lu Qingyao." "Someone defeated Lu Qingyao?" Everyone was shocked. "No, it's just that the Yang family's youngest young lord, with his Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage cultivation, was able to take 2 blows against him twice." Facing Lu Qingyao head-on, Yang Kai wasn't at a disadvantage. Lu Qingyao was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. There was such a huge difference in strength, but they were still able to fight on equal footing. In the future, they would be able to fight evenly. When that little lord grows to the same height as Lu Qingyao, he will surely be able to surpass him. Is it true? Of course. This news is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. That little lord is truly amazing, so young yet his cultivation is so profound, and he has gathered more than a dozen first-class forces under his command. In my opinion, in this inheritance war, he may be the one to have the last laugh. It can't be? Isn't it said that the young master doesn't have many connections? Don't you know how to play the pig to eat the tiger? First, show weakness to the enemy, and then suddenly attack. Who can resist? If I remember correctly, wasn't the youngest young lord called Young Kai? Yes. Young Lord Kai. As soon as he heard the name Young Kai, the middle-aged man who was drinking suddenly paused and turned his head, seemingly interested in this matter. The conversation at that table wasn't hidden, so naturally everyone on the second floor heard it. Suddenly, someone sneered and retorted, "What do you know?" That day, young Lord Lu clearly didn't use his full strength, that's why Young Kai was able to withstand 2 of his moves. At that time, I also saw it with my own eyes. Do you know what young Lord Lu said? Chuckling lightly, trying to keep the crowd in suspense, calmly continuing, young Lord Lu said that Young Kai isn't his opponent, so I'll wait for you to grow up so we can have a good fight again. This is the bearing and demeanor of the Central Capital's first young lord. He only gave you 2 moves, yet you think Young Kai is so great? The cultivator who spoke before suddenly became somewhat unconvinced. That's just Lu Qingyao's empty words. If they had exchanged 3 moves, it's not certain who would win. Young Kai is currently the Central Capital's first young lord. Bullshit. The quarrel between the two quickly spread. Now, all of the great Han Dynasty's cultivator was paying attention to the inheritance war, so naturally they had their own ideas about how it would play out in the future. After a short while, the entire second floor's cultivator was divided into two camps, each one of them arguing endlessly. Only the middle-aged man by the window remained, grinning wickedly, not saying a word, but the light radiating from his eyes was becoming more and more dangerous, more and more terrifying. The crowd quarreled for a long time but still couldn't come to a conclusion. The cultivator who spoke first blushed furiously, turning his head and seeing the middle-aged man, he couldn't help shouting, "Hey, you, who do you think is the Central Capital's first young lord? You want this old master to say?" The middle-aged man looked stunned and asked in surprise. "Yes, you want to say it. Seeing how silent you are, it's obvious you have your own opinion. Let us all hear it, but at your age, why would you call yourself an old master?" Ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing, wondering if this middle-aged man liked to take advantage of his seniority. The second floor suddenly quieted down as everyone's eyes stared at the middle-aged man, asking for his opinion. The middle-aged man nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If this old master really wants to say it, the Central Capital's first young lord must be that young Kai. Not only is he the Central Capital's first young lord, but he will also be the future first young lord under the heavens, ha 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 ha." Everyone was stunned, even the group of people who supported young Kai felt that this middle-aged man was a bit out of his mind, secretly shaking their heads. If young Kai was the current first young lord of the Central Capital, it would be somewhat reasonable, but to say he was the future first young lord under the heavens was simply too much of an exaggeration. The martial Tao was limitless, so far, none of the top masters at the above immortal ascension boundary dared claim to be invincible. This madman. The cultivator who supported Lu Qingyao said contemptuously, "What nonsense is he spouting? That young Kai is nothing, he's actually the future first young lord." Before he could finish his words though, he suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had caught his throat, making it impossible for him to speak. Everyone turned to look at him and couldn't help paling. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator's complexion turned incomparably black, as if he had been poisoned. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. The next moment, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly flew out from the top of this man's head, circled around a few times in the air, and shot towards the middle-aged man sitting by the window. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide and directly swallowed this burst of energy into his abdomen. Strangely, the middle-aged man's skinny body, after swallowing this burst of energy, suddenly expanded, and although he was still thin, he was no longer as terrifying as before. With a bang, the black-faced cultivator fell to the floor, his vitality completely gone. A chill rose from everyone's heart, making all the cultivator feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No one knew how he died, but after seeing the scene just now, no matter who it was clear that this was definitely the work of that terrifying middle-aged man. A terrifying, cold, dark, and murderous aura suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire restaurant. The middle-aged man lowered his head slightly, and a strange laughter came from his throat. When the laughter entered everyone's ears, all the cultivators' blood boiled, and their faces instantly flushed red, as if their blood was boiling in an instant. Keek keek. The laughter became louder and louder, more and more rampant, and incomparably strange and sinister. "This old man is hungry, and since you've come knocking, then this old man won't hold back. If the young master comes to investigate in the future, this old man will have an excuse," the middle-aged man said, and his body didn't move. Pa pa pa. Balls of light like blooming red roses exploded in the cultivator's body one after another, their internal organs spilling out, and blood splattering all over the floor. Every time someone died, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye would fly out from those dismembered corpses, and be swallowed by the middle-aged man in one gulp. The middle-aged man's thin body also began to swell, and gradually, he became somewhat handsome. The only thing that didn't change was the coldness and malice in his long and narrow eyes. In an instant, the second floor of the restaurant became a hellish existence, and more than 20 cultivators died an unnatural death. Those who survived trembled, and didn't even have the courage to resist. With a begging expression on their faces, they looked at the middle-aged man, and they were about to cry. "You're not full yet." The middle-aged man patted his stomach, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. He glanced at the dozen or so people who were still alive, and his expression was restless. Being stared at like this, all of them immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing vigorously, and begging for mercy. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and for some reason, he didn't kill them all. Instead, his body flashed, and he turned into a black fog, and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, those who were still alive looked at each other, and some of them didn't know why this cruel guy would let them go. With the personality and cruel temperament he showed, he wouldn't even frown if he killed more than a dozen people, but he didn't do so. Looking at each other, everyone was surprised to find that the group of people who were still alive seemed to be the ones who supported Xianxia just now, and those who opposed Xianxia were all dead. They couldn't help but feel lucky to have survived a disaster. Looking at the tragic and bloody scene around them, everyone couldn't help but turn pale, and they directly vomited all the food they had just eaten. These cultivators were also people who licked the blood off their blades and hung their heads on their belts, but none of them had seen such a horrible scene. Those who had died had all been turned into minced meat. Outside Stone City, a black fog suddenly appeared and the middle-aged man slowly appeared. Glancing towards War City 1,000 kilometers away, a grin appeared on his face as he muttered softly, "I haven't seen young master for so long, I wonder how he's doing. If this old master goes over like this, won't he be scared?" Startled, the middle-aged man secretly thought to himself, "I don't know if young master will blame me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed in the ash-gray cloud evil land for so long." Thinking of the young master, the middle-aged man's expression became somewhat complicated. In fact, the relationship between him and the young master was not harmonious at all. When they first met, the middle-aged man had tried to seize the latter's body as a soul, but he had never expected to be restrained by the young master's brand and be controlled by him instead. After that, the middle-aged man spent a period of time as a slave. During that time, the middle-aged man was docile and loyal on the surface, but in reality, he was constantly trying to escape from the young master's slavery and regain his freedom. But as time passed, the middle-aged man gradually discovered the huge potential hidden in the young master. Although he had not recovered much of his memory, he was still able to see. The young master was different from an ordinary cultivator. He was shrouded in a variety of mysterious auras. Even though the two of them spent day and night together, the middle-aged man was unable to see through these mysteries and instead became more and more confused, allowing him to gradually restrain his thoughts and secretly look forward to the young master's growth. Then, after finding this demon body under the coiling dragon stream, the young master was relieved to let his soul enter it. To be honest, at that time, the middle-aged man was a little worried that the young master would suspect him. If he did not allow him to enter this demon body, the middle-aged man might really hold a grudge against him and try to get rid of his control. Fortunately, the young master allowed it. This made the middle-aged man very grateful at that time. Thinking about it carefully, the young master seemed to have treated him well, so for this demon body, the middle-aged man felt the need to help him. After all, his soul still had the young master's brand, so if he provoked the young master, only death awaited him. The middle-aged man made up his mind. The middle-aged man's expression became firm and he no longer hesitated. However, going there alone seemed to be a bit inappropriate. If the young master asked, would he tell him that he had forgotten the agreement engraved on the stone wall while he was in the ash-gray cloud evil land? Frowning for a moment, the middle-aged man quickly spread out his vast spiritual energy. His original intention was to see if there was any excuse nearby that he could use. However, after spreading out his divine sense, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated and seemed to have come from a certain place in the distance. A familiar divine soul fluctuation came to him. The middle-aged man's expression couldn't help becoming surprised as he glanced over, suddenly remembering something. He chuckled softly and his figure flashed. He was wrapped in a black light and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. 100 miles away, a group of people were fleeing in panic. The number of people wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 30 of them, but the leader was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator. The rest of them weren't Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Most of them were Yuan Qi cultivators. All around them, quite a few figures were flying at high speed, surrounding this group of people. However, they did not immediately kill them. They just followed them closely. As for the martial artists that were following them, they did not seem to be from the same group. There were several batches. These groups of people were also wary of each other. These people are really annoying. They've been following us for more than 10 days and we still can't shake them off. In the crowd, a pretty girl complained as she ran. This is troublesome. A man next to her smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach War City like this. Brother, what should we do? The girl asked anxiously. Let's take one step at a time. The man obviously didn't have any good ideas and could only follow behind his sect elder. While the two were talking, another woman with a cold expression leaned forward. This woman had a slender figure and a graceful waist. Just by looking at her appearance, she was a rare beauty. However, what made people feel strange was that this woman's pair of jade hands were wrapped in a white ribbon. It was impossible to see what her hands looked like. Not only her, but in this group of people, many of them had their hands wrapped in white bands, as if they were hiding some unspeakable secret. Brother Tao, if we really can't do this, let's separate. The woman's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. After being chased for so many days, she was truly angry. Those people's goal is our Ghost King Valley. If we separate, they won't bother your treasure instrument sect. Tao Yang heard this and shook his head. Junior sister Leng, your thinking is too simple. Do you really think these people are only targeting your Ghost King Valley? Although that's not entirely the case, we also have a certain responsibility. Leng Shan's expression darkened. She wasn't a fool. Naturally she knew that the main reason this group of people had chased them and threatened them from time to time, but didn't directly attack was because they didn't want to offend Treasure Instrument Sect. Ghost King Valley was just a legitimate excuse for them to come here. This time, she was afraid they had made a mistake. A few months ago, news of the Inheritance War had spread to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, so the people from Ghost King Valley had naturally heard about it. Like Chen Shueshu and the others, when Leng Shan heard Yang Kai's name, she also had some doubts, wondering if this Yang family's youngest young lord was the same one she knew. Later, after many inquiries, she confirmed it. Leng Shan's status in Ghost King Valley wasn't low, so she immediately asked Ghostly to allow her to lead the sect's people to participate in the Inheritance War. Ghostly refused. After all, Ghost King Valley was a sect of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. If a disciple rashly left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they would certainly not have a good end. How could he dare participate in the central capital Yang family's inheritance war? Not only did he refuse, but he also locked Leng Shan up and ordered her not to come out until she broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Later, her brother Chen Yi and Qingying secretly released her. The three of them gathered a group of brothers who had received Yang Kai's kindness in the Evil Cavern and secretly left Ghost King Valley to rush to the central capital. All of this was to repay Yang Kai for saving their lives again and again. That time in the Evil Cavern, if not for Yang Kai, these Ghost King Valley disciples would have died 1,000 times over. However, the mark of a Ghost King Valley disciple was too obvious. That pair of pale, bloodless ghost hands, once seen, would be immediately recognized as an evil sect disciple. If an evil sect disciple was wandering outside, then they would be killed. Therefore, the Ghost King Valley disciples wrapped their hands in white cloth. Although it looked strange, it could at least conceal their identity. In addition to Leng Shan, who had left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land once, the others had never gone out before, so after leaving the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they were like headless flies. Finally, after thinking about it, Chen Yi decided to first go to Treasure Instrument Sect to find Tao Yang and use Treasure Instrument Sect as a cover to travel to the central capital. In his opinion, Tao Yang and the others from Treasure Instrument Sect would definitely help Yang Kai. Tao Yang had long since received Yang Kai's messenger, but had been unable to convince the elders in the sect. Relying only on the few brothers who knew Yang Kai, they wouldn't be able to offer much help. When the Ghost King Valley disciples arrived at Treasure Instrument Sect, Tao Yang was in a terrible state, but when he saw Leng Shan, Chen Yi, and the others, he was overjoyed and quickly arranged for them to quietly stay in Treasure Instrument Sect. For the next period of time, Leng Shan and the others and Tao Yang spent every day coaxing and persuading the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect. Their efforts paid off and they were finally able to convince the sect elders. Quickly setting out. Just as they stepped out of Treasure Instrument Sect, they were targeted by several groups of people. Outside of Treasure Instrument Sect, every day was bustling with activity, just like the situation in Medicine King's Valley. The number of cultivators who came to request artifact refining was innumerable, but these few groups of people were somewhat unusual. They only followed Treasure Instrument Sect but didn't come up to speak, causing many people to be very suspicious. After being tracked for a day, an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Treasure Instrument Sect couldn't help but ask. He soon learned that these groups of people were actually sent by the Yang family young lords to persuade them to join. The group from Medicine King's Valley had already been recruited by Yang Kai, so these artifact refining masters from Treasure Instrument Sect were naturally in high demand. Whether it was Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, Yang Ying, or even Yang Wei, all of them had sent their own people. But how could Tao Yang and the others accept their offers? After refusing, this group of people didn't become anxious and instead continued to follow them while remaining vigilant, making it clear that even if they couldn't win them over, others wouldn't either. After following them for a few days, these people finally found an opportunity. A disciple from Ghost King Valley accidentally exposed his identity, immediately causing these groups of people to become restless. Senior Wu, as long as you hand over those people from Ghost King Valley, we won't embarrass your noble sect. After all, your noble sect's artifact refining techniques are unrivaled in this world. Who knows, in the future, we'll have to trouble you. Among the group of people on the left, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master said with a smile. This sentence was immediately echoed by the others, all of them nodding in agreement, all of them expressing their stance, implying that as long as Treasure Instrument Sect handed over the Ghost King Valley disciples, they wouldn't spread the news of their collusion with evil sect. Wu Yan, who was leading the charge, simply snorted and didn't respond. How could he not see the intentions of this group of people? It was precisely because he saw through their intentions that he was extremely disdainful. Tao Yang! Get over here! Wu Yan had nowhere to vent his anger, so he shouted towards the back of the group. Tao Yang's neck shrank as he immediately rushed forward and respectfully asked, "Martial uncle, what instructions do you have for me?" Wu Yan sneered meaningfully, "You little brat, you've grown up and your courage has grown. Daring to accept those people from Ghost King Valley, what do you want your martial uncle to say about you?" Wu Yan had only learned of their true identities a few days ago after that Ghost King Valley disciple exposed himself. If he had known earlier, how could the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect have allowed Ling Shan and the others to live in the sect? Tao Yang didn't seem to care and just grinned meaningfully, "Martial uncle, when junior sister Zhao Rong and I went to the evil cavern last time, it was all thanks to them that we were able to take care of us. If not for them, I'm afraid we would have already died." Wu Yan glared at him, "Wasn't the one who took care of you Yang Kai? How did you suddenly become a member of Ghost King Valley? Which one of your words is true?" I took care of them, I took care of them," Tao Yang said with an indifferent expression. "Besides, martial uncle, our Treasure Instrument Sect is the same as Medicine King's Valley, we open our doors to do business, we have friends everywhere. What evil sect or orthodox sect, why would we care? Humph. In any case, since you've caused this trouble, you better solve it for this old master, otherwise, when we go back this time, I'll expel you from the sect." "Martial uncle, don't be like that, I'm still trying to think of a way." Tao Yang suddenly looked depressed. "You'd better think of a way." Although he said so, in fact, Tao Yang didn't have much confidence. This group of Ghost King Valley disciples were all young, and none of them had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. On the other hand, although Treasure Instrument Sect had several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and carried a wide array of artifacts, if they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be the opponents of this group. If he could secretly send someone out to inform Yang Kai, Tao Yang believed that as long as Yang Kai learned about the situation here, he would definitely bring a large number of people to greet them. As long as he was in charge, entering War City would be easy. However, right now, there was no chance for him to send out a message. "Brother Tao, I'm sorry you were scolded by Senior Wu," Ling Shan said guiltily. She, Chen Yi, and the others really had no other choice but to seek out Tao Yang. After all, when they first left the evil cavern, Tao Yang and the others had stayed in Ghost King Valley for some time, so they were quite familiar with each other. "It doesn't matter, Martial Uncle was just saying that. He's not willing to expel me from the sect." Tao Yang smiled and waved his hand. Treasure Instrument sect had very few members, only 100 in total. Each generation of disciples had undergone an extremely strict selection process, even stricter than Medicine King's Valleys. However, every disciple of Treasure Instrument sect had unparalleled talent and achievements in the artifact refining Tao, and among this generation, Tao Yang was one of the top masters. Treasure Instrument sect's future depended on him, so how could Wu Yan be willing to expel him from the sect? Saying so, Tao Yang's expression became gloomy. 5 groups of people escorting the sect leader appeared to be quite impressive, but in reality, they were quite frustrating. If they fought, they couldn't beat them, and if they spoke, they certainly wouldn't listen to them. Moreover, as time went by, as they got closer and closer to War City, these 5 groups of people gradually lost their patience, and when they exchanged looks, it was as if a storm was brewing. After all, Treasure Instrument sect's status was not as stable as Medicine King's Valleys, so no one dared to offend them. However, although Treasure Instrument sect had a good reputation, some people still didn't put it in their eyes. Over the years, it was unknown how many great forces had secretly tried to annex Treasure Instrument sect. Plots and machinations, open spears and hidden arrows, one after another. Fortunately, Treasure Instrument sect had accumulated a lot of connections, so every time a disaster occurred, they were able to resolve it. However, this situation couldn't continue for a long time. They needed the protection of a transcendent force's name. It was for this reason the elders of Treasure Instrument sect had agreed to Tao Yang's request to participate in the inheritance war. As long as they negotiated terms with Yang Kai, helping him wasn't impossible. The group flew forward for another half an hour. War City sect. At this distance, the 5 groups sent out by the Yang family young lords were already showing signs of impatience, exchanging glances with each other. Yang was sect Yang sect. S's sect. The sect sects, there's sects good sects as elders. Sect I. Hearing this, Wu Yan's face turned cold and he shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" The man chuckled and said, "Good and evil cannot coexist. We only want to punish evil and eliminate evil. Mr. Wu, it's best to let your sect's disciples know their place. Otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen if you accidentally enter them." Wu Yan sneered, "I'm afraid that the youngsters behind me are all from the evil sects, right? Regardless of whether they attack or not, you will still capture them." "How could this be?" The man slowly shook his head. "At the very least, I know who your esteemed sect's eldest disciple is, Tao Yang. As for whether or not the others are disciples of the evil sects, we'll know once we capture them and interrogate them." At this point, no matter who it was, everyone understood that these people were using the name of Suppressing Ghost King Valley to deal with Treasure Instrument sect. They wouldn't kill anyone, they would only capture Treasure Instrument sect's young lords and make them serve the Yang family's young lords. Not to mention, if a fight really broke out, would Tao Yang and the others not make a move? Once he made a move, it would give the other party a legitimate excuse to arrest him. The twists and turns of this plan were already laid out in the open. Wu Yan's expression sank as he whispered, "It looks like Treasure Instrument sect won't be able to avoid this disaster this time. When the fight breaks out, run if you can, don't resist, they won't kill you. Tao Yang, quickly go to War City and find Yang Kai and ask him to deal with this matter. Disciple will remember." Tao Yang quickly responded. "Tell him that if my Treasure Instrument sect suffers a single casualty, don't expect this old master to refine artifacts for him in the future." Wu Yan reiterated again. "It looks like Mr. Wu has already considered this?" The man urged again, lightly snorting, "Since that's the case, then we'll have to offend you." As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 groups of people set out almost at the same time, all of them aiming at the Treasure Instrument sect disciples in the crowd. Treasure Instrument sect had dispatched more than 20 people this time, so after dividing them up, it wasn't a small number. At the very least, when they returned to War City, they would be able to answer to the Yang family young lords. The people from Treasure Instrument sect and Ghost King Valley also stopped in their tracks, but just as they were about to scatter according to Wu Yan's instructions, a figure suddenly appeared above their heads. This person's appearance was quite strange. No one could see how he had appeared, as if he had been hiding himself and was floating above everyone's heads. When this figure appeared, an extremely terrifying divine sense power suddenly enveloped the entire area. The 5 groups of people who had been attacking suddenly stopped, each of them showing a frightened expression as they hurriedly pushed their yuan qi to resist this terrifying pressure, all pairs of eyes trembling violently as they stared at this person in disbelief. On the other hand, the people from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley wore puzzled expressions. Especially Ling Shan, when this person appeared, she seemed to have sensed some fluctuations in her mind, but when she tried to investigate more carefully, those fluctuations disappeared. Staring straight at the middle-aged man floating in the air, Ling Shan's brow furrowed slightly. The other party also glanced over at her casually, actually showing a friendly smile before immediately turning his eyes away. His eyes becoming cold, a cruel, bloodthirsty, and gloomy aura spread out as the middle-aged man grinned wickedly, bullying the weak with numbers. Interesting. His attitude was thought-provoking, neither friendly nor hostile, as if he was just a passing master who had come to watch the fun. No one dared to answer. Under the cover of this terrifying and gloomy spiritual energy, even the slightest movement or change in demeanor could lead to bad consequences. The situation suddenly came to a stalemate. The faces of the 5 groups of people were extremely ugly, as if they were walking on thin ice, not daring to move. Pairs of eyes stared at the middle-aged man with fear, and beads of sweat gradually flowed down their foreheads. "Are you all mutes?" The middle-aged man's expression became cold as he coldly shouted. It was like a clap of thunder, resounding in everyone's ears, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point of buzzing. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, and when they looked forward again, their expressions became more and more frightened. If they didn't speak to break this deadlock, they were afraid this situation would become impossible to end. After realizing this, the most powerful experts in the 5 groups of people glanced at each other. The person on the left braced himself, and with a respectful expression, he cupped his hands and asked, "Dare I ask for your esteemed name?" "We are from Thunder Province's Dingguang sect." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man, his brow wrinkling as he said with some displeasure, "Dingguang sect? Never heard of it." Dingguang sect was also a first-class force, but now it was being evaluated as a third-rate force, but the middle-aged man didn't dare show the slightest anger and simply smiled. "We are temporarily serving the Central Capital's Yang family's second young master." In his opinion, this middle-aged man's strength was unfathomable and his magic qi reached the heavens, so he was definitely a character with eyes at the top of his head. Since Dingguang sect didn't enter his eyes, the Central Capital's Yang family couldn't be the same, right? Bringing up the second young master's name might make this middle-aged man retreat. Second young master? Sure enough, when the middle-aged man heard these 3 words, he couldn't help showing a look of interest. "What is the Yang family's second young master called?" "Yang Zhao." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, his expression relaxing, thinking that his words just now had some effect. "What about you?" The middle-aged man turned to look at the other groups of people. None of them dared to neglect and scrambled to report the sect they belonged to and the name of the young master they served. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, who had a smile on his face, after hearing these people report their names, his expression gradually became unpleasant, like the eve of a storm. "Shit." Seeing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts, their palms and feet becoming wet with sweat. "None of you seem to be working for Yang Kai?" The middle-aged man's mouth curled into a sneer, his expression as cold as a blade. "Senior, we're going to help Yang Kai." Tao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, he had also noticed this subtle message. The middle-aged man looked down and couldn't help smiling. Good, you have good eyesight, little brat. Good, if you follow Yang Kai well, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Many thanks for senior's praise." Tao Yang smiled happily. Wu Yan's face was cold as he glared at him fiercely. Tao Yang's performance just now was clearly that of a coward who only knew how to curry favor with others. This was simply a loss of face for Treasure Instrument Sect. "Good, since you're going to seek refuge with Yang Kai, this old master can't just sit back and watch." The middle-aged man nodded gently and waved his hand. "Your safety, this old master will be responsible for it." Hearing this, whether it was Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them showed joy. None of them had expected that such a powerful master would appear at this critical juncture to protect them, all of them feeling extremely grateful. On the contrary, the 5 groups of people all wore gloomy expressions and didn't dare to act rashly. After experiencing the power of this man's spiritual energy, they naturally knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The man who spoke before cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. "Since your excellency has come forward, we won't disturb you any longer, farewell." Saying so, he waved his hand and retreated vigilantly. The 5 groups had only taken a few steps back when a burst of strange laughter rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. "Did this old master allow you to leave?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light, his voice low, a gloomy aura spreading from his body, causing everyone present to shiver. Everyone's expression changed, suddenly becoming extremely ugly, none of them daring to act rashly. "What other advice does this sir have?" The man who had just spoken frowned and asked, secretly circulating his strength. Originally, this old master was in a good mood today and was too lazy to kill. The middle-aged man smiled calmly, his expression relaxed. "But you people have eyes but fail to see, short-sighted rats, taking refuge with someone you shouldn't have, so this old master can't just ignore it." Hearing the meaning of his words, the faces of the 5 groups became even uglier, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master coldly snorting, "Our actions do not need to be judged by your excellency. Although your excellency is strong, there are so many of us here, do you really want to kill us all?" As they spoke, the 5 groups gradually gathered together, all of them staring towards the middle-aged man with dignified expressions, clearly indicating that they would live or die together. In the face of such a master, they had no choice but to act, hoping that the other party would quit while they were ahead and retreat. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man not only didn't feel this situation was troublesome, his expression instead becoming more and more excited, nodding repeatedly, "Good, good, with so many people, I can finally kill them all." As he spoke, his expression became fierce as he spread out his hands. Slowly lifting them, he grinned, "Blood sea seals the heavens." Behind him, a crimson light suddenly flashed, and the crimson light shot out like an arrow towards the place where the 5 groups of people were gathered. No one was able to react, caught off guard and enveloped by this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, it was a world of scarlet. Not only had the sky become a dazzling red, the ground under his feet seemed to be made of fresh blood as well. Blood bubbles the size of wash basins kept popping out and bursting. The explosion caused everyone's body to be covered in blood, making them look terrifying. The sound of rustling filled the air. It was like an azure purgatory. "What is this?" The 5 groups of people immediately panicked. They had never seen such a strange and sinister martial skill before. With one move, even the surrounding environment changed. In the midst of the chaos, they all activated their Yuan Qi, activated their body movement skills, and equipped themselves with secret treasures in an attempt to escape the shackles of this blood-red world. Who would have thought that the blood on the ground seemed to have a huge suction force that firmly sucked them to the ground, making them unable to move at all? The ground he was standing on, it was as if it had turned into a swamp. The more they moved, the faster they sank. "GGGG." The middle-aged man laughed strangely again, his face full of joy as he enjoyed the ugly and helpless expressions of the people struggling in the sea of blood. His long and narrow eyes even bloomed with a strange light. He seemed to be extremely excited. The people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect were also shocked, all of them staring towards the blood sea, their eyes trembling violently. Everyone knew that this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared was very powerful, but no one knew that he was this powerful. With just one move, 5 groups of people had fallen into a desperate situation. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength at all and had only casually attacked. Ghost King Valley itself was an evil sect, and the martial skills and secret arts they cultivated were also gloomy and sinister, but when Lin Shan and the others compared their sect's martial skills to the scene in front of them, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Looking at the blood-red sea, the Ghost King Valley disciples all felt a chill run down their spines and their souls tremble. The artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect all paled, only Wu Yan suppressed the throbbing in his heart and glanced over at the middle-aged man. he suddenly discovered that this middle-aged man didn't seem to be a good person either. After 10 breaths of time, the cultivator trapped in the blood sea began to change. These people, no matter how strong they were, no matter how high their cultivation was, all of them became ferocious, their eyes bloodshot and filled with panic. The look of panic disappeared from their faces, replaced by infinite madness and murderous intent. It was as if the cruelty and evilness hidden in the sea of blood had affected their hearts. Kill! Someone roared, using their martial skills and artifacts to cover their companions, directly turning them into headless corpses. Kill, kill, kill. The 5 groups of people seemed to have been possessed by the devil. They didn't recognize anyone, and they kept shouting and fighting desperately with the people around them. Corpses fell one after another, the blood that flowed out making the blood sea even redder. The smell of blood filled the air. The middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying a great show, his brow overflowing with joy and happiness. Broken limbs flew everywhere, mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The several female disciples from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley couldn't help pulling out their handkerchiefs and rushing to the side to retch, vomiting all the bitter water in their mouths. They had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene, it had long exceeded their psychological threshold. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced over at them, chuckled, and no longer paid them any attention. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the 5 groups of people who had been shrouded in the blood sea had almost all died, leaving only the immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had just spoken. In the end, he was the strongest of them all. Although he was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage cultivator, compared to the others, whether it was his personal cultivation or martial skills, he was far superior. But even if he had survived, at this moment, he was no longer the same person he had been before. This man's eyes were extremely red, like a beast that had been trapped in a cage for thousands of years without freedom, his nostrils exuding a fiery aura, his face filled with infinite murderous intent, staring left and right as he stood above the blood sea. His consciousness had been annihilated, and now he was nothing more than a walking corpse obeying his killing instincts. Good. Since you've survived, this old master will spare your life. The middle-aged man laughed, waving his hands and sending out a series of mysterious seals towards the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body. As these seals were sent out, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body seemed to transform into a vortex, madly swallowing the blood around him. This bizarre scene caused the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect to be shocked again. With the infusion of blood, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body and face gradually began to change. His body began to swell up and his face became distorted. Even on his forehead, there was a large bump. After a long time, all the blood had been poured into his body, and at this moment, it was basically impossible to see his original appearance. This immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body was blood red, like a hot iron, his face blurred, only his eyes exuding a terrifying light. Wu Yan was shocked by this middle-aged man's bizarre methods, but after a brief examination, he discovered that this immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage cultivator was now exuding a shocking amount of yuan qi, and his aura had also become violent, manic, and cruel. Roar. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master roared towards the sky, a beastly roar coming from his mouth, causing the clouds in the sky to change color as a huge mass of clouds gathered above his head and a red light shot out from the large bump on his forehead, piercing through the heavens. Not bad, this old master didn't raise you with his blood in vain. The middle-aged man snorted, and with a wave of his hand, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master actually transformed into a blood-red light and flew into his palm, disappearing from sight. Everyone was dumbfounded. The methods this middle-aged man had used one after another were completely unheard of, as if they didn't belong to this world. After witnessing this man's cruelty and ruthlessness, the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect couldn't help feeling like they had just escaped from a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's den. This man had killed those 5 groups of people as easily as crushing a group of ants, so why would he even need to blink an eye to kill them? Unexpectedly, after the middle-aged man withdrew his blood-red light, his previous ferocious expression disappeared and he landed on the ground, smiling towards the crowd and saying, "Good, clean up the trash, let's go." No one dared to move, all of them staring at this middle-aged man with fear and horror. The middle-aged man also noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right and smiled. Are you afraid I'll kill you? Wu Yan couldn't help lightly coughing, an awkward expression appearing on his face as he hurriedly said, "We wouldn't dare, Your Excellency has saved our lives, we wouldn't dare speculate." "Don't worry, since you're going to help Yang Kai, I won't do anything to you. I'm also going to find Yang Kai, heh." The middle-aged man's expression was gentle, causing many people to relax. Suddenly changing the topic, the middle-aged man let out a strange laugh, "But if you go to help the other Yang family young lords, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." The relaxed atmosphere once again became tense. Wu Yan quickly said, No, we're going to seek refuge with young Lord Kai." In his heart, however, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of people this Yang family's youngest young lord had met. Could this man in front of him be the legendary demon lord? Among the crowd, Lingshan hesitated for a long time before bravely stepping forward, staring at the middle-aged man and whispering, "Many thanks for Senior's help just now. May I ask Senior's name?" Wu Yan's ears twitched and he quickly held his breath to listen. "This old master is called D.N. This old master's surname is D. So, it's Senior D." Lingshan didn't dare to ask further, simply asking suspiciously, "Senior D, have we met somewhere before?" Chen Yi, Qing Ying, and the others couldn't help feeling shocked, quickly glancing towards Lingshan. This middle-aged man didn't look like a good person at first glance. His methods were extremely cruel, thousands of times crueler than those of Ghost King Valley. What was wrong with his junior sister, actually wanting to get close to him? It was too late to avoid him. However, the middle-aged man who claimed to be surnamed D actually smiled and nodded, "We've met before." Lingshan became even more confused, her brow furrowing as a puzzled look appeared on her pretty face. "Then why don't I have any impression of you at all, only faintly feeling that Senior is familiar?" Lingshan was also a rising star of Ghost King Valley, and although her memory wasn't perfect, she was still able to remember where she had seen and what kind of people. In particular, this strange Senior D was so powerful. If she had really met him before, how could Lingshan forget? However, Lingshan couldn't remember. Moreover, this kind of familiarity wasn't just a sense of familiarity, it was just a feeling. If she really thought about it, the feeling this Senior D gave her was somewhat similar to that of ZMO from Tianlang Dynasty. She and ZMO felt an inexplicable sense of closeness because Yang Kai had left his brand on her soul, so why did this Senior D give her the same feeling? Since he was so powerful, how could Yang Kai have left his brand on her soul? Lingshan secretly shook her head, thinking that her guess was a bit ridiculous. The Senior D actually grinned meaningfully and replied, "This old master has seen you before, but you haven't seen this old master before." Lingshan was even more confused and didn't ask any more questions. "Good, let's walk and talk. This place is only 800 kilometers away from War City, we should be able to reach it before dark." The Senior D waved his hand and led the way. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all glanced at each other hesitantly. Wu Yan was even more hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Let's follow." This man was too powerful, and regardless of what reason he had for helping them, if he really wanted to kill them, with the means he had just displayed, he could have killed everyone here in an instant. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided. At this time, it was best to follow this man's wishes. The truth of the matter would naturally become clear once they reached War City. The group of more than 30 people, all of them trembling in fear as they followed. After walking for some distance, the middle-aged man suddenly turned around. Waving to Lingshan, he called out, "Little girl, come here." Lingshan nodded and stepped forward, but Chen Yi hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." Lingshan didn't show any signs of worry and calmly walked forward, walking side by side with the middle-aged man, respectfully asking, "What is Senior's order?" Heh. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at her. He urged, "Relax." Lingshan still didn't know what he was going to do. Suddenly, he saw the middle-aged man open his hand and grab him. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but before Yuan Qi could gather, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand. A series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, causing Lingshan's expression to change when she looked over. She discovered the Ghost King seal in her body. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man managed to pull it out. The illusory soul struggled and wriggled in the middle-aged man's hand, howling incessantly. But he couldn't break free. Ghost King Valley had a martial skill that everyone could practice, and that was the Ghost King seal. They were spirits that were born in the land of ghosts. They were subdued and refined by a Ghost King Valley disciple using a special method and were constantly fed with their own essence, chi, and soul, growing alongside their master. When facing the enemy, they would be able to launch a surprise attack. It could be said that when a Ghost King Valley disciple's cultivation reached a profound level, when fighting, it was always 2 against 1. However, Xianxia's group of young disciples was different. For the time being, they hadn't cultivated the Ghost King seal to that level and couldn't display its full power. No one had ever been able to forcibly pull the Ghost King seal out of a Ghost King Valley disciple's body, but this master surnamed D had done so. Xian didn't even notice. Just as she was about to ask, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist which hit the Ghost King seal. The howling and struggling Ghost King seal seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and instantly calmed down. Not only did it no longer have any of its previous agitation, but it also seemed to be enjoying itself, its twisted facial features showing a look of extreme satisfaction and joy. Xian couldn't help being startled and quickly swallowed the words she was about to say. "Here you go." The middle-aged man smiled and released the Ghost King seal back into Xian's body. "Junior sister." Chinny imprinted the scene just now into his eyes and was suddenly filled with righteous indignation, rushing over to protect Xian and glaring at the middle-aged man. "Your courage isn't small." The middle-aged man sneered. Xian quickly said, "I'm fine, brother, you've misunderstood, this senior just helped me a great deal." As she spoke, her expression became one of joy and excitement. "What do you mean?" Chinny asked curiously. "My Ghost King seal fell into a deep sleep," Xian explained. "What?" Chinyi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Ghost King seal's spirit body grew as its owner grew, just like a snake shedding its skin. Every time it fell into a deep sleep, its strength would greatly increase when it awoke. Strictly speaking, the Ghost King seal in Xian's body had already evolved 3 times. The next time it would evolve was when she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary. At that time, the Ghost King seal's strength would not be inferior to an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master. But now, this evolution, which should have taken at least 1 or 2 years, had been abruptly brought forward. Xian even felt that after this evolution, the Ghost King seal's spirit body would undergo earth-shattering changes. This was no ordinary hibernation evolution. And all of this was because of the black mist the master surnamed D had spat out. "Many thanks, senior." Xian was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. "No need, just consider it your reward for helping young Kai. Treat your spirit body well, when it wakes up, it will develop sentience and become your most loyal partner," Master D said earnestly. "Develop sentience." The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples all opened their mouths in disbelief. The Ghost King seal's spirit body developing sentience wasn't just empty talk. In the records of Ghost King Valley, such a thing had indeed happened, but it was a senior who had cultivated to the above immortal ascension boundary several hundred years ago. The current Valley Master of Ghost King Valley, Gui Li's spirit body, had not yet developed sentience. Only now did everyone realize how precious this gift was. Xian's face flushed with excitement as she bit her thin lip, not knowing what to say. After a long silence, she asked softly, "Senior D, what is your relationship with young Kai?" "He is my young master." The middle-aged man coughed lightly, almost spilling the beans. "So, you're from the Yang family?" Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. "Well, that's hard to say." The middle-aged man replied ambiguously. Senior." Chenny walked up, nodding his head and scratching his cheeks as he said, "You see, like junior sister, we all went to help young Kai, this." The middle-aged man glanced over at him and snorted, "Do you think helping your spirit body evolve is as simple as blowing a breath of air? That will cost this old master a great deal of cultivation." Qingyi's face went black as he felt extremely embarrassed, but he was also reluctant to give up. If he cultivated on his own, even if he died, it would be impossible for his spirit body to evolve sentience and become a legendary existence. with such a great opportunity in front of him, if he didn't grasp it, he might regret it for the rest of his life. But since this old man had said so, Xianxia really didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject and said, "But today this old master is in a good mood, so I'll help you little brats." Seeing this turn of events, Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't help expressing his gratitude, constantly beckoning to those behind him, "Come here, everyone come here." The remaining few Ghost King Valley disciples all rushed up with smiles on their faces, constantly calling out "Senior, Senior, 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 Senior." The middle-aged man didn't hesitate, pulling the Ghost King's seals out of their bodies one by one, blowing on them and putting them back. After a short time, the process was complete. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples glanced at each other and saw the excitement and expectation in each other's eyes. Just now, when they heard this middle-aged man speak, they didn't feel anything special. But now that the Ghost King Seal's spirit body had returned, everyone was aware that this time's evolution was bound to lead to a qualitative leap forward, so they were all looking forward to the future. This time, they had really made a big profit. They hadn't even arrived in War City and hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face, but halfway through, they had encountered a master who had a relationship with Yang Kai and had received such a big gift. If they really arrived in War City, they would be able to interact with the senior all the time and receive guidance from him. The opportunities of the Ghost King Valley disciples made the people from Treasure Instrument Sect extremely envious. Tao Yang eagerly rushed up, grinning mischievously, Senior, we are also going to help Kai Yang, did you, heh. What do you want?" The middle-aged man didn't get angry and just looked at him with a smile. Tao Yang's expression became serious as he asked, "Does Senior have a way to improve the purity of my Yuan Qi? It would be best if I could improve it by 1 or 2 levels." An artifact refiner's artifact refining and an alchemist's alchemy were both based on the same principle. Both had high requirements for the purity and condensation of one's Yuan Qi. Tao Yang wasn't a Ghost King Valley disciple, but rather an artifact refiner, so naturally he could only ask for an improvement in this aspect. Hearing his request, the middle-aged man sneered, "This old master can't help you with this kind of thing, everything depends on your own efforts." "Is that so?" Tao Yang couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "But I just heard those people call you from Treasure Instrument Sect, right? Then this old master can give you a few pointers on the artifact refining path, heh, I just don't know if you'll be enlightened or not." Wu Yan couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Although this middle-aged man was powerful and had a strange personality, when it came to artifact refining, no one in this world could compare to Treasure Instrument Sect, even an above-immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Of course, Wu Yan didn't take him seriously and thought he was just showing off. "Senior also understands artifact refining?" Tao Yang's eyes lit up. The old man surnamed D nodded gently, "I understand a little, but I'm not proficient in it. However, it's still enough to give you pointers." This time even Tao Yang's expression became strange, not knowing what to say next. Someone actually dared to show off their artifact refining skills in front of Treasure Instrument Sect. This was the biggest joke in the world. The other party's methods were cruel and ruthless, so if he were to lose face, he would likely become enraged and start a massacre. With no other choice, Tao Yang could only grit his teeth and humbly ask for advice in order to satisfy this old man's request. Tao Yang didn't have much hope and was only afraid of angering this master, so he pretended to be humble and asked for advice. However, after talking with this master for a while, Tao Yang couldn't help his expression becoming dignified. He found that this middle-aged man really wasn't a specialist in artifact refining, and it was very likely that he rarely refined artifacts himself. However, some of the techniques and artifact refining he had mastered far exceeded Tao Yang's own understanding and experience. Many of these things were completely unheard of, far beyond the current level of artifact refining. This time, not only was Tao Yang shocked, even Wu Yan, who had been somewhat disdainful before, finally put on a serious expression and listened attentively. After half an hour, Wu Yan finally couldn't hold back and joined in, putting forward his own views on the problems of artifact refining. The master surnamed D's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained. Inside War City, Yang Kai's mansion, inside the little senior sister's room, Yang Kai took a deep breath and the bone shield in his hand finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. Refining a mysterious great artifact took Yang Kai a full 5 days, and this was only possible under the continuous supply of true Yang Yuan Qi. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to refine a mysterious great artifact. As the bone shield entered his body, Yang Kai instantly understood its structure and functions, frowning for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. Worthy of a mysterious great artifact, the role it could play was not small. If used well, it could be a deadly weapon. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to refine this bone shield first, rather than the mirror or the small sword. Yang Kai naturally had his own considerations. The grade of the mirror was higher than the bone shield, so refining it would definitely take much longer. On the other hand, the small sword was a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai felt that although his divine sense was powerful, he didn't have a knowledge C, so refining it would definitely be difficult. The bone shield naturally became his first choice. After the bone shield entered his body, he began to understand the mysterious principles and spirit arrays engraved on it. This also allowed Yang Kai to comprehend something, and unconsciously, his Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivation surged forward. Yang Kai estimated. If he could refine the mirror into his body, he would definitely be able to advance to Yuan Qi stage 9. After increasing his strength, he wanted to break through the current bottleneck. It was not as simple as the accumulation of power. What was more important was the improvement of one's temperament and understanding of martial arts. Once the latter two met the requirements, the accumulation of power would become very easy. While he was investigating the mysteries of the bone shield, Yang Kai suddenly felt a fluctuation in his mind. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly raised his head and looked out of the door. His face was overflowing with joy. "Old bastard, you finally showed up." Yang Kai grinned, slowly got up, opened the door, and walked out. "Little lord." Ingjiu appeared like a ghost. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Using his divine sense to scan Yang Kai's body, he found that Yang Kai had already recovered, so he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He didn't say anything else and just said, "Cultivate on your own. I don't need you for now." "Yes." Ingjiu's figure gradually faded into the air. In fact, he was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not be surprised by his current situation. It was as if he had already expected that Meng Wuya would be able to lift the Qi binding seal. The door to the next room suddenly opened and Meng Wuya walked out with a dignified expression, staring off into the distance. "There's Demon Qi." When Treasurer Meng spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, "and I feel a little familiar." "You've seen it before." Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya's brow furrowed. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Is it that demon lord?" "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded. Originally, under the coiling dragon stream, Meng Wuya had pulled the old demon out of Yang Kai's body. At that time, the two of them had been quarreling. Although Meng Wuya hadn't done anything to the old demon and had an overwhelming advantage, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that Meng Wuya was somewhat afraid of the old demon. "Since it's him, this old master won't meddle. When he comes, tell him to come see me," Meng Wuya said lightly. Yang Kai was stunned but still nodded gently. "Little Yang Kai, don't blame this old master for speaking out of turn, but you'd better be careful of that demon lord, he's not as simple as you think." "I know. In addition, tell him to restrain himself, there are 8 masters monitoring War City." His arrival must have alerted those 8 masters. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters of the central capital's 8 great families were monitoring War City, so the old demon's aura couldn't be hidden from them. Although he had his own protection, if he did something too outrageous, those 8 masters would certainly not sit idly by. After Meng Wuya said a few words, he turned around and walked back into the house. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he stepped forward to greet this visitor. He really wanted to know what the old demon had been up to these past few months. Moreover, from what he could sense, not only was the old demon present, but also Lingshan's soul fluctuations. Since Lingshan had come, the people from Ghost King Valley must have also come, something Yang Kai hadn't expected. On the way, Yang Kai met a cultivator who he didn't know which force he belonged to, so he ordered, "Go and call Qiu Yimeng." "Yes." The man nodded and hurried off to find Qiu Yimeng. When he reached the gate, the Qiu family's first young lady appeared, a trace of suspicion on her face as she asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm here to pick someone up." Yang Kai replied. "Pick someone up?" Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed, but she immediately smiled happily. "Are there more people coming to join us?" "More or less." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Qiu Yimeng looked at him with a smile. Although she didn't know how he knew, since he said so, it couldn't be wrong. Pursing her lips, she said, "It's a good thing that more people are coming, our strength is getting stronger and stronger. The people who came this time are a bit different. You have to arrange things carefully, don't let them have any conflicts with the other forces in the house, and pay more attention to them in the future." "What do you mean?" Qiu Yimeng didn't understand. In the past, no matter what kind of people came, Yang Kai had never said anything like this. Whether it was a super force, a first-class family, or a second-class sect, Yang Kai's attitude was always the same, neither looking down on anyone nor raising anyone. It was because of this equal attitude that everyone in the house felt at ease. But now, he actually wanted her to pay special attention to this new group of people. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help wondering, secretly wondering what kind of relationship this new group of people had with Yang Kai. Was it really worth it? "They're from the ash-gray cloud evil land, do you understand?" Yang Kai glanced at Qiu Yimeng. In the Qiu family's first young lady's mind, the figures of two women couldn't help appearing. One was a mature beauty, the other was a young girl with a milky white liquid flowing from her mouth. She couldn't help asking, "Did the queen bring people here?" "No, they're from Ghost King Valley." Yang Kai shook his head. Qiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding lightly, "I understand. If they were from the ash-gray cloud evil land, then they were evil sect disciples. Perhaps they had some kind of grievance with the sect forces in the house before, and if it wasn't handled properly, it would only lead to trouble. But when did this smelly man have a relationship with Ghost King Valley?" Qiu Yimeng was once again moved by Yang Kai's wide circle of friends. A short time later, a large group of people appeared in front of the house, a total of more than 30 people. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. Her face was full of smiles. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stood there quietly, his eyes sweeping over a middle-aged man who was leading this group and couldn't help smiling. Glancing behind him, Yang Kai saw the several Ghost King Valley disciples he had encountered in the evil cavern. All of them were present. However, what made Yang Kai feel both surprised and excited was that the people from Treasure Instrument Sect had also come. Not long after the Inheritance War began, Yang Kai had sent a messenger from the Bamboo Knot Gang to deliver a message to his little senior sister, who had immediately rushed over after receiving it. Treasure Instrument Sect had not responded, and as for the other forces in the house, they had all gathered here. All of them had gathered by themselves, not Kai Yang. But now that Tao Yang and the others had finally appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a big stone fall from his heart. The only thing that made him feel strange was that these three groups of people had come together. What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that whether it was the people from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them were extremely respectful towards the old demon who was leading this group. "What is this old demon doing?" Yang Kai frowned. After not seeing each other for so long, the old demon also seemed a little excited, quickly leading the group forward. In front of so many people, the old demon didn't want to reveal the relationship between him and Yang Kai, so he simply cupped his fists and said, "Young master, this old master missed you." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I thought you would never come to see me again in this life." The old demon suddenly looked embarrassed and quickly said, "Of course not, this old master came here because there was an accident, heh heh. We'll talk about your business later." Yang Kai glared at him. Seeing this, old demon Ru Meng hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Yang Kai, smiling as he glanced over at Qiu Yimeng, secretly nodding his head, secretly praising this little girl in his heart for being qualified to warm his young master's bed. Qiu Yimeng smiled and politely bowed to the old demon. Although this person gave her a somewhat uncomfortable feeling, in the end, he had come to help Yang Kai. On the other hand, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect group were stunned. Along the way, both groups had thoroughly experienced the power and mystery of the old demon. After the Ghost King's seals were blown into black mist by him, all of them fell into a deep sleep and were on the verge of evolving. Wu Yan of Treasure Instrument Sect also no longer underestimated Old Demon, whether it was his demeanor or his words, he was very respectful towards him. However, such a mysterious, powerful, cruel, and bloody person, when they saw Yang Kai, actually gave them a feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. What was going on? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Brother Yang, long time no see. After a moment of silence, the Ghost King Valley group and Tao Yang stepped forward to greet him. Many thanks, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. It's been a long and tiring journey. Did you encounter anything abnormal along the way? As he spoke, Yang Kai shot a glance towards Old Demon. He was really afraid that Old Demon would do something that would shock heaven and earth. No, it was just a small trouble. Fortunately, Senior Earth lent us a helping hand, so we were all safe and sound. Everyone replied in unison. After all, how could they have the nerve to reveal Old Demon's cruel methods now? The atmosphere was harmonious, and everyone was exchanging pleasantries. Xiao Yimeng observed from the sidelines and found that the 7 or 8 cultivator with their hands wrapped in white cloth gave her a somewhat gloomy feeling and suddenly realized that these people should be the disciples of Ghost King Valley. However, the origins of the rest of these people made Xiao Yimeng excited. These people were actually artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect. In particular, Xiao Yimeng was no stranger to the name of Wu Yan. In Treasure Instrument Sect, besides the sect master, this Wu Yan was the most skilled artifact refiner. It was rumored that in order to collect flames for artifact refining, Wu Yan had traveled all over the world, even going as far as to travel to other countries. It took him a full 20 years to obtain what he wanted and refine these heaven and earth spirit flames into his body, forcibly changing his physique and Yuan Qi attributes. This was a top artifact refiner who could refine mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts. In the world of artifact refining, his reputation was not inferior to that of Xiao Fuxing in the world of alchemy. However, artifact refining was much more complex than alchemy. It took a long time and required many more materials. In addition, a cultivator's need for pills was much greater than their need for artifacts, so in terms of reputation, Wu Yan was inferior to Xiao Fuxing. Treasure Instrument Sect was also inferior to Medicine King's Valley. However, this still couldn't erase Wu Yan's super high attainments in artifact refining. In addition to him, Treasure Instrument Sect had brought nearly 20 disciples, all of whom were outstanding artifact refiners. How could Xiao Yimeng dare neglect? Together with Yang Kai, she arranged for the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples to rest in the mansion, her whole face flushed with excitement. Her steps were light as a feather. Counting with her fingers, Xiao Yimeng discovered that the number of helpers Yang Kai had now gathered had reached an incredible level. Not to mention the dozen or so large and small forces, just the addition of Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect was enough to make everyone jealous. How did he do it? Looking at the figure of the man walking in front of her, the Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help biting her thin lip. She was intoxicated. With her head full of random thoughts, Xiao Yimeng followed Yang Kai all the way to the main hall, still unable to recover her senses. Yang Kai kept imagining the beautiful future in his mind, as if a new scroll of painting was slowly unfolding in his hands. That was the beautiful scene of Yang Kai conquering his brothers and winning the inheritance war to become the Yang family patriarch. His breathing quickened. Once again, she rejoiced at her decision to leave her family to help him. This old servant greets the young master. Just as she was in a daze, a voice suddenly reached her ears, causing Xiao Yimeng to be startled. Turning her head, she couldn't help being dumbfounded. She found that the middle-aged man who was respected by Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sects Wu Yan was actually kneeling on the ground, his expression respectful, his head bowed. Old servant? Young master? Xiao Yimeng couldn't help but open her mouth and cover it with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling. Even though she didn't know what level of expert the old demon was, she was confident in her ability. However, the pressure she felt from the old demon was even greater than that of the blood warriors in the mansion. In other words, this middle-aged man with a gloomy aura was definitely stronger than the blood warriors. But at this moment, he was actually making such a humble gesture and even calling himself old servant? Even the blood warriors who followed Yang Kai. None of them had ever bowed so low, right? Staring at Yang Kai blankly, Qiu Yimeng was surprised to find that his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel the slightest discomfort, simply saying, "Get up, there's no need to act like this between you and me." "Many thanks, young master." The middle-aged man stood up happily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Noticing Qiu Yimeng's surprise, the old demon smiled faintly. "Little girl, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide my relationship with the young master from you, but please don't reveal it, our young master usually keeps a low profile." Qiu Yimeng quickly converged her expression and solemnly said, "Senior can rest assured, I didn't see anything, you can continue chatting." In fact, at this time it was best to leave quickly. The fewer secrets one knew, the safer one would be. However, the powerful curiosity of a woman's nature caused Qiu Yimeng to become rooted in place, unable to move. Secretly wondering, how could this mysterious and powerful master's relationship with Yang Kai really be like that of a servant to a master? How could this smelly brat deserve such treatment? "How is your body?" Yang Kai didn't drive Qiu Yimeng away. After all, there was still a long way to go. Qiu Yimeng was the second in command in the mansion, so his relationship with the old demon certainly couldn't be hidden from her. Instead of making her suspect, it was better to open up. Listening to Yang Kai's question, the old demon suddenly showed a grateful expression, quickly replying, "After a few months of activity, my condition has stabilized and there shouldn't be any problems for at least 30 years. "What about after 30 years? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Regarding his soul entering another person's body, Yang Kai also felt that it was a bit strange, and he didn't understand the mysteries involved. "That will depend on old servant's efforts. If I can perfectly integrate with this body, there will be no need to change it in the future, but if I can't, after 30 years, I will have to find another suitable one. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Between him and the old demon, there was no need to be polite. "Many thanks, young master. For the time being, there won't be any problems." "Good, if you don't have anything else to say, go meet someone." "Who?" "Meng Wuya." Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he observed the old demon's expression. Sure enough, he found that the old man's expression had changed slightly, revealing a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that Meng Wuya's methods had made the old demon somewhat apprehensive, so he was even more certain that Treasurer Meng wasn't as simple as he thought. "That old bastard." The old demon ground his teeth in hatred. "Wait for old servant to go and reason with him, then we'll settle old and new grievances." Saying so, he grinned meaningfully. "Young master, you play with this girl, old servant will go find him." Yang Kai's face went black as he waved his hand. The old demon's figure flickered and disappeared. Only the two of them remained in the hall. "Can I ask who this senior is?" Qiu Yimeng asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. "Forget it, you're always so secretive about everything you do." "I'm used to it." Qiu Yimeng snorted. "How is their progress in refining their artifacts?" Yang Kai looked at her. These past few days, while he had been refining his artifacts, so had everyone else. "Almost. In 2 days, most of them should be able to come out." Qiu Yimeng grinned. "What about you? How's your progress?" "I just finished refining one." "So fast?" Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face changed slightly. All of the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained were mysterious grade, so with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine them. 5 days was definitely not enough. The shock only lasted for a moment before Qiu Yimeng regained her composure. This young man had brought her too many miracles. Qiu Yimeng gradually became immune to this. "Since the people from Treasure Instrument Sector here, you'll also be busy. I've already marked out a place for artifact refining. You can arrange it for them. As for the materials, we've already accumulated a lot. In addition, inform the pill room to refine some pills that can quickly restore yuan qi. Artifact refining also consumes yuan qi, so don't let the artifact refiners tire themselves." "I know." "Then that's all." Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and walked inside. Looking at his gradually disappearing back, Qiu Yimeng opened her mouth. She didn't know why, but these days she especially wanted to say a few more words to him. After Yang Kai left, Qiu Yimeng shook her head with a wry smile. She gradually realized the mysteries of this man had become her Achilles' heel. Her curiosity drove her to dig out all the secrets in the depths of this man's heart in order to satisfy herself. The next day, Yang Kai came to the residence of Treasure Instrument Sect's people. After bargaining with Wu Yan for a while, the two sides reached a consensus. Treasure Instrument Sect was different from Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley's people had come to learn the alchemic way from Xianing Chang, but Treasure Instrument Sect wanted to seek protection. Tao Yang being able to persuade Wu Yan to participate in the inheritance war was also a condition for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai really became the patriarch of the Yang family, he would have to declare to the outside world that Treasure Instrument Sect was under his protection. If Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he would have to use his own strength in the future to protect Treasure Instrument Sect from being harassed by other forces. Yang Kai agreed to each of these conditions. Tao Yang was full of embarrassment, but there was nothing he could do. This matter was related to the future stability of the sect. A young disciple like him had no right to speak. After reaching an agreement, everyone from Treasure Instrument Sect immediately began working on their artifact refining business. Wu Yan had also said that the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from Pijing Lake a few days ago could be refined by him. Perhaps they could be upgraded to a higher grade. Even if they couldn't be upgraded, they would at least be more useful than before. He had the ability to do so. Yang Kai was greatly moved. Refining an artifact was completely different from refining an artifact. The former was refining an artifact on the basis of a finished artifact, removing the impurities and preserving the essences, which would undoubtedly save a lot of time, energy, and materials. Immediately, Yang Kai had Qiu Yimeng spread the word that any cultivator who had such intentions or needs could go to Treasure Instrument Sect. After dealing with Treasure Instrument Sect's affairs, Yang Kai rushed to Meng Wuya's room without stopping. The old demon had gone to see Meng Wuya yesterday, but until now there had been no news. He didn't know what these two old farts were up to, so Yang Kai was quite worried. If they were to really fight, his mansion would probably be annihilated in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found that his worries were superfluous. After entering Treasurer Meng's room, he only saw the old demon and Meng Wuya sitting across from each other, both of them grinning at each other as if they were exchanging blows. The atmosphere was quite strange. Did the two of you have a good chat? Yang Kai inserted himself and asked with a smile. Not bad. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. The old demon's expression was unreadable and he didn't deny it, probably having suffered a loss. Now that we've talked, there's something I want to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious. What matter does young master have? The old demon quickly asked. It's about that mysterious master. Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya. Seeing this, Treasurer Meng couldn't help but frown, suddenly realizing what he wanted to say. Last time, both he and Yang Kai had sensed the aura of that mysterious master at the same time, but by the time Yang Kai had arrived, that mysterious master had already escaped. In Pijing Lake, that mysterious master had once again appeared and snatched a mysterious great artifact. The existence of this person made Yang Kai feel like a fish bone was stuck in his throat. He had to get rid of it. The old demon didn't know much about this mysterious master, so he asked curiously. Kai Yang briefly recounted the events of the 2 times he had fought with him. After the old demon listened, he was a little surprised and stared at Meng Wuya in amazement. Even you weren't able to see through that guy's background? Treasurer Meng slowly shook his head. That person has a special aura that isolates him from the outside world. I estimate that even an above-immortal Ascension Boundary Master would find it difficult to spy on him. If this person wants to hide, no one can find him. Amazing. The old demon praised before chuckling meaningfully, but from the way this guy fought with Ying Jiao and Young Master, his strength doesn't seem to be very good. Near the pill room, this man had been struck by Ying Jiao's dancing shadow strike and suffered some minor injuries. Above Pijing Lake, when Yang Kai attacked him with his sword, this man hadn't been able to completely avoid it. If his strength was really on the same level as Meng Wuya and the old demon, this situation wouldn't have happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but he's not bad, he's definitely a master. What does young master want to do? The old demon looked excited as he grinned. I'll say this first, don't expect this old master to intervene in this matter. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. This old master is here solely to protect that little girl Ning Chang. This old master won't meddle in the affairs of War City. Saying so, he muttered, this old master is already so old, he doesn't have the face to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. I didn't ask you to intervene. Yang Kai chuckled, I just want to ask if the two of you have any good ideas on how to uncover that person from the shadows. Meng Wuya shook his head slightly. The old demon was also suddenly speechless. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything to that person, so the old demon didn't dare make any guarantees. Unless that person appeared in Yang Kai's mansion again, there would be a chance, but last time they had already alerted the enemy. As long as that person's mind was still working properly, he shouldn't act in the near future. Young master. We don't have any information on that person. Old servant can't cook without rice. The old demon grinned meaningfully. Information, there is one. Yang Kai hesitated and suddenly said. What? Meng Wuya and old demon both looked over at the same time. She's a woman. Yang Kai's eyes. How do you know? Treasurer Meng frowned. Yang Kai smiled lightly and pulled a strand of black hair demon's hair out of his sleeve. He placed it in front of the two and said, I cut this off from her body at Pajing Lake. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, I don't know about her hair. Meng hair, Meng Wu hair. Both Meng Wuya and old demon turned to look at this strand of black hair at the same time and couldn't help feeling astonished. The reason for that was because that strand of black hair was completely different from the hair of ordinary women. Ordinary people, regardless of whether they were men or women, would have black hair. This strand of hair was light blue. Like the clear water of a lake, it was soft and smooth. Only this strand of hair was unique. After being stunned for a moment, Meng Wuya and the old demon couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai observed their expressions. He secretly guessed that they had thought of something. After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya said, I don't know who this woman is. I've never heard of anyone with this kind of hair, but I guess it has something to do with her cultivation method and physique. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this person. This woman may have an extraordinary background. Meng Wuya's words had a hidden meaning. Although Yang Kai didn't point it out, he still nodded with a dignified expression. He didn't have any intention of underestimating this woman. The old demon suddenly laughed mischievously, Young master, if this strand of hair was really cut off from that person, then old servant may have a way to find her. Oh? Yang Kai was overjoyed, are you sure? Jia. Chasing souls and taking lives is old servant's specialty. With this strand of hair cut off from her body, she won't be able to hide from old servant. The old demon said confidently. Evil devil cultivator. Meng Wuya snorted. Not only did the old demon not care, but his smile became even more joyful. Yang Kai didn't care what method he used, as long as he could find that mysterious woman. He asked anxiously, how long will it take? About 10 days, but it also depends on luck. If that woman doesn't come close to old servant, then old servant won't be able to find her. Then prepare as soon as possible. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. No matter what purpose that woman had for approaching the alchemy room, since she didn't succeed the first time, she would definitely try a second time. Moreover, judging from her appearance at Pajing Lake, this woman was definitely a bold and reckless person who didn't put the heroes of the world in her eyes. Such a person was confident and arrogant and wouldn't shrink back because of a small setback. Once she found a way to completely hide her aura, she would definitely come again. The next time she came, it would be time for Yang Kai to surrender. Handing the strand of light blue hair to the old demon, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Near the artifact refining room, Yang Kai found Xiao Meng, who was busy, and secretly whispered a few words to her. No one knew what Yang Kai said to her, but all they saw was Xiao Meng's agitated expression, her attitude firm, and her refusal to release Yang Kai's arm. The Qiu family's first young lady rarely did anything impolite. Her noble birth and good upbringing gave her an extraordinary upbringing, so in front of so many people, she held on to Yang Kai's arm and refused to let go, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, causing all the passing cultivators to secretly speculate. In the end, Yang Kai broke free from Qiu Yimeng's grasp and strode away, leaving behind the Qiu family's first young lady, who stomped her feet angrily. "Young lady Qiu, what happened to my junior brother?" Lan Chudai, who had just finished refining an artifact, came out for a breath of fresh air and happened to see this scene, so she couldn't help but be curious. "Nothing." Qiu Yimeng quickly restrained her expression and slowly shook her head. Lan Chudai smiled slightly and no longer asked, knowing that with her current status, she was not qualified to know too many high-level secrets. On the other side, the Hu sisters were also looking out the window and saw this scene. "Did you see that? That stinky man is a pervert. In front of so many people, he actually dared to flirt with that woman surnamed Qiu. How shameless. Little sister, be careful, don't fall for his tricks." Hu Jiao'er gnashed her teeth as she warned her younger sister. Hu Mei'er held her chin in her hand as her mind wandered around the 9 heavens, ignoring her warning. Seeing her younger sister's infatuated appearance, Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Stretching out her jade hand, she pinched her younger sister's delicate nose and shook it from side to side. "Cultivate." "Oh." Hu Mei'er reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Although Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had come to seek refuge in Yang Kai's mansion later, Qiu Yimeng still didn't treat them unfairly. With the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, the Hu sisters' cultivation progress was much faster than before. In just a few days, their twin-chi shared spirit divine art was on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, after taking these pills, the Hu sisters clearly felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes inside their bodies. It was easier for them to absorb world energy than before, their meridians were firmer and more stable, and their secret arts were faster than before. Yang Kai's aptitude and strength made them feel pressure, and they knew that if they didn't work hard, they would only be left far behind. Naturally, they didn't dare to slack off in their cultivation. Night fell, east of War City, Yang Wei's mansion. Yang Wei, who was refining the mysterious great artifact he had just obtained a few days ago, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Frowning, he asked, "What's the matter?" "Eldest young lord, someone has come to visit." The voice of the Meng family's Meng Shani came from outside with a strange tone. "Who is it?" Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He was refining a mysterious great artifact, Meng Shani didn't know. If it weren't for the identity of this visitor being extraordinary, he would never have bothered him. What kind of person could make Meng Shani's tone become so strange? "I think it's probably Yang Kai." "Ninth brother?" Yang Wei's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Soon, the door opened and Yang Wei appeared in front of Meng Shani with a solemn expression, his hands crossed behind his back as he asked, "Is it really ninth brother?" Meng Shani smiled bitterly. "I didn't see clearly, but the one next to him was Senior Yingjiu. I think that besides Yang Kai, Yingjiu wouldn't have followed him." Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he nodded. "Since Yingjiu is here, it must be ninth brother." After a pause, he chuckled, acting so boldly, "I really can't see through ninth brother." Although he had deliberately shown goodwill during the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake, in the end, the two of them were still rivals. Yang Kai daring to come to his house with only Yingjiu, his courage was not ordinary. "Eldest young lord, this is an opportunity," Meng Shani said in a low voice, his expression eager. "Judging from Yang Kai's performance since the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he will definitely be a stronger enemy than second young master in the future. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of him tonight." Saying so, he gestured with his hand. Yang Wei sneered and slowly shook his head. "Eldest young lord." Meng Shani's tone became urgent, obviously not understanding why Yang Wei didn't grasp such a good opportunity. To achieve great things, one shouldn't bother with trifles. If we don't eliminate him now, I'm afraid there won't be another chance. From the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but now, his reputation was like the sun in the sky, and his voice was rising day by day. The changes and development of Yang Kai's house were almost astonishing. His advantages were expanding step by step, and as time passed, this advantage would only grow larger and larger until he could annex and destroy all his enemies and become the ultimate victor. Meng Shani seemed to have already seen that day coming. He was Yang Wei's ally, how could he not be anxious? But the eldest young lord had let go of such a great opportunity in front of him and not taken advantage of it, as if he was worried about his brotherly feelings. I have my own plans, there's no need to say more. Yang Wei waved his hand and strode away. Meng Shani was depressed, but after thinking about it for a moment, his expression suddenly became firm, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai wore a black robe that wrapped around his entire body as he sat quietly and waited. Behind him, Yingjiao stood indifferently, his divine sense roaming as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Looking at Yang Kai's calm face, Yingjiao couldn't help secretly admiring him. When night fell, Yang Kai suddenly asked him to follow him out the door. Yingjiao didn't ask where they were going, but after the two of them sneaked into the house, they were suddenly startled. The place Yang Kai was going to was actually Yang Wei's mansion. Not daring to take this lightly, Yingjiao became extremely vigilant. Thinking back to the dispute between the little lord and Qiu Yimeng during the day, Yingjiao suddenly understood that Qiu Yimeng must have also been opposed to Yang Kai's approach, not taking her own safety seriously. That was why she had disregarded the etiquette of the Qiu family's first young lady. Since entering the main hall, Yingjiao had noticed several divine senses sweeping the area, but he hadn't been able to find a single trace of anyone. Even Yang Wei hadn't appeared. Yingjiao knew that the masters from Yang Wei's mansion were secretly observing this place. Not only did Yingjiao know this, but the little lord was also aware, but he still remained calm and collected. Ninth brother, your courage isn't small, actually daring to come to my house alone, aren't you afraid I'll make you stay? A cold voice suddenly came from inside, echoing endlessly in the main hall, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Or, do you think there's no one in my house? Yang Kai only felt his ears fill with Yang Wei's roar, and at the same time, a burst of spiritual energy struck him, but without any murderous intent. Obviously it was just a probe. A few days ago, when Yang Kai fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei had watched from 1,000 meters away. Not being able to feel Yang Kai's strength, he was naturally curious about Yang Kai's abilities. Yang Kai remained indifferent, allowing this burst of spiritual energy to penetrate his mind, chuckling lightly. Afraid? If Big Brother would do that, I wouldn't have come. Haha. Yang Wei laughed, finally appearing from the darkness and arriving in front of Yang Kai. Yingjiao couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Surprisingly, he found that Yang Wei had come here alone, without even a single blood warrior around him. Although there were many masters guarding this side hall, Yingjiao was confident that if he wanted to capture Yang Wei, it would be a piece of cake. These two brothers. Yingjiao shook his head slightly. They really trusted each other more than the other. Yang Kai took off the hat covering his head, revealing his original face. He smiled at Yang Wei, who clapped his hands, and immediately a maidservant served tea. After the maidservant left, Yang Kai said, Big brother, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? Not bad. Yang Wei nodded. Ever since he was young, Yang Wei gave people a feeling of loneliness. He wasn't close to any of his brothers. It was Yang Kai's first time talking to him face to face. Ninth brother, what do you want to do this time? Yang Wei went straight to the point. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. The family is very dissatisfied with our progress, otherwise, they wouldn't have invested 1,000 artifacts to speed up the process. Since they want us to move faster, we have to move faster. Then we can only be a little faster. Otherwise, they will have more backup plans to rush us. Big brother should also understand, right? I understand, and I think the others also understand. Yang Wei nodded. That's why, if we don't act now, others will only take the initiative. Yang Kai said in a low voice. The attitude of the family was already very obvious. The investment of 1,000 artifacts had already conveyed a clear message, which everyone understood. Once the various forces had digested this batch of artifacts, there would definitely be people who couldn't hold back and took action. Who does Big Brother think will be the first target? Yang Wei glanced at him and said, Is there a need to ask such an obvious question? If it's not you, it's me. I think so too. Yang Kai grinned. Among the remaining 6 Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers, and Yang Shen and Yang Ying were also blood brothers. Although they were still rivals, when there were other enemies in the inheritance war, they would still help each other. If there really was a big move, it would definitely be these two pairs of brothers who would join forces to attack, and the target would be Yang Kai or Yang Wei. After all, Yang Wei was the eldest brother. On the first night of the inheritance war, he had been polite to his brothers, so the four of them definitely wouldn't attack him first. In less than 10 days, Yang Kai was bound to be attacked from all sides. His limelight was too great, and he had even snatched 2 mysterious grade artifacts a few days ago, so how could his brothers give him time to digest them? Of these 4, if any one of them had help, Yang Kai wouldn't put them in his eyes, but if the 4 of them joined forces, he would have to pay a great price to defend himself. Unless Meng Wuye and the old demon joined forces, there was a possibility of reducing losses. It was because of this realization that Yang Kai had rushed to Yang Wei's house that night to discuss this matter. "Who do you want to attack?" Yang Wei asked with slight excitement. "Fifth brother." Yang Kai grinned. Yang Wei was stunned, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized something and coldly snorted. Fifth brother choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers was an unwise move. In terms of strength among the remaining 6 brothers, Yang Kong was definitely not the weakest, but Yang Kai still chose him as the first target, obviously because of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's blood warrior pair. If it weren't for the accident that occurred before the start of the inheritance war, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian would now be following Yang Kai. Yang Kai targeting them like this was obviously because he cared about Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. "What do you want eldest brother to do?" Yang Wei asked in a deep voice. "Just restrain second brother. I'm afraid second brother will try to stir up trouble when he hears the news." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "That's not a problem." Yang Wei nodded, but soon smiled slyly. "But what benefits does eldest brother gain by doing this?" Yang Wei obviously wanted to ask for some tangible benefits. He and Yang Kai were still rivals, so it was impossible for him to consume his strength to help Yang Kai for free. Even if he was willing to do so, his subordinates wouldn't be willing. Since Yang Kai wanted Yang Wei to lead his people to restrain Yang Zhao, he had to come up with enough chips and sincerity. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. What does eldest brother want? Yang Kai had already considered this issue before coming here, so he wasn't surprised to hear it now. Lightly coughing, Yang Wei smiled and said, "Eldest brother is a little jealous of the alchemists in your house. I don't want too many, just 5 of them, how about it?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Eldest brother, your appetite is too big." "Not big, right?" Yang Wei smiled. "You have 30 alchemists in your house, I only want 5. I can't make that decision." Yang Kai shook his head. "You know what kind of temperament those alchemists have. Although they perform alchemy in my house, I can't order them around. How about this? How about I give eldest brother a batch of mysterious grade pills?" "Mysterious grade pills?" Yang Wei heard this and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Mysterious grade pills, 9th brother, you really are generous." "Alright, eldest brother agrees." He also knew that asking for 5 alchemists for medicine King's Valley was impossible. Asking for such a condition was simply asking for a lower price. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai quickly asked, "When do we begin?" "Tomorrow night." Yang Wei frowned, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's actions to be so urgent. There was only 1 day left, so according to normal circumstances, many cultivators would have refined the artifacts they had snatched a few days ago into their bodies by tomorrow. Yang Kai choosing this time to make a move was obviously because he wanted to rely on the assistance these artifacts would bring him. But, would he be able to use the mysterious grade artifacts he had obtained? Yang Kai's mysterious grade artifact would take at least 8 days to completely refine, presumably the same was true for everyone else. "I'll wait for your news." Yang Wei didn't dwell on this matter. When an artifact was usable, everyone would definitely be able to use it, but if it wasn't, no one would be able to use it. No matter what, everyone was in an equal position. As he spoke, he glanced over at Yingjiao, intentionally or unintentionally, a deep sense of doubt flashing across his eyes. During the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake, 6 blood warriors had been affected by the Qi-binding seal, and Yingjiao was one of them. Yang Wei didn't understand why he would come to his house with Yang Kai now, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be affected by the chi binding seal. What did this mean? Could it be that he had already lifted the chi binding seal? Then it's settled. Yang Kai slowly stood up and sneered meaningfully, now that we've finished talking business, let's talk about something else. Yang Wei's expression froze. What's the point of hiding? Hurry up and come out. Yang Kai glanced around coldly and shouted. At the same time, Yingjiao's figure suddenly faded into thin air, disappearing as if he had never existed. Yang Wei's expression suddenly changed as he scanned his surroundings, his face suddenly becoming pale. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk a number of figures suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai. From the front door of the side hall, Meng Shani stepped in gracefully, a leisurely expression on his face. Shani. Yang Wei's expression became ugly as he shouted, what do you want to do? As he spoke, Yang Wei's yuan qi surged violently as he glared at Meng Shani. Meng Shani glanced at Yang Wei, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. Eldest young lord, please forgive me, this Shani acted on my own accord and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to keep ninth young lord here. Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, ninth young lord, please don't blame this Meng for being vicious, this was a rare opportunity you brought to me, if this Meng did not grasp it properly, it would be a shame. Eldest young lord did not know about this matter, it was all this Meng's own idea, if you want to retaliate in the future, please come at this Meng. Yang Kai chuckled, of course eldest brother doesn't know, if he did, he wouldn't have talked so much with me. Hearing this, Meng Shani nodded gently, it's good that ninth young lord understands. Yang Wei remained expressionless, his expression gloomy as he took a deep breath and said, Shani, you've made a mistake this time. Meng Shani smiled bitterly, eldest young lord, if you can't bring yourself to do it, this Shani will do it for you. That's not what I'm talking about. Yang Wei slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. Do you think ninth young lord dares to come alone without any support? Do you think these people can keep him here? If you really think so, you can try. Yang Wei's expression calmed down. Meng Shani couldn't help being stunned. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei wouldn't stop him from acting on his own initiative, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed, many thanks, eldest young master. Yang Wei didn't deny this, instead glancing over at him with some pity. Ninth young lord, please forgive me. Meng Shani's expression sank as he waved his hand. In an instant, more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Masters rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was the main hall of Yang Wei's mansion, and although the space wasn't small, it wasn't too big either. Meng Shani couldn't arrange for too many people to enter, so with more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Masters and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, in his opinion, such a luxurious lineup should be enough to easily capture Yang Kai. While issuing this order, Meng Shani also narrowed his eyes and searched for Yingjiao's position. Yingjiao didn't appear, but when the dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator approached Yang Kai less than 10 meters away, Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. A cold light suddenly burst out from his body and a dark and obscure energy fluctuation spread out. Accompanied by the surprised cries of the dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the martial skills they had sent out were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without the slightest ripple. In their shock, everyone retreated. Looking over, everyone's expression changed slightly. In Yang Kai's hand, a bone shield had appeared at some point. This bone shield had a strange shape, about the size of a millstone, and its edges were filled with extremely sharp bone spikes. At the center of this bone shield was a bloody maw, bearing its fangs. It was a terrifying sight to behold, causing anyone who saw it to shudder in fear. At this moment, the bone shield glowed with a faint light. Yang Kai simply held it in front of him, standing there quietly, giving everyone a feeling that he was impregnable. Yang Wei's expression became strange while Meng Shani also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This bone shield was clearly the one Lu Qingyao had snatched a few days ago and then thrown to Yang Kai. It was a mysterious great artifact. It had only been 7 days, how could it have been refined by Yang Kai? A mysterious grade defensive artifact. It wasn't easy to break through. But that didn't mean that it couldn't break through. Everyone had not used their full strength in their attack just now. If more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Cultivator had used their full strength, it would have been enough to break this bone shield's defense. There was no time to think too much. Xianxia once again roared, "Go!" The dozen or so people all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, releasing their martial skills and artifacts one after another. An earth-shattering attack came, enveloping Yang Kai within. Boom boom boom. A loud noise was heard, and the side hall shook violently. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the wall. Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again, his face flushed red as his yuan qi madly surged. It seemed that he was also under great pressure, but the bone shield in his hand still stood firm in front of him. The energy released by the martial skills and artifacts that struck the bone shield were all swallowed up by the giant maw in the center of the bone shield, disappearing without a trace. What was even more bizarre was that, as the energy was swallowed up, the bone shield, which was only the size of a millstone, rapidly grew in size. After a round of attacks, the bone shield's surface area had become more than 3 times larger than before, completely blocking Yang Kai. Xianxia's eyes trembled. He had never expected that a trivial mysterious grade low-rank defensive artifact would be able to withstand the onslaught of so many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. He also had a number of mysterious grade artifacts, but none of them were as magical as this bone shield. What's going on? In his shock, he suddenly noticed that Yang Kai's eyes had become dangerous, smashing the seemingly light bone shield into the ground, creating a large crater. In the next moment, the bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield all shot out. *****. These bone spikes were incomparably sharp, and their auras were like rainbows as they whizzed through the air. In an instant, the faces of the more than a dozen immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage masters changed greatly as they hastily put up their defenses. Kong, an energy beam that made people's hearts palpitate suddenly burst out from the beast mouth in the middle of the bone shield. It seemed to be returning the energy that it had just swallowed. This energy beam was mixed with a destructive aura and was as thick as a human thigh as it shot straight towards Xianxia. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and facing the summons of death, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, unable to dodge in time. "Jili!" Yang Wei roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. This person had a square face and a pair of overflowing eyes, giving off a dignified aura. One of the 2 blood warriors beside Yang Wei. As soon as Jili appeared, he let out a shout, his burly body suddenly flashing a dazzling golden light, as if his entire body had been transformed into gold, his exposed skin glowing brilliantly. Pushing out his fists, Jili met the incoming energy beam head-on. With a loud bang, Jili was sent flying. The golden light on his body suddenly dimmed, and the energy beam disappeared without a trace. Xianxia stood in place blankly, sweat dripping from his forehead, a look of fear and panic filling his face. Turning his eyes towards Yang Kai again, he couldn't help revealing a deep sense of fear and dread. The dozen or so immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage masters also sent the bone spears flying back to the edge of the bone shield, while the expanded bone shield shrank back to the size of a millstone, losing its original deterrence after the beam of energy was sent flying back. The scene suddenly quieted down, no one daring to move. Yang Kai had only relied on a single mysterious grade artifact to block everyone's attacks, while Jiu, who was hiding in the darkness, had yet to make a move. This time, even if they managed to capture Yang Kai, they would have to pay a huge price. Both offensive and defensive. "Ninth brother, you've got a good artifact." As if nothing had happened, Yang Wei stared at the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze, his face filled with envy. "Big brother's artifact can't be bad, right?" Yang Kai chuckled and put away the bone shield. Yang Wei just smiled and didn't say anything. However, both of them knew that even if Yang Wei's artifact wasn't bad, it certainly couldn't compare to the bone shield. Judging from the roll of the bone shield just now, this artifact was very special, able to swallow attacks and reflect them back. In this world, there were very few such artifacts. Yang Wei was even more surprised. This bone shield in the hands of different people would definitely play different roles. Ninth young lord. Xianxia was still in a state of shock, staring straight at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, "Just now, did you really want to kill me?" The lethality contained in that energy beam was too great. Even if Xianxia had a mysterious great artifact, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. If he had really been hit, he didn't know what would have happened to him. This was the inheritance war. It wasn't that people didn't die. However, those who died weren't too important, such as the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families. No one dared to kill them. Over the years, no young lord or young lady of the central capital had ever died in the inheritance war. It could even be said that the chances of them being injured were very small. Just now, if Geely hadn't blocked that energy beam at a critical moment, Meng Shani estimated that he would have set a precedent. Whether or not Yang Kai really wanted to kill him just now, Meng Shani naturally cared. "What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead grinned at him. Meng Shani's face went black. His heartbeat couldn't help accelerating. This 9th young lord, it seemed he really wanted to kill him. "Big brother, that's all for now. 9th brother will take his leave first," Yang Kai said to Yang Wei before covering his face and calmly leaving. No one tried to stop him again. Meng Shani didn't dare to give any more orders. Yang Wei didn't have any intention of stopping Yang Kai. The dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage masters naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Yang Kai left, Yang Wei glanced over at Meng Shani faintly and said, "9th brother was just warning you, he didn't mean to kill you." "Who knows?" Meng Shani took a deep breath and calmed the panic in his heart. "In any case, I've experienced 9th young lord's madness." Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai shook his head, but as eldest young lord said, he dared to enter this place alone because he had something to rely on. That bone shield, it was too strange. Even if it was a mysterious grade defensive artifact, it shouldn't have such a powerful function. If a mysterious grade artifact was so powerful, what was the point of cultivating? Generally speaking, a mysterious grade defensive artifact couldn't withstand the attacks of so many masters. "I'm afraid 5th brother is finished," Yang Wei said deeply. "I think so too." Meng Shani nodded. Refining a mysterious grade defensive artifact so many days in advance, coupled with Ingjiu suddenly lifting the Qi binding seal and restoring his peak strength, Yang Kai had a much greater advantage than Yang Kong. How could Yang Kong resist when he was caught off guard? Yang Wei was afraid that when Yang Kai brought people to attack Yang Kong tomorrow, Yang Kai would still be trying to refine his artifact. One was prepared while the other was caught off guard. Coupled with the gap between the blood warriors and artifacts, Yang Kong would undoubtedly lose. "Shani, you're not suited to playing tricks." Yang Wei frowned. "If I were you, I wouldn't act in my own house, I would only send people to other people's houses to reveal 9th brother's whereabouts. When the time comes, I'll just sit back and watch the show." Listening to Yang Wei's words, Meng Shani couldn't help staring at him in amazement. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei, who had always been straightforward, would actually have such a sinister side. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Wei's proposal was simply wonderful. If he had really done this just now, he could have just sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Suddenly annoyed, Meng Shani asked, "Eldest young lord, since you thought of this, why didn't you say so?" Yang Wei slowly shook his head. "In the future, before the inheritance war comes to an end, I'm not going to fight 9th brother." I know." Meng Shani nodded gently, recalling the dangerous scene just now, feeling a chill run down his spine, not daring to say anything more. Outside Yang Wei's house, Yang Kai walked alone in the shadows. After making such a big noise just now, naturally many people were paying attention to him. Sneaking out, he quickly hid his figure and didn't attract anyone's attention. Ingjiu quietly followed him and walked into a dark alley. Only then did Yang Kai stop and take a deep breath, calming the boiling blood in his chest. "Little lord." Ingjiu's concerned voice called out from behind. "I'm fine." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a deep sense of helplessness appearing on his face. In the eyes of Yang Wei and Meng Shani, Yang Kai had just been able to withstand the onslaught of more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with just one artifact, but in reality, only Yang Kai knew the pain he had suffered. A mysterious great artifact, no matter how good it was impossible for an Yuan Qi cultivator to display such great strength. Artifacts and martial skills were essentially the same, both were just icing on the cake. A cultivator's foundation was still their own strength. The bone shield was indeed extraordinary. With it, even Dong Qinghan and the others didn't have to worry about their safety when facing masters below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. However, using this thing consumed too much yuan qi. In that moment, Yang Kai had poured more than a dozen drops of yuan qi stored in his yang liquid into the bone shield, allowing it to swallow the attacks of those masters. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, even if they consumed all of their yuan qi, they wouldn't be able to block a single blow from an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. The defensive strength of the bone shield and its ability to swallow were completely linked to the amount of yuan qi the cultivator poured into it. The more yuan qi poured into the bone shield, the more attacks it could swallow. The stronger the bone shield's defensive strength would be. Such a large consumption made Yang Kai feel somewhat distressed. However, at least he had managed to convince Yang Wei, so at least he had gained something. Yang Kai's strength was still too low. If he had reached the immortal ascension boundary, the consumption of yuan qi would have been much less. Yang Kai couldn't wait to improve his strength, his eyes gradually becoming firm, and his heart couldn't help but fill with an impulse and desire to immediately go back into retreat. Like a burning flame. The subtle changes in his expression did not escape Ying Zhou's observation. This shadowy blood warrior seemed to have sensed the thoughts in Yang Kai's heart and couldn't help showing a strange expression. It seems. The little lord was the kind of person who became braver the more he struggled. An ordinary cultivator, after witnessing the means displayed by a powerful master, would definitely leave behind some kind of shadow in his heart. At that time, not to mention fighting, even during cultivation, there may be some inevitable hindrances and heart demons that would affect him for the rest of his life. However, the little lord's heart was firm and his pursuit of the martial Tao was as firm as a rock. As long as his talent could keep up with this kind of opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. She guessed that Qiu Meng would not be able to rest well tonight. During the day, she had tried her best to prevent Yang Kai from going out alone, but to no avail. Now, she must be worried about him, right? During this time, Qiu Meng had also been so busy that she had no complaints. Although Yingzhou had never mentioned it in front of Yang Kai could still see it clearly. Naturally, he couldn't bear to let the young lady of a great family sleep alone all night. There's one more place we need to go. Yang Kai said with a helpless look on his face as he stepped forward. Yingzhou nodded slightly, not saying a word. Following behind Yang Kai. After walking around War City for a long time, the two of them came to a huge and majestic palace. At the huge entrance of this palace, there was no one guarding it and the door was closed. It seemed to be an abandoned palace. But when he looked up, Yingzhou's expression suddenly changed. This huge palace was none other than the most sacred place in War City, the Seal Temple. The palace where the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters of the central capital 8 great families resided. What is the little lord doing here? Yingzhou wondered. Looking at the plaque of the Seal Temple, Yang Kai also felt extremely helpless. Just as he was leaving Yang Wei's house, an old voice suddenly rang in his ears, telling him to come to the Seal Temple. This was a summons from the Yang family's supreme elder. Yang Kai had no choice but to come. It seemed that his every move was still under the surveillance of those 8 people. Even the slightest movement couldn't escape their perception. This kind of feeling made Kai Yang feel quite uncomfortable, as if he was being controlled by someone else. His heart was uncomfortable, so naturally his expression wasn't very good. Walking to the front of the temple, Yang Kai didn't even have time to introduce himself before the closed door slowly opened. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes as he led Yingzhou inside. After the two of them walked in, the door slowly closed. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't see a single person and didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of energy. Yang Kai couldn't help having a new understanding of the methods of an above immortal ascension boundary master. The interior of the conferred god temple was covered with a large red carpet, and the surrounding walls were decorated with sparkling gems. Even in the middle of the night, the main hall was brightly lit, as dazzling as the day. There were many stone pillars carved with lifelike patterns of birds and beasts. However, when Yang Kai glanced at these gems and patterns, his expression couldn't help but become a little dazed. He faintly felt that these things weren't randomly arranged but instead contained some inexplicable mysteries. But when he really looked at them, he didn't gain anything. Shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to move forward. However, the world energy in this sealed temple was simple and natural. Obviously, it was just a palace, but standing inside it felt as if he was standing in the middle of 100,000 mountains. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of birds chirping and insects chattering, as well as the tinkling of small bridges and streams flowing into his ears. Everywhere he looked, there was a mysterious aura. Unlike Yang Kai's curious gaze, Xianxia was a bit cautious after entering this place, his body tensed up and his expression becoming even more meticulous. There was no one to guide him, no one to lead the way, but Kai Yang still felt as if there was a voice telling him where to go. Suddenly, his heart trembled. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly saw a bright light. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The appearance of this light was very sudden, without any warning. By the time Yang Kai and Xianxia reacted, they discovered that they had already arrived at their destination. This was one of the main halls of the Seal Temple, and on a round table in front of them were 8 white-haired old men. Each of them had a transcendent aura about them as they sat in an octagonal position. Each of them was about a dozen meters away from each other, and in the middle of them, there was also a huge glowing ball floating in the air. The arrival of Yang Kai and Xianxia didn't disturb these 8 people at all. The 8 of them were forming mysterious seals in their hands, sometimes frowning in contemplation, sometimes smiling faintly as they sent their energy towards the glowing ball in the middle of the hall. After these energies entered, the glowing sphere also began to undergo some subtle changes that couldn't be explained. Yang Kai and Xianxia both unconsciously held their breaths as they stared at the glowing sphere. They were trying to understand the profound meaning behind the actions of these 8 people. Time passed by quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision blur, and when he recovered, he found that his position had changed. Originally, he was on the far side of the round table. Looking from afar, Yang Kai found himself standing on a lush green field with a blue sky and white clouds above his head. His nose and mouth were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. High up in the sky, there were people fighting, and the violent energy fluctuations caused Yang Kai to almost lose his footing. Looking up, Yang Kai's breath caught in his throat. The people fighting in the sky were none other than the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters sitting cross-legged atop the round platform. The moves they displayed were almost untraceable and could hardly be described as moves. Instead, they seemed to be casually executed, without any pattern or trajectory, as if they were perfectly aligned with the heavenly way. The 8 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them were enemies, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Huge balls of light were exploding in the air one after another, and the wind brought about by the explosions blew the grass short. Someone exclaimed as they withdrew from the battle and glanced down, only to find Yang Kai standing there with a confused and pensive look on his face. Immediately, they were surprised to see him. His actions also attracted the attention of the others, and after discovering that Yang Kai had appeared in this small world, all of them stopped fighting and showed strange expressions. "Brother Yang, is this your family's junior?" a slightly fat old man asked. Yang Liting nodded lightly, glancing over at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai greets the 8 seniors. Yang Kai also quickly converged his expression and respectfully bowed. "Not bad, actually being able to break into our consciousness, Brother Yang, your young family has finally found a successor," another slightly shorter old man laughed. Even though these people didn't care about worldly affairs, at this moment, they couldn't help showing looks of envy, as if Yang Kai's appearance had caused their eyes to light up. Yang Liting didn't say anything, nor did he move. Yang Kai only felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Grand Elder. And, you're called Yang Kai, right?" Yang Liting crossed his arms behind his back, his figure tall and straight, although his hair was white, he still had a youthful complexion, nodding lightly. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, neither servile nor overbearing. This Yang Liting in front of him was one of the Yang family's 5 above immortal ascension boundary masters. If one really wanted to count, Yang Kai didn't know which generation of ancestors he was, but he was at least 200 years old. Separated by several generations, coupled with the Yang family's thin familial ties, Yang Kai didn't feel any sense of closeness at this moment. "Do you know why I called you here?" Yang Liting seemed to want to test Yang Kai and asked again. "I've guessed a little." Yang Kai smiled lightly. From the beginning of the inheritance war until now, Yang Liting had not summoned him earlier or later, but at this time, Yang Kai could naturally guess the reason. It was because the old demon had appeared in War City, and the demonic chi emanating from his body had awakened these 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. The 8 of them hadn't intervened in the inheritance war and were only here to protect the younger generation's cultivator from being taken advantage of by the ash-gray cloud evil land. Now that such a powerful demon had suddenly appeared, it was difficult for them not to pay attention. Yang Kai frowned, aware that he was spying on him, but didn't say anything, simply saying, "I don't know his origins." "You don't know?" Yang Liting frowned, suddenly feeling displeased. Although he felt that Yang Kai was deliberately concealing something, he didn't find any signs of lying. Yang Kai really didn't know the origins of the old demon. When he first subdued him in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the old demon was just a spirit body, his memories were chaotic and vague, not even able to remember his own name. Later, Yang Kai didn't ask much about his past, so Yang Kai naturally didn't know anything about him. "Although I don't know, this disciple is certain that he is not a person from the ash-gray cloud evil land." Yang Kai also knew what Yang Liting was worried about and quickly said. Yang Liting didn't say anything, just frowning for a long time before saying, "The inheritance war, it stands to reason that anyone in the world can participate, as long as they are friends with you young people, they can participate. After all, this is a battle that tests your connections. If this old master were to expel him from War City or directly kill him, you may not be convinced. This is also a disguised form of suppressing you, which is inconsistent with our original intention of guarding this battlefield." Yang Kai's heart went cold, but he didn't show it on his face. "This time I called you here for no other reason than this: he can participate in the inheritance war and also stay in War City, but that's all. If this old master finds out that he has done anything unnecessary, he won't show any mercy. Go back and explain this to him clearly." Yang Liting said indifferently. "In addition, after the inheritance war is over, he must leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for not giving you face." "I'll remember." Yang Kai responded expressionlessly. Although he was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps he would be able to shake the heavens and shatter space with a single hand, but right now he was just a nobody. If he really disobeyed Yang Liting, it was likely he wouldn't have a good ending. Although Yang Liting was the Yang family's grand elder, and Yang Kai was also his disciple and grand disciple in name, this time's interaction was like that of a complete stranger. Yang Liting's warning was even more irrefutable. "Go." After saying so, Yang Liting waved his hand and flew back up into the sky to fight with the 7 people. Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart felt somewhat stifled. He wanted to leave, but he didn't know how. He didn't even know how he had come in. After staring blankly for a long time, he still couldn't find a way out. Just as he was about to ask, a thunderous voice entered his ears. "Why aren't you leaving?" As soon as this voice, a huge force pushed Kai Yang's body back, and under that huge force, all of Kai Yang's resistance was futile. His figure rapidly retreated, and the surrounding scenery slipped past his vision. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the main hall. In front of him was still the same round platform with the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters sitting on it. The huge glowing sphere in the middle was still there, and the 8 of them were still constantly pouring their spiritual energy into it, using this mysterious method to compare their insights into the martial Tao. Asterisk dang 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 dang, asterisk Yang Kai involuntarily stumbled backwards, causing Yingjiao to be shocked and hurriedly support him. After standing firm, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body tumbled and his divine sense became chaotic, as if he was being pricked by countless needles. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai felt a little better. Yingjiao's expression changed, not knowing what Yang Kai had encountered that had actually caused him to suffer some minor injuries. Since arriving here, Yang Kai had stood there without saying a word, so Yingjiao didn't know what to say and just waited silently. With such a sudden change, Yingjiao was naturally confused. "Let's go." Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced towards the high platform, and quickly led Yingjiao away. Inside this mysterious small world, the 8 people fighting suddenly stopped, the other 7 shaking their heads slightly as they glanced over at Yang Liting, the slightly fat old man who had spoken before, saying, "Brother Yang, isn't it a bit too much to treat a junior like this?" And, although his eyes were a bit overbearing and sharp, he's still a young man, which one of them isn't hot-blooded? Besides, he didn't lose his temper in front of you. If you act like this, he may not be able to recover from this setback. This little brat is quite good, in the future your young family may have to rely on him. If you really lose him, won't you feel distressed? The 7 old men all shouted, none of them understanding why Yang Liting had just dealt with a junior like this. Yang Liting coldly snorted and said, if he's crippled, then so be it. Does my young family need to worry about not having a successor? When this old master spoke to him just now, he clearly didn't want to listen. That was just a warning, presumably he'll pay more attention to this old master's words now. It's still too much, you're not young anymore, why bother with a little brat? Brother Yang, you really went too far this time. He can rely on his own ability to break into the consciousness of the 8 of us, this alone is unique. Is there anyone else in your young family who can do this? I don't believe it, not to mention your young family, none of the young men from our 7 families can do it. The one who spoke kept shaking his head. Enough, this old master has a sense of propriety, it's not up to you guys to interrupt, do you want to fight or not? Yang Liting looked displeased, 7 people criticizing him, of course he was unhappy. Fight. Wait until this little brat is really crippled, I'll wait to see your regretful expression, ha ha ha. Huh, something's not right. Qiu family supreme elder Qiu Daoren suddenly called out in surprise, his expression becoming strange. The other 7 people also showed a look of surprise as they glanced at each other. It looks like this little brat has profited from his misfortune, the slightly fat old man laughed as he glanced over at Yang Liting with interest. It really is a blessing in disguise. Brother Yang, is this your real purpose? Someone looked at Yang Liting suspiciously. Yang Liting slowly shook his head, but after a moment of contemplation, his expression also changed slightly. He had just dealt with Yang Kai without any scruples about the gap in strength and seniority between them, all because he wanted him to think carefully about whether it was the right decision to make friends with this demon lord. But unexpectedly, under such huge pressure, this little brat actually showed signs of breaking through. Strange. Yang Liting frowned, really wondering what kind of temperament this young man from his generation had. After being dealt such a heavy blow, he was actually able to quickly clear the obstacles in his heart and find an opportunity to break through. Inside the seal temple, Yang Kai's pace suddenly came to a halt, his expression becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Ingjiu didn't understand and thought he had suffered some kind of internal injury, so he quickly stepped forward to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, you go back first and tell Qiu Yimeng that tomorrow night's operation will continue as usual. Everything will be arranged by her. Little lord, you. I still have something to do. After saying so, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before casually finding a room and entering it. Ingjiu was stunned for a moment but didn't hesitate and left the seal temple directly. The seal temple was actually very big, but there were only 8 people inside, not even maids or servants. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters didn't need anyone to serve them. The room Yang Kai found was naturally ownerless. After entering the room, he immediately sat down cross-legged. His aura fluctuated slightly, indicating that he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but he hadn't yet reached his limit. When breaking through, if the conditions were right, the process would be very easy and smooth. However, Yang Kai's current situation was a bit special. Originally, there were no signs of a breakthrough, but under the huge pressure from Yang Liting, his body's yuan qi and his heart's desire for strength had rebounded. This time, the rebound of this pressure had directly allowed him to touch the threshold of yuan qi 9th stage. Just a little bit more. Tomorrow night's battle was imminent, so Yang Kai hoped to cope with it with a higher cultivation. Calming his mind and circulating his true young secret art, Yang Kai closed his eyes and recalled the scene he had just seen in the small world, allowing the aura in his body to fluctuate. Just now, Yang Kai hadn't seen much, but every action of the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters was in accordance with the heavenly way. Peering into the profound meaning contained in these movements was also a way to comprehend their martial Tao. This was of great help to anyone. As time passed, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down, replaying what he had seen over and over again, the mysterious sound once again echoing in his ears. The sound of the clear mountain stream was pleasing to the ear, the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, as if he was in a fairyland, making him forget to leave, relaxing his whole body. Yang Kai's mansion. The bean-sized candlelight flickered as Qiu Yimeng sat at the table with a deep worry on her face. She held her breath and listened attentively to the movements coming from the house, her divine sense constantly probing the surroundings. Whenever the sound of someone walking came, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but secretly pay attention, but every time, she ended up disappointed. During the day, Yang Kai had told her about his plans for the evening, and she had ignored etiquette and refused to let go, but this smelly man actually didn't give her the slightest bit of face and directly shook off her entanglement. At night, he really did run away quietly, causing her to be on edge and worry. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help secretly hating Yang Kai, wishing he wouldn't come back tonight. With her current appearance and demeanor, she was definitely no different from a resentful woman who had been married, but her husband was out drinking and not coming home at night. Thinking so, Qiu Yimeng's face flushed red and she couldn't help feeling a little hot, quickly shaking her head to get rid of these random thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Qiu Yimeng to frown and coldly ask, "Who is it?" "Young Lady Qiu." Yingjiu's voice came from outside. Qiu Yimeng smiled happily and quickly got up to open the door, only to see Yingjiu's pair of shining eyes in the darkness. Glancing suspiciously behind him, Qiu Yimeng asked, "Is that bastard back?" Yingjiu slowly shook his head. What happened? The Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help but ask. Yingjiu had always been by Yang Kai's side, but now he had come back alone and Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Qiu Yimeng didn't dare to think about it anymore. The little lord still has some matters to attend to, so he will be staying in the Seal Temple for the time being. Yingjiu said truthfully. Seal Temple? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help gaping, her voice filled with disbelief. The Seal Temple, she was naturally no stranger to it. There were 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters inside, this was something everyone in War City knew. However, without the summons of the 8 masters, no one could enter it. What did Yang Kai want to do in the Seal Temple? Did the 8 masters intend to give him some pointers? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking about it, a touch of joy appearing on her face as she secretly felt happy for Yang Kai, gently nodding, "I understand." Since he was staying in the Seal Temple, his own safety was absolutely not a problem. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, "Then tomorrow night?" "The little lord said that you will be in charge of everything." Qiu Yimeng suddenly gritted her teeth and cursed, "Smelly man, he wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Since the message has been delivered, Yingjiu will take his leave." Saying so, Yingjiu disappeared. Returning to her room, Qiu Yimeng was no longer sleepy and quickly took out a pen and paper, listing the number of masters on her side and the enemy's side one by one, carefully considering all possible scenarios. Early in the morning, many cultivators walked out of their retreat, feeling refreshed, and began testing the power of their newly refined artifacts. The artifacts seized from Pajing Lake last time had all been distributed by Qiu Yimeng. These days, everyone had basically been refining their artifacts and had only come out today. Qiu Yimeng, who hadn't slept all night, quickly summoned the leaders of the major forces to discuss the war. She didn't go into too much detail, just letting those who were named prepare for the operation that night. Hearing this news, everyone rubbed their palms in anticipation and looked excited. 2 little sisters who, come with us. Qiu Yimeng looked at Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er with a smile. Hu Jiao'er nodded, good. Qiu Yimeng knew that not many people from Blood Battle Gang had come this time, and even fewer masters. Qiu Yimeng's arrangement was obviously to allow Blood Battle Gang to gain some credit. Lung Shan, on the other hand, said somewhat embarrassedly, "This time, I'm afraid our Ghost King Valley won't be able to participate. All of us have a martial skill we can't use for the time being. Then I'll have to trouble you to stay." Qiu Yimeng made arrangements. "Thank you," Lung Shan said gratefully. After a long time, all the forces had been properly arranged. Qiu Yimeng had taken into account the mood of each of them, making sure they were all satisfied. After dispersing, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Conserve and store up energy. He was just waiting for the night to come. Time passed quickly and night fell. It had only been a few days since the treasure-seizing battle at Pajing Lake, so no one had expected that there would be such a large-scale movement tonight. Inside Yang Wei's house, Meng Shani came to Yang Wei's room and gently knocked on the door. "Eldest young master, they've already acted." The door opened. Yang Wei stepped out from inside, his eyes shining brightly as he nodded slightly. "Let's move as well." "Young master. I suddenly feel that something is not quite right." "What?" "The 9th young master is going to attack the 5th young master. We are in charge of restraining the 2nd young master, but what about the 6th and 7th young masters? If they heard the news..." "Don't tell me you won't take advantage of the situation?" "As long as they aren't idiots, they will definitely do so." Yang Wei nodded lightly. Then the 9th young lord sighed. Meng Shanyi's expression suddenly brightened. "If that's the case, then even if the 9th young lord can defeat the 5 young lords, the 5th young lord won't be able to defeat them. There will be a fire in the backyard." Yang Wei glanced at Meng Shani strangely and smiled. "Shani, you seem to be eager to see this scene. Are you afraid of 9th brother?" Meng Shani nodded solemnly and asked, "Eldest young master, aren't you worried at all?" "What's the use of worrying? I've done everything I could. If I'm really not as good as you, I have nothing to say." Yang Wei slowly shook his head with an indifferent look on his face. "If 9th brother moves fast enough tonight and doesn't give 6th brother and 7th brother time to react, he can still ensure that his rear is safe. If he is slow, there will definitely be losses." Meng Shani was startled as he carefully pondered over Yang Wei's words. He was surprised to find that even if Yang Kai's actions were slow, he would only suffer losses in the rear and would not be completely defeated. Eldest young master thinks so highly of 9th young master? However, thinking about it again, with Yingjiao and the bone shield, it wasn't impossible to quickly capture Yang Kong. On this quiet and serene night, there seemed to be a tense atmosphere quietly spreading. Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Kong was concentrating on refining his newly acquired mysterious great artifact. The yuan qi he had poured into him over the past few days had been quite effective. As long as he was given another 5 or 6 days, he would be able to fully refine this mysterious grade low-rank artifact into his body. At that time, his overall strength would rise to a whole new level. With a mysterious grade artifact, even if he faced an immortal ascension boundary master, he would be able to fight back. It could be said that the result of the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake had allowed the strength of the Yang family's young lords to soar. As Yang Kong was working hard to refine this artifact, the closed door suddenly opened. Yang Kong was startled, and before he could understand what was going on, he saw a slender shadow flash a few times in the darkness. It was as if 2 daggers were flashing with a cold light as they danced towards him, shrouding him in the shadows. His skin tightened as he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. "5th young lord, be careful." Tang Yuxian's tender voice sounded in his ear as she released her exquisite soul skill. The slender figure didn't attack Yang Kong but instead quickly retreated to the door. Under the cover of the moonlight, Yang Kong saw the appearance of this person and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. "Yingjiao." Yingjiao grinned and his figure gradually faded away, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kong and asked, "5th young lord, are you okay?" Yang Kong was stunned for a while before gradually dispelling the throbbing fear in his heart and slowly shaking his head. "I'm fine." Fortunately, Yuxian noticed in time. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian's soul skill blocking him just now, with Yingjiao's strength, he would have already captured Yang Kong. This blood warrior who could appear and disappear like a ghost was capable of sneaking in and assassinating people. It was simply too terrifying. However, Yingjiao could have tried again just now, so why did he give up? On top of that, the smile on his face before he left was also intriguing. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kong suddenly understood and slapped his thigh. "You've gone too far." When a blood warrior participated in the inheritance war, they couldn't take the initiative to attack and were only responsible for passively defending. In other words, even if he had walked in front of Yingjiao just now, he couldn't have done anything to him. Yingjiao's attack was obviously just for show, he wouldn't really attack him. On the contrary, Yang Kang's reaction was somewhat laughable. How could Yingjiao be safe? Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed deeply as she pondered another question. During the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake, Tu Feng, who Yang Kong had brought with him, had also been struck by the Qi binding seal. Until now, Tu Feng had also been in retreat trying to break through the seal, but Ingjiu, who had also been struck by the qi-binding seal, had actually appeared here. Ninth brother. Yang Kang's expression became gloomy, not thinking about Ingjiu, instead hating Yang Kai to the bone. At that moment, Tang Yuxian's expression suddenly changed, her pretty face going pale. Fifth young lord, many people are coming. What? Yang Kang was shocked. Who's coming? I feel Xiao Shun's aura. There are also other masters from the little lord's house. It seems, the little lord is planning to attack this place. Is he crazy? Yang Kang couldn't sit still any longer, quickly getting up and hurrying out. What was wrong with ninth brother at this time? Everyone still hadn't recovered from the losses they had suffered in the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, and now they were trying to refine that artifact. Why wasn't he staying in the house and instead doing this kind of thing that would harm others? Starting a fight at this time would not only delay the time Yang Kai needed to refine that artifact, but it would also delay his own progress in refining the artifact. What good was this to him? Even if the two brothers didn't like each other, was there a need to be so hostile? Once the others finished refining that artifact, they would undoubtedly occupy the advantage. As he hurried out, the sounds of fighting and killing immediately rang out in his ears, along with strong and weak energy fluctuations, causing Yang Kang to realize that Yang Kai was serious this time. This wasn't some kind of trick. These people, as soon as they arrived at the house, wouldn't even say a word of politeness before attacking. Outside the house, a large group of people stood in the air, centered around Qiu Yimeng, nearly 200 of them. Apart from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai now had a total of 14 forces supporting him. This time, in addition to the Qiu family and Hua family, there was also the Blood Battle Gang, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Pure Heart Palace, Tianyuan City, and the Duanmu family, a total of 8 forces. The Qiu family's strength wasn't very strong. After all, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall weren't masters. The Hua family only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, and the Blood Battle Gang didn't have many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. In addition, most of the remaining forces had 4 or 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The overall strength and number of these forces couldn't be compared to the masters in Yang Kang's house. However, Qiu Yimeng was still full of confidence. Because this time she had brought 2 blood warriors with her, as well as a gloomy and mysterious master, Old Demon. Qiu Yimeng didn't know how powerful the Old Demon was, but she was certain that he was stronger than the blood warriors. With these 3 people, it was only a matter of time before they took down Yang Kang's house. So when they arrived, Qiu Yimeng didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack. The cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were suddenly caught off guard. Amidst the brilliance of their martial skills and artifacts, they were thrown off their feet, losing more than a dozen of their men in just a single exchange. After reacting, they hurriedly defended and counterattacked, but everyone seemed a little panicked and confused. Yang Kang hadn't shown up, so these people had no backbone. Relying only on the Gao family's Gao Rang Feng, they couldn't take charge of the overall situation. Young Lady Qiu, this old master and his 5 subordinates request to fight. A master from the Duanmu family said with a murderous look on his face. The Duanmu family was originally an ally of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai, but on the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Tai was eliminated. In that battle, the Duanmu family had suffered countless casualties, leaving only 5 masters alive. One of the instigators was the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion. Now that he had met his enemy, he was naturally enraged and couldn't wait to avenge his fallen family. Don't worry. Qiu Yimeng looked calm as she slowly shook her head. Wait until the situation is clear. Although the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion had been caught off guard, in the end, they were on the defensive and had the absolute advantage. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's side had only dispatched half of their forces, so if they acted rashly, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Qiu Yimeng's thoughts raced as she waited for Yang Kai to arrive while directing the many cultivators to bombard Yang Kang's mansion from a distance. The people Qiu Yimeng brought with her didn't directly engage the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion, instead just standing high in the air, releasing all kinds of martial skills and artifacts, not stingy with their yuan qi. In just a short time, Yang Kang's mansion was torn apart, a large number of houses collapsed, and the cultivator below dodged like a headless fly. Although the losses weren't great, this scene was extremely humiliating. Immediately, some people couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up into the air, trying to regain some face. Dao Rangfeng didn't even have time to stop them before the few cultivators who had jumped up into the air were wiped out by Qiu Yimeng's subordinates. The situation was in their favor, causing many of the cultivators' spirits to rise, wishing they could immediately rush up and capture Yongkang or seize the flag to win the victory. Huastars muttered to the side, Qiu Yimeng. Letting Yingjiu sneak in, isn't that a violation of the rules of the Yang family's inheritance war? Qiu Yimeng shook her head, Yingjiu knows what he's doing. If just showing up in front of Yongkang is a violation of the rules, how can we bring out the blood warriors? But if he sneaks in, he can't take the initiative to attack or seize the flag. What's the point of doing this? Huastars couldn't understand. I'm just scaring him. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Huastar's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe this. Qiu Yimeng wasn't bored to such an extent. Rolling her eyes, Huastars guessed that Qiu Yimeng's actions were just a ruse, so that Yongkang would mistakenly think that Yang Kai was here. Speaking of which, he did not know where Yang Kai had gone tonight. It seemed that he had not seen him since yesterday. However, Yingjiu and Yang Kai had always been inseparable. With Yingjiu's appearance, Yang Kai must have been hiding nearby, scheming something. Huastar secretly nodded, confirming the guess in his heart. Where's fifth young master? Down below, Gao Rangfeng anxiously shouted. Gao Rangfeng was also the successor of the Gao family. He was young and his cultivation wasn't weak, but in the inheritance war, he was just a foil. Now that the enemy was at their doorstep, Gao Rangfeng could only let his people temporarily defend and wait for Yongkang to come out and take charge of the situation. I'm here. Yang Kang's face was gloomy as he walked out of the ruins accompanied by Tang Yuxian, his cold eyes glancing around. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Fifth young lord. Seeing him appear, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed to his side. Qiu Yimeng has brought people to invade our house. We were caught off guard and more than 20 people have already died. I know. Yongkang nodded gently. Raising his head, Yongkang shouted, Ninth brother, come out and speak. Fifth young lord. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. She stood in midair, her curves enchanting, her tender body slender, the night wind blowing against her trousers, revealing her snow-white ankles. Under the moonlight, they shimmered with a jade-like luster, captivating the hearts of those who saw them. Even in this smoke-filled battlefield, there were many hot-blooded male cultivators who greedily stared at these snow-white ankles, secretly tempted. Coupled with Lan Chu Dai and Luo Xiaoman, the two women with great capital, standing beside her, the Hu sisters were a feast for the eyes. Many people couldn't help feeling envious of the men in Yang Kai's house. They suddenly discovered that there were many stunning women in Kai Yang's house. Of course, Yongkang didn't have any. The Qiu family's first young lady smiled warmly as she greeted Yongkang, but her hands were not idle. The cultivator around her were still constantly using their martial skills and artifacts to attack the enemy. Where's ninth brother? Yongkang frowned, obviously thinking that Yang Kai should be the one to talk to him. Although Qiu Yimeng's status wasn't low, in this kind of situation, she wasn't qualified to speak. Replying to fifth young lord, Yang Kai has an important matter to attend to and can't come out for the time being. I will be in charge of this battle. Fifth young lord, please show some mercy. We'll stop here so we don't hurt each other. Saying so, she giggled. Yang Kang's face went black as he laughed darkly. Good. Ninth brother really doesn't put this fifth brother in his eyes. Since that's the case, fifth brother doesn't need to show mercy. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Yongkang was truly enraged. The inheritance war, was a battle for the right of succession to the Yang family patriarch. Between brothers, it was a competition of personal connections and charisma. Now that his ninth brother's people were attacking him while he himself wasn't going to show up, Yongkang couldn't help feeling like he was being looked down upon. He was also a proud and arrogant person, how could he stand such contempt? Enraged, he immediately issued an order for his people to rush up and disrupt the enemy's formation. Gao Rangfeng was taken aback. Although the number and overall level of Yang Kai's cultivator couldn't be compared to theirs, in the current situation, there was no doubt that the defending side had the advantage. As long as they waited for the yuan qi of these cultivators to falter, they could launch a counterattack and settle this once and for all. Moreover, with Yang Kai's cultivator attacking so fiercely, if the other young lords heard this news, they would definitely take action. Naturally, at this time it was better to stall for time. As long as they could delay until Yang Kai's backyard caught fire, the cultivator on his side would have no choice but to retreat to defend. At that time, his own people would be able to follow behind and launch a pincer attack with the other young lords. How could they not destroy Yang Kai? But Yang Kong, in his anger, didn't consider this at all. All he wanted was to quickly regain his face. If he really did so, it would only make it easier for the enemy to kill him. Hurriedly, he tried to stop him. "Fifth young lord, I think it's better for us to defend ourselves. For the time being, we shouldn't." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Kong impatiently. "They're standing on top of my head, why should I endure? If it were you, would you be able to endure?" Gao Rangfeng was stunned, faintly feeling that Yang Kang's words made sense, but he quickly realized those are two different things. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kong had already issued the order to attack. A large number of cultivators flew out from below, resisting the attacks from above, releasing their martial skills and artifacts, quickly closing the distance between them and Qiu Yimeng and the other young lords. Starshua laughed loudly. "Yang Kong really is straightforward." Qiu Yimeng shook her head slightly. "He's relying on his numbers." None of the Yang family young lords were idiots. Even if Yang Kong was slightly weaker than the others, it was impossible for him to be so stupid as to let his own people throw themselves into a trap. This was his mansion, all his helpers and manpower were here, so naturally he felt there was no need to fear the people brought by Qiu Yimeng. As they spoke, Qiu Yimeng passed on several more orders. The cultivators from Yang Kang's mansion were now in a state of rage, rushing straight up against the yuan qi attacks, but when they were less than 10 meters away, the people around Qiu Yimeng suddenly scattered. This sudden change stunned the cultivators who had rushed up, and looking at the scattered enemies, some of them didn't know which direction to pursue. Yang Kong was still watching from below, so it was impossible for him to pass on orders in time. After a moment of stunned silence, the cultivators who had rushed up also scattered in all directions. "Surround!" Qiu Yimeng shouted coldly, and everyone immediately turned around, grinning as they displayed their martial skills. The sky was suddenly filled with a dazzling light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. In the midst of this chaos, screams rang out as blood rained down from the sky. Yang Kang's heart clenched as he suddenly realized the situation was not good. He only saw the group of people brought by Qiu Yimeng blossom like flowers, then shrink back, while the cultivators from his own camp disappeared in an instant. *****. Corpses continued to fall from the sky, smashing into the ground, their flesh and blood mangled. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the first round of confrontation had ended. Yang Kang's mansion had suffered heavy losses. "Young Lady Qiu, in fact, there's no need to go through so much trouble." The old demon stood beside Qiu Yimeng and shook his head. "As long as we catch that little brat down there, we'll win, right?" "That's right." Qiu Yimeng nodded gently. "Then this old master will take action. Although the strength of that woman beside him is not bad, she shouldn't be able to stop this old master." Qiu Yimeng chuckled lightly. "Senior D, this junior doesn't mean to underestimate you, but that woman is a young family blood warrior. After using his mad tyrant blood skill, he can compete with a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Can you guarantee you can defeat her in a short time?" "Oh, that's a bit difficult." The old demon was stunned, seemingly not having expected Tang Yuxian to be so strong. He was now a peak immortal ascension boundary master, so if they really fought, Tang Yuxian would definitely not be his opponent, but she should be able to delay him. Yang Kai was not here, and although Xiaoshan and Yingjiu were present, they couldn't take action. Even if they could restrain Tang Yuxian, with the strength of the remaining people, it would take some effort to capture Yang Kong. Why hasn't that bastard appeared yet? Qiu Yimeng was furious, but she couldn't show it. As long as Yang Kai was here, leading Xiaoshan and Yingjiu to attack Yang Kong, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But now I really need to trouble Senior to take action. Qiu Yimeng suddenly changed the topic. "Since Yang Kai wasn't here, the old demon had to act. She had originally planned to hide the old demon for a while before taking him out to deal with the other young lords, but now it seemed that this plan had fallen through. Yang Kong had already suffered a loss once, so it was definitely unrealistic to expect them to attack again. Since that was the case, they could only attack head-on. "No problem, young Lady Qiu, who do you want to attack?" The old demon grinned. "There's no fixed person, I hope Senior can make the situation as chaotic as possible. At the very least, kill a few of the stronger ones, such as an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, hee. That's easy." The old demon laughed, stretching out his hand and sending out a ray of light. The beam of light shot out by the old demon was dark red in color, like thick blood. As the beam of light shot out, it carried with it a bloody, gloomy, and brutal aura. The cultivator in Yang Kang's compound couldn't help paling as they all tried to resist. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't stop this beam of light. With a bang, the beam of light hit the ground, creating a deep crater. Roar, a roar like that of a trapped beast rang out, and a violent aura suddenly spread out, shocking everyone present. Looking over, the cultivator in Yang Kang's compound were all stunned. All they saw was a man standing in the middle of the crater. This man's face was blurred, and his entire body exuded a monstrous bloody aura. Even his eyes were a terrifying crimson color. Accompanied by his roar, huge blood bubbles suddenly appeared on the ground. Pung pung, the blood bubbles burst open, dyeing the ground red. Soon, the ground became sticky and slippery, as if there was a fountain of blood in the depths of the earth that was constantly spewing blood. What the hell is this? Everyone felt bad, but no one could recognize what this was. Although he looked like a human, he didn't look like one. There was no human emotion in his eyes at all, only infinite killing intent. Although he wasn't a human, he had all the characteristics of a human except for a huge bulge on his forehead, which was extremely strange. "Senior, what is this?" Qiu Meng also paled slightly. Although her intuition told her that the old demon was not a good person, after seeing this scene, she found that she had somewhat underestimated the old demon's moral standards. Looking at the strange man below, Qiu Meng felt a faint chill in her heart. Jia, this is the blood demon puppet this old master refined." The old demon replied proudly, quite proud of his work. Qiu Meng rubbed her forehead and no longer said anything. The thing called the blood demon had already begun its slaughter, and the ground was covered with thick blood that had a strong suction force. All the cultivator that was stained by the blood water found that they could not escape and were firmly pinned to the ground. With a roar, the blood demon rushed in front of a cultivator. With a single hand, the cultivator exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist was directly absorbed by the blood demon, which seemed to increase his strength by another level. A red figure flashed. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cultivator entangled by the blood water was completely dead. The blood demon still didn't stop his slaughter. Wherever he went, blood would follow. Once a cultivator below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage was stained by this blood, they wouldn't be able to escape no matter how hard they tried. Only death awaited them. "Kill him." Yang Kong also discovered the astonishing destructive power of the blood demon and quickly issued an order to his subordinates. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th or 7th stage masters didn't dare to get too close to the blood demon and summoned their artifacts. He threw the martial skill he was most proud of at blood demon. Although Bloodseeker was very fast and managed to dodge a few attacks, there were too many enemies. In the end, he was still hit by a barrage of attacks. These people showed no mercy, directly breaking the blood demon's legs and causing him to fall into the sea of blood. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yang Kong saw this scene and couldn't help coldly snorting, letting go of the slight worry in his heart. Allowing such a monster to wreak havoc in the crowd, not to mention his combat strength, would be a deterrent to the weaker cultivator. "Senior." Qiu Meng was also stunned. She hadn't expected that the old demon's puppet, despite its terrifying appearance, actually didn't seem to be anything special. The old demon, on the other hand, just laughed strangely. "Just wait and see." As soon as his voice fell, the blood demon, whose legs had been broken, actually used his hands to support his upper body and stood up straight. At the same time, the severed limbs on his lower body began to madly swallow the blood water in the sea of blood. As the blood was swallowed, the severed limb wriggled incessantly like bamboo shoots after a rain. Something was emerging from there. In less than a moment, a pair of undamaged legs grew out of his body. How is this possible? A burst of exclamations rang out. Not only were the cultivator in Yang Kang's mansion shocked, but even Qiu Yimeng and the others were shocked. Being able to regenerate his broken legs, was this still human? This bizarre scene was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. This old master will also go down and play. The old demon grinned and turned into a streak of light, shooting down into the sea below. The soul breaker all, which had not appeared for a long time, began to rotate on his shoulder, as if it had a mind of its own, exuding amazing energy fluctuations. The soul breaker all had been restored to the level of a mysterious great artifact. Feeling the strange aura and huge pressure from the old demon, all of the cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were shocked. Tang Yuxian's expression was extremely dignified. "Fifth young lord, don't leave my side." Yang Kang's lips were dry and cracked as he nodded unconsciously, suddenly feeling a sense of desperation in his heart. Of the two blood warriors, Tu Feng couldn't be used, and there was no peak immortal ascension boundary master in Yang Kang's mansion, so how could he resist this gloomy master? Tang Yuxian alone could probably delay him for a while, but with Tang Yuxian pinned down, who would be responsible for his own safety? Being stared at by this person, Yang Kang even felt like his soul was about to be sucked away. While everyone was still in shock, the old demon had already taken action, displaying a variety of gloomy martial skills as the soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, single-handedly turning Yang Kang's cultivator camp upside down. Coupled with the blood demon stirring up trouble, Yang Kang's mansion was instantly filled with panic, unable to resist. Why do I feel like we didn't need to come here? Huixing's scalp tingled as he watched the old demon and the blood demon's actions from down below, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. These two were tyrannical, one more tyrannical than the other. Needless to say, the blood demon had an almost immortal body. In just a short period of time, his body had been shattered several times, but each time he was able to regenerate intact. As for the powerful old demon, no one could resist him, rampaging through the crowd, killing people like flies, his methods cruel and bloody. Qiu Yimeng watched for a while before slowly shaking her head. Those two alone won't be enough. They were indeed powerful, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. A tiger couldn't hold up against a pack of wolves. Yang Kang's mansion was not without masters. The blood demon's weakness seemed to have been discovered by them. The reason why he could regenerate so quickly was all because of the sea of blood. There was a cultivator who cultivated ice and fire secret arts. The blood demon was fiercely freezing and roasting the sea of blood. As the size of the sea of blood decreased, the blood demon's actions also became somewhat powerless. The old demon also noticed this and couldn't help coldly snorting, raising his hand to summon the blood demon back. "It's time for us to go." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and said. Yang Kang's camp was in complete chaos, and now was the time to gradually erode Yang Kang's forces. "I've been waiting for a long time." Huixing grinned and rushed straight down. No one was looking for him. He directly found Gao Rangfeng. "Brother Gao, let's exchange pointers." Gao Rangfeng's expression sank. "Brother Hua, do you think you're my opponent?" Although the two of them had never fought before, Gao Rang Feng still felt that a playboy like Xinghua was definitely not his opponent. "Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Xingfeng smiled lightly. Inserting the folding fan in his hand into his collar, his expression became cold. "As you wish." Gao Rangfeng coldly snorted. The two young lords of the central capital instantly confronted each other. At the same time, the 4 immortal ascension boundary 5th stage masters they had brought with them also found themselves facing off against each other. On the other side, Lu Song, who was avoiding the attack range of the old demon, was also targeted by Dong Qinghan. Last time at Pijing Lake, when they were fighting for artifacts, Lu Song had made things difficult for Dong Qinghan at every turn and had almost lost a heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact, causing Dong Qinghan to grit his teeth in anger. However, at that time, the overall situation was more important, so Dong Qinghan had no intention of continuing to entangle with him. But now was different, it was time for him to attack. Dong Qinghan naturally intended to settle old and new grievances. He wanted to force this blind Lu family young master out of War City. The Hu sisters, Guanqi Lu, and the others also rushed down, a faint halo suddenly blooming around the twin sisters' tender bodies. This halo seemed to connect their vitality and true qi together, allowing them, who were originally only true element boundary 8th stage cultivators, to display strength no less than an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. This made Qiu Yimeng, who was secretly observing them, realize that these two sisters were not mediocre. Fanhong of Purple Fern Valley and Zhuafang of Pure Heart Palace also led their forces to find enemies to fight. The 5 masters of the Duanmu family had long since been unable to hold back, their momentum astonishing, their strength fully unleashed, killing wherever there was a crowd. This battle was a battle where they would take revenge and wipe out their hatred. Young Lady Qiu, this one will stay behind to ensure your safety. Lu Feixing said softly, his face filled with tenderness. During her stay in Yang Kai's house, Lu Feixing had almost become Qiu Yimeng's personal bodyguard, following her closely. Anyone could see that he was obsessed with Qiu Yimeng. Although the Qiu family's first young lady had hinted to him many times, Lu Feixing still didn't back down. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so Qiu Yimeng couldn't be too harsh on him and could only let him do as he pleased. However, if she could avoid being alone with him, she would do her best to avoid it. No need, Xiaoman will accompany me. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and declined Lu Feixing's kindness. Good. Lu Feixing hesitated for a moment before agreeing, leading Tianyuan City's forces to join the battle. Up in the air, only Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman remained, along with blood warrior Xiao Shun, who could only watch helplessly. With Yang Kai not here, Xiao Shun and Yingjiu couldn't do anything at all. Even if someone attacked Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman at this time, they could only watch. After all, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman weren't the ones they followed, Yang Kai was. Because of the interference of the old demon and the blood demon puppet, Yang Kang's cultivator forces were now in a state of chaos. When Dong Qinghan's group rushed down, the other side could only fight on their own. This was exactly what Qiu Yimeng wanted to see. The other side had too many people, so if they didn't disrupt their rhythm, it would be difficult to launch an attack. Qiu Yimeng was confident that her people weren't inferior to any of the other forces. The mysterious grade pills produced by the pill room every day weren't for nothing. Even Qiu Yimeng felt that her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds during this time, while she had to keep herself busy so she didn't have much time to cultivate, let alone others. Standing midair and overlooking the overall situation, Qiu Yimeng finally calmed down. In this battle, it seemed that Yang Kai was no longer needed. However, if Yang Kai didn't come, her side's losses would definitely be much greater. What the hell is that bastard doing? At such a critical time, he actually dropped the ball. Just as she was silently hating herself, Xiao Shun's ears suddenly twitched and he grinned, Young Lady Qiu, the little lord is here. Qiu Yimeng heard this and was overjoyed. Turning her head, she saw a figure quickly approaching and, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in front of her. Stopping beside Qiu Yimeng, Yang Kai glanced around casually, his expression indifferent. The situation of the battle was similar to what he had expected. I thought you weren't coming. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips. Something happened so I was delayed. Yang Kai responded faintly. What's so important? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help asking, but as soon as she finished speaking, her small red mouth widened as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, shocked, you broke through again? The Qiu family's first young lady was now an immortal ascension boundary first stage master, so as long as Yang Kai didn't deliberately hide his aura, she would definitely be able to see through him at a glance. Only now did she understand why Yang Kai had arrived so late. Since he was about to break through, naturally he wouldn't have time to spare. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng's complexion became much better and she even felt happy for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, gently clenching his fists. Yuan Qi 9th stage, only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, the strength flowing through his body was undoubtedly much stronger than before. What we do next depends on you. Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious as she shifted the topic to the current battle. Before Yang Kai could answer, she first threw out her own idea, I'm afraid it's not realistic to kill them all. I think we should stop while we're ahead. If you lead Xiaoshan and Yingjiu to capture Yongkang, not only will we be able to win, but we can also try to subdue the surviving cultivator and enrich our strength. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. It's impossible. I know it's difficult, but how can you be so sure if you don't try? Qiu Yimeng furrowed her brow. Yang Kai was a good person, but he was a bit arbitrary. Once he decided on something, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Subdue those martial artists who were still alive. It was indeed difficult. After all, both sides had just fought to the death, and their hands were stained with each other's blood. If I say it can't be subdued, then it can't be subdued. Yang Kai obviously didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Qiu Yimeng didn't say anything and just glared at him hatefully. Although her expression didn't change, in fact, she also agreed with Yang Kai's opinion. Just like the 5 experts of the Duanmu clan, the Duanmu clan had suffered heavy casualties that night. If Yongkang and Yangning wanted to subdue them, would they submit? Definitely not. This was a blood feud. Tonight's battle. The major forces in Yang Kang's mansion had suffered huge losses, so how could they come to join Yang Kai? Even if they were to take a step back, even if they were to seek refuge, how could they peacefully coexist with Yang Kai's original allies in the future? Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred when they met. Staying together every day was bound to lead to chaos. Even if Yang Kai's personality was charming, it was impossible for them to let go of their blood feud. Since we can't subdue them, let's end this quickly. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath. Her face filled with helplessness. Since Yang Kai had arrived, he could now take Yingjiu and Xiaoshan to defeat and capture Yongkang. With the current strength of Yang Kang's defenses, there was no way he could resist the attacks of 2 blood warriors. But who would have thought that Kai Yang would just let out a sinister laugh, the corners of his mouth rising? A quick battle. I've only just arrived. What do you want to do? The Qiu family's first young lady stared blankly. I want to make them despair. Yang Kai's face became cold as he glanced over at Qiu Yimeng. Don't forget, if I don't make these people despair and fear me, they will seek refuge with someone else and become my enemy. And the one they would seek refuge with would undoubtedly be Yang Zhao. There was no doubt about this. After all, Yang Zhao and Yang Kang were blood brothers. Looking at Yang Kai's grin, Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was imagining a scene of broken walls, mountains of corpses, and rivers of blood. She had never expected that Yang Kai's appetite would be so big. Yang Kai's appearance was naturally not hidden from Yang Kang's eyes. At this moment, Yang Kang's eyes were filled with anger as he glared up at him, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "Ninth brother." Yang Kai smiled and greeted him, "Fifth brother, good evening." Seeing this, Yang Kang almost coughed up blood in anger, nodding repeatedly, "Good, good, ninth brother, you really are ruthless, fifth brother thanks you for your guidance." Yang Kai's smile slowly converged as he said lightly, "Xiaoshan, Yingjiu, come with me." Xiaoshan grinned and nodded while Yingjiu remained silent in the darkness. Glancing down, Yang Kai randomly chose a spot on the battlefield and rushed straight down. Yang Kang's cultivator, who had already fallen into a complete disadvantage, suddenly saw Yang Kai lead the 2 blood warriors into the fray, and the situation quickly turned around. These cultivators had a headache facing Yang Kai's attacks and harassment. If they tried to fight back, they would immediately be killed by the 2 blood warriors, but if they didn't fight back, Yang Kai's combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Wherever Yang Kai went, it could be said that he was unstoppable, and the situation was clear. He was like a sharp spear, his momentum like a rainbow, moving in and out of the enemy's formation as he pleased, unstoppable. The Yang family's rules for blood warriors to participate in the battle were all used by him, almost like a cheat, making his opponents powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet, howling miserably as despair filled the air. Yang Kang's expression quickly changed from anger to frustration. He really didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. He had already occupied an absolute advantage, but he had ignored him and his flag, instead choosing to go in and out of the crowd, leading the 2 blood warriors to slaughter his own side. In the midst of the chaos, a cultivator suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kang. The helpless Yang Kang's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Where's my second brother?" When he learned that his mansion had been attacked tonight, Yang Kong had sent a messenger to inform Yang Zhao to bring reinforcements, but it wasn't until now that this messenger had arrived. The cultivator quickly said, "Fifth young lord, second young lord was unable to come." What? Yang Kong was startled, grit his teeth and roared, "What happened?" Eldest young lord brought some people and is currently harassing second young lord, so he can't send anyone here. Yang Kang's expression instantly became desperate, his body stumbling back as he muttered, "How could this be?" It didn't make sense that as soon as he was attacked, his eldest brother had to restrain his second brother. Did this mean that his ninth brother had joined forces with his eldest brother? "Fifth young lord, second young lord asked me to bring you a message." The cultivator opened his mouth, but hesitated, his eyes flashing. "What message?" Yang Kang's eyes flashed with a last glimmer of hope. Second young lord said. The cultivator wore a bitter expression as he stammered, "That you should admit defeat, in any case, ninth brother won't kill you." After a pause, he added, "Those were second young lord's exact words." "Admit defeat?" Yang Kong repeated, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing loudly, "I admit defeat? How could I, Yang Kong, admit defeat?" His expression of despair suddenly turned ferocious and excited. He became somewhat hysterical as he madly roared, "Ninth brother!" This roar spread through almost half of War City, and everyone who heard it couldn't help trembling. This was a roar filled with unwillingness and fighting spirit. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of slaughtering the enemy, heard this and immediately flew up into the air, looking down at Yang Kong with an indifferent expression. "Ninth brother, everyone underestimated you, including fifth brother. Fifth brother's defeat is not unjust, but if you want to beat me, you have to beat me head on. Do you dare?" Yang Kang's eyes were burning like flames, without the slightest trace of desperation, as if he was the current winner. "Good." Yang Kai smiled lightly and agreed to Yang Kang's request, quickly changing the subject, "But I have a request." "Speak." Yang Kong took a deep breath and seemed to calm down. "After tonight, all the surviving cultivators in your house will scram from War City." Yang Kong was startled but immediately understood what he meant and sneered, "Are you afraid they'll seek refuge with second brother? What do you think?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't afraid. He now had the absolute advantage and could completely kill all these people, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Yang Kong believed that if he didn't agree to this request, Yang Kai would really do such a thing. Beat the snake to death and let the tiger return to the mountain will eventually lead to disaster. Knowing that if he let these people live, they would still try to oppose him in the future, no one would show mercy. The reason why he made such a request was obviously because Yang Kai didn't want to be too ruthless. "Good." Yang Kong nodded, leapt up, and flew up into the sky with Tang Yuxian. Since he was destined to lose, he had to lose heroically. Being hesitant was not the style of the Yang family. Tang Yuxian took half a step forward and stood in front of Yang Kong, a bitter smile on her face as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little lord, this day has finally come. If it weren't for the accident with Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiao, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng would now be following Yang Kai, laughing as they watched him reap one harvest after another. But, the heavens made fools of people. Even if Tang Yuxian was unwilling, she had no choice but to become an enemy of Yang Kai. "Yuxian, this time you don't need to intervene, this is a matter between me and ninth brother." Yang Kong also knew the relationship between Tang Yuxian and Yang Kai and shook his head slightly. "Fifth young lord." Tang Yuxian smiled, a small dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Blood warriors have their own principles. Protecting the young lords is the reason we blood warriors participate in the inheritance war. Even if you don't allow it, I will still participate." Yang Kong couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers, Yang Kang's original intention was to disgust Yang Kai. Over the past few months, he had been quite suspicious of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's loyalty, especially when he became enemies with Yang Kai, fearing that these two would not distinguish between public and private interests. But now it seemed that he had been thinking too much. At this final juncture, Tang Yuxian was still fulfilling her responsibility as a blood warrior. "I'll accompany Yuxian." Ying Jiao suddenly appeared. The two blood warriors stared at each other calmly. Suddenly, the yuan qi in their bodies surged, gradually becoming violent. Soon, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Yingjiu, the vitality in their bodies soared. Whether it was their aura or their yuan qi, they broke through layer after layer and reached a new realm. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Now, both of them had reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. Xiao xiao. The two figures disappeared at the same time, leaving only two red lights in the night sky, constantly colliding with each other. The old demon, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd, felt these fluctuations and couldn't help looking up, his expression slightly dignified. Sure enough, they have some skill. With his Mad Tyrant Blood skill activated, the old demon knew that these two were still not his opponents in a one-on-one fight, but if he wanted to win, it would definitely take him a long time. Tang Yuxian was distracted by Yingjiu, Tu Feng was under the Qi binding seal, and Yang Kong now had no one to protect him. Fifth brother, please. Yang Kai stared at him, his expression calm. Yang Kang's expression became solemn as he took a deep breath, his eyes flashing a cold light, his aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous, but his expression became calmer and calmer. Not bad, Yang Kai thought to himself. He suddenly discovered that his fifth brother's temperament was actually not so childish. Among the younger generation of cultivators of the same cultivation, he should be considered one of the top. In battle, the more furious one was, the easier it was to fall into a passive state. A cultivator would compete. Momentum, cultivation, methods, experience, and even more so, temperament. Once one's temperament was affected by external factors during a fight, it would be difficult to display their full strength, and some fatal flaws may even appear. A cultivator who was in a rage would find it difficult to act rationally in battle. Gradually, the rhythm of the battle would be taken over and they would lose their lives. As soon as Yang Kong was ready to fight, he immediately calmed down, obviously already possessing the demeanor of a master. If he was given another 20 years, he would definitely be able to grow into a tyrant. However, he was still too young. Yang Kai was younger than him, but the two of them had different experiences. Different experiences naturally led to different perspectives when looking at problems. Ninth brother, you being able to fight Lu Qingyao means that your fifth brother is definitely not your opponent. Yang Kong said calmly. Saying these words, he didn't feel ashamed at all. But if you want to beat me, you'll have to pay a price. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand and suddenly a compass-like object. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kong in amazement, frowning slightly. Why bother? I'm a member of the Yang family, you know the temperament of the Yang family. Yang Kong sneered, but his expression was indifferent. Yang Yang's Yang, Yang 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 Qi, Yang, 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 Yang of you of Yang Yang, of, Yang, Yang of course Yang Qi, or Yang of Yang Qi like a snake s a Yang Yang Qi, Yang Yang of Yang Yang Qi Yang of Yang Qi, Yang Yang Yang's Yang Kong just calmly looked at the incoming palm print and didn't even try to avoid it. Pung. Yang Kong let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, but at the same time, he threw his head back and laughed. Ninth brother, try the power of your fifth brother's mysterious great artifact. The compass-like object in his hand seemed to have swallowed up all of his yuan qi in an instant, releasing a burst of light as a palpitating energy fluctuation suddenly filled the air. Kacha. Bolts of lightning as thick as human legs suddenly shot out from the compass. These bolts of lightning were like flood dragons emerging from the sea, each with a pair of horns on their heads. Each of these lightning bolts was over a dozen meters long and were extremely lifelike. Opening their bloody maws, they viciously bit towards Yang Kai who was chasing after them. Yang Kai stopped abruptly and his figure flickered a few times, retreating 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The lightning dragon-like attack disappeared into the night sky, but Yang Kai still felt a chill run down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai summoned his 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, 1,000 petals fluttering around him, forming an impenetrable defense. Without warning, the lightning dragons that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared around Yang Kai and once again attacked him fiercely. Flower petals fluttered and the lightning dragons flickered, the two collided and a violent explosion rang out. Looking at Yang Kai who was surrounded by the lightning dragons, Yang Kong grinned bitterly. He didn't use any probing attacks at all, nor did he hesitate, using his most powerful attack because he knew that with his ninth brother's cultivation, he only had one chance. Unfortunately, he had only managed to refine half of this artifact. This compass was the mysterious grade artifact Yang Kai had obtained during the artifact-snatching battle at Pajing Lake. It contained the mysteries and power of lightning. Once it was completely refined, Yang Kong would be able to rely on this artifact to fight against an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to do so. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only use the semi-finished artifact as a final blow. The price he had to pay for this was enormous. Without fully refining this artifact, Yang Kong couldn't control it at all. The moment the lightning dragons shot out, Yang Kong also suffered a huge backlash. What's more, the lightning dragons couldn't be summoned back, so after this one strike, the compass was completely destroyed. Unless an artifact refining Grandmaster could repair it and collect the power of the lightning, it would be restored to its original state. This method was extremely harmful to both the cultivator and the artifact, so before an artifact was completely refined, no cultivator dared to use it lightly. This was different from when Lu Qingyao had sacrificed the Water Moon Blue Wave Armor. After sacrificing the Water Moon Blue Wave Armor, this mysterious grade artifact had completely disappeared without even a chance to be repaired, but it still wouldn't bring any harm to Lu Qingyao. But Yang Kong was satisfied. No matter how strong his ninth brother was, he couldn't block the attack of a mysterious grade artifact, right? As long as he could injure him, Yang Kong could achieve his goal. Even if he was defeated, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Xiao Meng also looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the lightning dragons, with a look of worry on her face. Her palms were wet with sweat as she naturally noticed how tyrannical these lightning dragons were. She didn't know whether Yang Kai could block them or not. But when she saw Xiao Shun still standing beside her with an indifferent look on his face, Xiao Meng couldn't help feeling relieved. If Yang Kai was really in danger, Xiao Shun wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since he didn't move, it meant that Yang Kai's life was not in danger. Hua, bright red petals suddenly floated down from the sky. These petals danced in the air and sprinkled down in droves. A strong fragrance wafted through the air. The 1,000-blossoming blood begonia's defense had been broken. Xiao Meng couldn't help exclaiming, but before she had time to catch her breath, a fierce suction force suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. There seemed to be a vortex. This vortex was fiercely pulling in the lightning dragons, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't resist the suction force of this vortex. Soon, the flickering lightning dragons disappeared and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone's eyes, unscathed. At this moment, he was holding a tabletop-sized bone shield in his hand. On the front of this bone shield was an open, terrifying beast mouth. Inside this beast mouth, it seemed that one could vaguely see flashing sparks. A mysterious great artifact is really powerful. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 1,000-blossoming blood begonia couldn't resist the attack of the mysterious great artifact, so he had no choice but to summon this bone shield. It swallowed the lightning dragons. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Yang Kong couldn't help cursing, and immediately after, his figure swayed and fell from the sky. The mysterious great artifact had sucked up all of his yuan qi, so he was no longer able to fight. He had hoped that his strongest attack would be able to create some trouble for Yang Kai, preferably injuring him. As for killing Yang Kai, Yang Kong had never thought of doing so. Not to mention Yang Kai's cultivation, Yang Kong didn't have the ability to kill him, and even if he did, Yang Kong wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. After all, the two of them were still brothers. Yang Kong had never imagined that he would be able to use this bone shield. Yang Kong suddenly found this difficult to accept, his mood becoming complex. Xiao Shun glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing him nod to him, Xiao Shun leapt out and caught Yang Kong, who was still falling from the air, and put him on the ground, grinning, "Fifth young lord, thank you for letting me win. What are you so proud of?" Yang Kong coldly snorted, his expression ugly, "It wasn't you who beat me." Yang Kang's face was completely black as he bristled with anger. When he released the lightning dragons just now, he had also been electrocuted. His body was injured and his expectations had dropped, so it would be strange if his complexion wasn't good. Xiao Shun suppressed his smile and nodded, "Fifth young lord, please don't be angry, quickly return to the central capital and heal your wounds." "It's none of your business." Yang Kang's mood was obviously not very good, so Xiaoshun no longer paid any attention to him and quickly returned. The battle between the two Yang family young lords was decided in a single move, and the cultivator below gradually calmed down, no longer resisting. After all, Yang Kang had already been captured. In the inheritance war, he had been eliminated, so there was no point in continuing to resist. On the other side, Gao Rangfeng looked at Huastar somewhat incredulously and shook his head with a wry smile. Young Lord Hua, the fifth young lord has already been eliminated, there's no need for us to continue. The outcome hasn't been decided yet, why are you in such a hurry? They are them, we are us, come on, let's continue. Huastar said with a wretched smile, full of enthusiasm. Gao Rangfeng helplessly nodded. This Gao admits that young Lord Hua's skill is superior, I am not his opponent. He was also quite speechless, never having thought that this playboy who had done nothing would actually be able to surpass him in terms of cultivation. This was impossible. When did Huastars become so strong? Why didn't you say so earlier? Huastars laughed, hearing Gao Rangfeng admit defeat, his mood greatly improved. Brother Gao, even if we fight, our friendship is still there, right? Yes, yes. Gao Rangfeng didn't like Huastars and felt somewhat ashamed to be associated with this person, so although he said so, in his heart, he couldn't help thinking that the two of them didn't have any friendship. Next time I'll invite you to visit a brothel, Huastar said without restraint. Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he didn't dare to answer. We're all men, you know. The Hua family young lord's brow twitched obscenely. The dust settled, Yang Kang had been defeated. However, in a certain corner of the battlefield, Dong Qinghan was ravaging the Lu family's young master. Lu Song's strength wasn't bad. A few days ago, he had fought with Dong Qinghan at Pijing Lake, so they were familiar with each other's details. Tonight, Dong Qinghan had deliberately sought him out, and Lu Song had accepted the challenge without hesitation. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few days, Dong Qinghan's strength had actually increased greatly. After a brief battle, Lu Song was defeated, not even having a chance to fight back, being chased around by Dong Qinghan. Is this guy on steroids or something? How come he's so strong tonight? Lu Song was beaten black and blue, quickly fleeing in panic. Run! Run for this young master, run faster! Dong Qinghan's face was cold, his fat body exuding an indescribable elegance, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Song and slapped him across the face. Lu Song raised his hand to block, but how could he have known that his opponent's speed was so fast that before he could even react, the direction of his palm had changed. With a loud slap, half of Lu Song's face went numb. As the saying goes, when you hit someone, don't hit their face, when cursing someone, don't expose their shortcomings. Dong Qinghan's vile behavior almost made Lu Song vomit blood. He was the young lord of a first-class family, with so many pairs of eyes watching him on this battlefield. If word of this spread out, how could he ever maintain a foothold in the future? Dong Qinghan, don't go too far. Lu Song hurriedly retreated, opening up some distance between him and Dong Qinghan. I'm going too far, so what? Dong Qinghan slapped him again. Pa. Lu Song was so angry that he completely lost his composure, unable to block any of the moves he could have blocked. Suffering another slap, Lu Song's eyes went red. Blind fool, still not leaving War City. Dong Qinghan spat as he continued to slap Lu Song. Cousin! Lu Song screamed at the top of his lungs, shouting into the void. Cousin, your mother! Dong Qinghan slapped him again. Up in the sky, Qiu Yimeng glanced down and shook her head slightly, ignoring Lu Song's cry for help. On the day he was driven out of his house by Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng had privately talked to him the next day, urging him to leave War City as soon as possible and not meddle in the muddy waters of the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng's intentions were good. She knew that he had eyes but couldn't see, he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Qing is Yang's tea? But not only did this little brat not appreciate his kindness, after recovering from his injuries, he even sought out Yang Kang as a backer, intending to oppose Yang Kai. It was already too late for him to ask for help now. Dong Qinghan wasn't going to kill him, so teaching him a lesson and humiliating him was a good idea. Perhaps it would make him realize that the inheritance war wasn't something he could participate in. After Yang Kong fell from the sky, everyone had stopped what they were doing, only Dong Qinghan continued to teach Lu Song a lesson, causing the latter to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. It made one's hair stand on end. Yang Kong Mansion was in a state of desolation. They had suffered heavy losses in this battle. More than half of their men were killed or injured. No one had thought that it would end up like this. Everyone thought that even if Yang Kang's forces weren't the strongest, they weren't the weakest either. Even if someone came to fight, it would be impossible to defeat them. But the bloody reality sobered them up. Yang Kai had silently gained the power to overpower all the Yang family young lords. Looking at the figure in the sky, many people showed a look of frustration and powerlessness. "Take out the flag," Yang Kai shouted coldly. Xiao Shun's body shook. Rushing into the middle hall of Yang Kang's mansion, he picked up the flag and openly walked out. No one stopped him, and no one dared to stop him. The loss of the flag also meant that Yang Kong had been eliminated in a real sense. Lying on the ground, Yang Kong slowly closed his eyes. From now on, everything in War City had nothing to do with him. "I'll give you all a chance to live." Looking down at the surviving cultivator in Yang Kang's house, Yang Kai shouted. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath and listening attentively. "Collect all the supplies in my fifth brother's house and deliver them to my house. Don't ever set foot in War City again, otherwise I'll kill without mercy." No one answered, and no one accused him of acting like a bandit. This was what Yang Kai deserved. After experiencing tonight's slaughter, the cultivator here didn't have the courage to stay. What's more, Yang Kong had previously agreed to Yang Kai's conditions, so with him speaking, these people who had pledged allegiance to him should obey. Don't understand? If you don't understand, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai stared down with an unkind expression. We understand, Ninth Young Lord, rest assured. Immediately, someone shouted, fearing that Yang Kai's people would kill again. Yang Kai nodded slightly. We should hurry back. Qiu Yimeng's expression was dignified as she said with some unease, I wanted to end this quickly, but you've delayed for so long. There aren't many people left in the house, and we don't know whether Yang Shen and Yang Ying have taken action yet. Currently, Yang Kai's house only had a small number of people. If Yang Shen and Yang Ying received news of this, if they were ruthless enough, they could lead a large number of people and seize the flag while Yang Kai's rear was undefended. Even if Chu Gaoyi was there to protect them, it wouldn't be enough. I did it deliberately. Yang Kai smiled lightly. What do you mean? Sixth brother and seventh brother should have already taken action, right? Yang Kai replied casually. Are you sure they've already taken action? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled slightly. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Then you're not worried at all? Qiu Yimeng was anxious to death. She really didn't understand why Yang Kai had deliberately delayed for so long to allow Yang Shen and Yang Ying to receive the news. What are you worried about? The flag is fine. Yang Kai shook his head. Although Chu Gaoyi alone wasn't enough to guarantee the safety of the flag, there was still Meng Wuya in the house. Treasurer Meng had said he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, but if there really was a crisis, he wouldn't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai had confidence in him. Tonight is an opportunity. Yang Kai chuckled, this place is closer to Sixth Brother's house, so let's go there. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. Staring at him blankly, she asked, how much are you planning to do tonight? As much as I can. Yang Kai replied casually. Tonight was a rare opportunity. Yang Kai had refined a mysterious grade artifact many days in advance, the return of the old demon, and Ying Jiu's recovery were all advantages Yang Kai could take advantage of. These advantages could only be exposed once, so the next time his brothers were psychologically prepared, they wouldn't have much effect. Yangzhou Mansion. Yang Zhao smiled helplessly. Leading a group of cultivators, Yang Zhao confronted Yang Wei in front of the house. The two brothers had been talking all night and their mouths were dry. They didn't fight. Yang Zhao knew that his eldest brother had come to restrain him and prevent him from mobilizing his forces, so naturally he had no intention of fighting. Someone hurried over. Coming to Yang Zhao's side and whispering in his ear, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, someone else came to Yang Wei's side and said the same thing. After a moment, the two brothers glanced at each other and Yang Zhao asked, "Eldest brother, what kind of background does ninth brother have?" "Do you know?" "I know a little, but I didn't expect him to be so strong." Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kong would be eliminated. This was what the two of them had expected. However, Yang Kai's side basically didn't lose any manpower, which made the two of them feel a little surprised. Whether it was Yang Wei or Yang Zhao, they both thought that even if their ninth brother could defeat their fifth brother, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, one was attacking while the other was defending. The latter had the advantage of time and location. Now that the news had come, no matter who it was, they couldn't help showing a trace of shock and fear. "Eldest brother, listen to me, how about joining forces with me? Ninth brother is so strong, this time with fifth brother, he will only grow stronger and stronger. If we don't join forces now, we won't have another chance." Yang Wei's brow wrinkled but he didn't answer immediately. Yang Zhao smiled and said, "Eldest brother, what are you hesitating for? Ninth brother is strong now, if I'm not wrong, his next target will be sixth brother or seventh brother. After defeating sixth brother and seventh brother, we will become his next target. Do you still want to join forces with him to destroy me first?" Yang Wei shook his head, joining forces with him is only limited to this one time. However, if he wants to destroy sixth brother and seventh brother, I'm afraid it will take some time. When he really sets his sights on you and me, it won't be too late for us to join forces. Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Good. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Yang Wei no longer said anything and led his group away. Watching Yang Wei's figure disappear, Yang Zhao's brow couldn't help wrinkling as he muttered, ninth brother, what kind of subordinates do you have? How could they accomplish such a feat?" After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao hurriedly found the man who had just reported and asked him about the battle in Yang Kang's house. When he learned about the bloody methods of the old demon, Yang Zhao's expression couldn't help changing greatly. "Isn't he an evil demon?" In this subordinate's opinion, that is indeed the conduct of an evil demon. The cultivator camp in Fifth Young Lord's house was completely destroyed by this man. If it weren't for him, Fifth Young Lord wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Before the artifact-snatching battle, the forces gathered by his brothers were basically equal. Even if there was some gap, it wasn't big. Therefore, no one dared to take the initiative to attack others, giving others an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But after the artifact-snatching battle, Yang Kai's house had suddenly opened up a gap in strength between him and his brothers, which made Yang Zhao feel a little strange. Where did this cruel evil demon come from? Why had he never heard of him before? Xianxia. Yang Zhao called out softly. "What is second young master's order?" Xianxia walked up and asked softly. "Have you found any news about the master I asked you to inquire about?" Xianxia slowly shook her head, "Not yet. After that person appeared at Pijing Lake, he disappeared. Continue to investigate." Yang Zhao frowned, "Be sure to find that person and try to use them as much as possible." The mysterious master who appeared at Pijing Lake had snatched the eighth mysterious great artifact, so not only did Yang Kai care about her identity, Yang Zhao also cared about her. If he could win over such a mysterious master, Yang Zhao wouldn't need to fear Yang Kai. With this hope in mind, Yang Zhao naturally spared no effort to inquire about this person, but unfortunately, after so many days, there had been no news. Tonight, Yang Kai suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Yang Kong while Yang Wei led his forces to pin down Yang Zhao. The two battlefields were filled with smoke, and the situation suddenly became tense. After Yang Shen received the news, he immediately saw an opportunity to exploit and immediately sent a message to Yang Ying. The two of them led a large number of people to take advantage of Yang Kai's weakness to seize the flag and eliminate him in one fell swoop. At this time, Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Kong all had their hands full. Their cultivators were scattered all over the place, so even if they took action, they didn't have to worry about the safety of their own rear. In order to ensure victory, whether it was Yang Shen or Yang Ying, both of them had brought their only remaining blood warrior and around 70% of their cultivators. They only wanted to end this battle quickly and break through Yang Kai's defenses as soon as possible. One couldn't blame Yang Shen for being so ambitious, anyone else would have made such a decision. It could be said that this decision was the correct one. However, Yang Shen had misjudged the situation. He thought that Yang Kai and Yang Kong would fight for a long time, and that he and Yang Ying would easily seize the flag hanging in the central hall of Yang Kai's mansion. In his fantasy, perhaps by the time he and Yang Ying won the flag and returned triumphantly, Yang Kai and Yang Kang's battle hadn't yet been decided. This was enough time to take advantage of. The two sides acted in a hurry and soon gathered in Yang Kai's mansion. After a series of fierce attacks, the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion was unable to resist and was forced to retreat again and again. The only forces left in Yang Kai's mansion were 10,000 Flower Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Xiang Family, Reflecting Moon Sect, Blood Battle Gang, and Ghost King Valley. How could these people resist the attacks of Yang Shen and Yang Ying's cultivator? Xiaoyi Meng and Huastars were not present, so everyone was like a headless fly. 10,000 Flower Palace's first senior sister Han Shaoqi didn't panic and calmly issued orders. Under her command, everyone gradually stabilized their footing. However, the disparity in strength still made everyone feel powerless and forced to retreat. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were overjoyed when they saw this and quickly ordered people to rush to the central hall to seize the flag. Chu Gaoyi with his own strength, blocking the enemy and activating his mad tyrant blood skill, it was like a single man guarding a pass. Gaoyi Mengqi. After a long battle, Yang Shen and Yang Ying both became anxious. At that moment, one of their cultivator subordinates, Yang Kong, Yang Kai's defeat. Yang Kai led his subordinates and retreated from Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were shocked and no longer dared to hesitate, personally leading their blood warriors to charge into the fray, hoping to end the battle before Yang Kai returned. Chu Gaoyi was powerful, but in the end, he was only one person. Any one of the blood warriors around Yang Shen and Yang Ying was more than enough to delay him. With 2 Yang family young lords and 2 blood warriors joining the fray, Chu Gaoyi was really outnumbered and unable to defend the central temple. Just as the flag was within reach, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. He had an unyielding expression on his face, as if he was doing something he was very unwilling to do. He easily blocked the cultivators who came to seize the flag. Yang Shen and Yang Ying's eyes were bloodshot. Victory was in sight, but they didn't know where this old man had come from. How could they be willing to give up? Yang Yang ordered his numerous cultivator subordinates to attack again. But the old man's strength was too tyrannical. Together with Chu Gaoyi and Yang Kai's immortal ascension boundary cultivator, they arranged an airtight defense in front of the central hall that even a mosquito couldn't fly in. After a long struggle, Yang Shen and Yang Ying both despaired. But what made them feel strange was that Yang Kai still hadn't returned. While they were puzzled, the two of them suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Before they could finish their thoughts, a cultivator rushed over in a panic and reported, "6th young lord, the 9th young lord seems to have taken people to his house and hasn't returned." Hearing this, Yang Shen suddenly felt like he had been doused with a basin of cold water, his entire body going cold. He had tried to seize the flag while Yang Kai's defense was weak, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had the same idea after attacking Yang Kong? 6th brother. Yang Ying glanced sadly at Yang Shen. "Return." Yang Shen waved his hand, how could he dare hesitate? Yang Shen couldn't take this place, and his own house was on fire, so he didn't want to stay. Yang Ying gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at the old man. He didn't stay any longer and left with Yang Shen. Just as he was halfway there, Yang Shen saw quite a few cultivators from his mansion running towards him in panic. His face immediately turned ashen. 6th young lord. The cultivator who was rushing over also saw Yang Shen, Yang Ying, and the others and hurriedly approached them, sobbing and crying as he spoke, "9th young master is such a bastard. He rushed into the mansion and burned, killed, and looted. We couldn't stop him and lost the flag." Yang Shen couldn't help but stagger, a trace of grief and despair appearing on his face. He was truly muddle-headed about his defeat. Yang Kong had been eliminated. At the very least, it was Yang Kai who led a frontal attack. Yang Kong wasn't his opponent and was defeated. As for himself? All because of his greed, he had been careless. He hadn't expected the battle between Yang Kai and Yang Kai to end so quickly, nor had he expected the defenses of Yang Kai's house to be so strong. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. 6th brother. Yang Ying pursed his lips, not knowing how to comfort him, only calling out softly. Yang Shen's expression suddenly calmed down and he said in a low voice, "Seventh brother, take this sixth brother and exchange him for some supplies from the family. In addition, all the cultivator in my house will be handed over to you." Sixth brother. Yang Ying's face was filled with emotion, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. The two of them were blood brothers, so in the inheritance war, naturally they would help each other. With the flag lost, Yang Shen was now eliminated, so the only thing he could do was naturally increase Yang Ying's strength. "What are you waiting for? Ninth brother's appetite is big, after he's finished with my house, he'll definitely go to yours, hurry up and return." Yang Shen shouted angrily. Yang Ying suddenly woke up and didn't bother to say anything to Yang Shen, hurriedly leading his people back. "Sixth young lord, since you've been eliminated, Luo Hai will withdraw first." The blood warrior next to Yang Shen suddenly said. Yang Shen glanced at him and smiled bitterly. "You're going to join ninth brother?" Luo Hai nodded gently. He didn't deny it. "You've been waiting for this day for a long time, right?" Yang Shen smiled contemptuously, a trace of resentment in his voice. Luo Hai's expression remained unchanged and he didn't answer. "Why do all of you blood warriors want to join ninth brother? Does he have such great ability to make all of you so willingly surrender?" Yang Shen's face was filled with envy, but also a deep sense of powerlessness. "Blood warriors know how to repay kindness. The reason we all chose to join ninth young lord, sixth young lord should understand." Luo Hai replied. "Just because he used Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiao? Is that enough to make all of you so grateful?" "Yes." Luo Hai nodded deeply. Yang Shen let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat disheartened. Waving his hand, he said, "Go, you've worked hard all this time." Luo Hai cupped his fists. Turning around, he left. Looking at Luo Hai's back, Yang Shen smiled bitterly. Using Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiao, he had also had the opportunity to do so. Not only him, all the Yang family young lords who had contributed enough had this opportunity, but none of them had grasped it. Only ninth brother had the courage to do so. If he had used Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiao, wouldn't all the blood warriors have surrendered to him now? Certainly, the premise was that he had been able to hold on until now. Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiao were seriously injured at the time and couldn't display even 30% of their full strength, so no one dared ask them to follow him. Even now, Yang Shen still couldn't figure out what kind of method his ninth brother had used. Healing Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiao's injuries had allowed them to grow to the point where they were now. Yang Shen's house. A group of people were happily counting the supplies in Yang Shen's house, carrying out boxes full of harvest. 70% of Yang Shen's people had been taken away by him, so when Yang Kai led his people here, without encountering any decent resistance, they were able to capture and occupy this mansion. It was an easy task. The cultivator in the house fled one after another, but Yang Kai didn't order his people to chase after them, instead ordering them to search for the supplies and take them away. Yan Lingxing greets the little lord. A burly man with a pockmarked face walked up to Yang Kai and said respectfully. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded slightly. This man was the blood warrior who had followed Yang Shen around Pijing Lake that day. Just like Tu Feng. After being hit by the Qi binding seal, his Yuan Qi had been sealed and he was unable to use it. At this moment, apart from his strong physique, he was no different from an ordinary person. All the cultivator in Yang Shen's house had run away, leaving only him. Subordinate is willing to follow the little lord. I beg the little lord to fulfill this wish. Yan Lingxing quickly said. That was my intention. Yan Lingxing heard this and was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Qiu Yimeng watched from the side, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. She had also read many ancient records of the Yang family's inheritance war and knew that in the past, whenever a Yang family young lord was defeated, the blood warriors around him would become the target of the other young lords. Often, because of these blood warriors who were temporarily without a master, the remaining young lords would erupt into great battles one after another in order to win over these blood warriors. But this time all the blood warriors who had been defeated by the other young lords had, without exception, chosen to follow Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng couldn't understand what kind of charm this bastard had that made all the masters of the blood warrior hall so willingly submit to him. If such a scene was seen by Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others, wouldn't their eyes turn red with jealousy? Yang Kai, where are we going now? Feeling a headache coming on, Zhou Yimeng was too lazy to think about it and simply asked. Home, where else do you want to go? Yang Kai glanced at her. Zhou Yimeng couldn't help curling her lips. I thought you wanted to go to Yang Ying's house. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't have such plans for the time being. Seventh brother's house should now be occupied by two groups of people. If we attack now, our losses won't be small. Let's wait a few more days. Tonight, the harvest is big enough. You're too modest. Zhou Yimeng snorted. The harvest was more than big enough, it was simply bountiful. Yang Kong was defeated, his flag and supplies were taken away. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian pledged allegiance to him. Yang Shen was also defeated, his flag and supplies were also taken away. Yan Lingxing and Luo Hai pledged allegiance to him. In just one night, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, his supplies were abundant, and his future was bright. The sun hung high in the sky and the blue sky was clear. Yang Kai's mansion was bustling with activity, as if it was the new year, all the cultivators' faces beaming with joy. In last night's battle, Yang Kai had almost become the only winner, so these cultivators who had followed him here were naturally excited. Inside the courtyard, there were thousands of alchemy and artifact refining materials, a dazzling sight to behold. All of these materials had been plundered from Yang Kong and Yang Shen's houses. Before the start of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had been collecting alchemy and artifact refining materials, so naturally everyone else had been doing the same. After the start of the Inheritance War, those who had taken refuge with Yang Kong and Yang Shen had also brought a lot of materials. Coupled with the materials they had collected over the past few months, it could be said that each of the young lords had amassed an amazing amount of wealth and materials. Now, the two sets of materials that originally belonged to Yang Kong and Yang Shen had been taken by Yang Kai. Furthermore, every box and every material was labeled with the name of the material, its function, its age, and so on. As long as a skilled artifact refiner or alchemist came over and took a look, they would immediately know how to use these materials. The leaders of all the forces had gathered here, their faces filled with excitement. Take a look and see if there are any materials you can use for cultivation. If there are any suitable materials, don't hesitate to take them yourself. Yang Kai ordered. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited, not even bothering to exchange pleasantries, and immediately began searching through the many materials. The women were more sensitive and hesitated for a while. But seeing Wuxing and the others put away a lot of materials, they also grit their teeth and stepped forward to begin searching. A short time later, everyone found one or two materials suitable for their own use and happily put them away. Even Zhou Yimeng found a pearl-like object that exuded a faint light. She carefully wore it close to her chest. Aren't you going to look around? Zhou Yimeng glanced over at Yang Kai. They're all mine, what am I looking for? Yang Kai smiled lightly and ordered, have someone sort out these materials and sort them out properly. Send them to the pill room and the weapon refining room. I know. Zhou Yimeng nodded, not complaining at all, her eyes narrowing slightly. Who's the next target? We'll talk about it when the time comes. After last night's battle, not only had he obtained these materials, but he had also obtained the loyalty of the four blood warriors. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing. All of them were masters among masters, each of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. However, Tu Feng and Yan Lingxing were both affected by the Qi binding seal and were currently seeking a way to remove it from Meng Wuya. Tang Yuxian and Yingjiu had also suffered heavy injuries in the battle. Similarly, Yingjiu also did not escape unscathed. Both of them used the Mad Tyrant blood skill, and in a real battle of swords and spears, neither held back. Friendship was friendship, but loyalty to the ideals of the Yang family made them protect the young masters. They spared no effort. Chu Gaoyi, while guarding the central temple last night, had once again suffered a heavy blow. The uncontrolled eruption of his yuan qi and spiritual energy had put a huge burden on his body. So at this time, although Yang Kai seemed to have a strong army, he only had a few blood warriors. Only Xiao Shan and Luo Hai, who had recently joined them. Relying solely on the two blood warriors and old demon to attack any one of the remaining three, they wouldn't be able to gain an overwhelming advantage. Especially now that Yang Ying had joined forces with Yangshan's people, his strength had greatly increased and he had become the one with the most allies. Eldest brother Yang Wei had always given off a calm and composed feeling, so Yang Kai estimated that he had not yet displayed his full strength. Needless to say, Yang Zhao was the most shrewd of the brothers and was probably even more difficult to deal with than the current Yang Ying. Therefore, Yang Kai was not preparing to make any moves in the near future. First, the cultivator and his house needed to recover, and second, he himself needed to consolidate his Yuan Qi 9th stage strength. As long as he waited for the blood warriors to restore their strength, he would be able to act freely. News of last night's battle quickly spread throughout the central capital and War City. The results of Yang Kai's two brothers' battle had also shocked everyone. Old Demon's cruel methods were even more exaggerated and described as extremely bloody. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's house had an evil demon with unfathomable means. Secretly, they were shocked by Yang Kai's boldness. The central capital's 8 great families and the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had always had an irreconcilable relationship. More than half a year ago, the two sides had fought a terrible war, and both sides had suffered losses. The Yang family patriarch, Yang Ying Hao, had been injured by the profounding Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King and had been forced to use a secret technique to expel his injuries at the cost of 30 years of his life. In this sensitive period, Kai Yang actually dared to collude with these evil demons. It was simply too bold. If this was used by someone with good intentions, it was likely to bring about some unimaginable changes and turnaround in the inheritance war. What was surprising though was that when the old demon was slaughtering people in War City, the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters in the Seal Temple actually didn't intervene. Many couldn't help speculating whether the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters had acquiesced to the actions of this demon. Looking back at the result of last night's battle, everyone knew that the Yang family had overreached themselves this time and helped Yang Kai achieve his amazing feat. The Yang family disliked the fact that the young lord's progress in the inheritance war was too slow, so they had used 1,000 artifacts as bait to lure them into battle. Finally, they had placed Qi binding seals on the 8 mysterious great artifacts, imprisoning the 6 blood warriors. Without these 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the progress of the inheritance war would undoubtedly be much faster. However, Yingjiu suddenly lifted the Qi binding seal and Yang Kai now had Xiao Shun by his side, which meant that Yang Kai now had 2 more top-level combatants than the other young lords. Without these 2 people, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve the feat he did last night. In other words, the artifact snatching at Pijing Lake by the Yang family had indirectly helped Yang Kai achieve his goal. The twists and turns of this story were complicated, but some people were still able to see the ingenious connections. After this battle, the strength of Yang Kai's house had completely surpassed that of the other young lords. Everyone knew that if this continued, the one who would have the last laugh in the inheritance war would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. There was almost no suspense. Inside Yang Kai's house, everyone found suitable materials for their cultivation and went into retreat to cultivate. Yang Kai was preparing to find his little senior sister to relieve his physical and mental exhaustion and ask for some pills to cultivate when suddenly a voice called out from outside. "Ninth young lord, Lu Liang requests an audience. I hope ninth young lord will grant him an audience." Lu Liang? Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced over at Qiu Yimeng next to him. "Your uncle is here." Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and frowned. "I'm afraid it's because of Lu Song." "You go see him, I won't bother," Yang Kai said casually. "That's not good, he's here to see you. If you refuse to see him, it's a bit suspicious." "What's not good about it?" "He's just here to apologize because of Lu Song's actions. If I really go out, I'm afraid he won't be able to say anything." "You're cousins, it doesn't matter if you speak openly, that's all." Yang Kai finished speaking, not waiting for Qiu Yimeng to continue, walking towards the back hall. Qiu Yimeng sighed, thinking that what Yang Kai said made sense. She ordered the cultivator next to her to deliver the materials in the courtyard to the pill room and artifact refining room before walking out, a helpless look on her face. Lu Liang had come to see her for what reason, and what he would say, Qiu Yimeng could roughly guess, but because she had guessed it, she felt helpless. When she arrived at the door, Qiu Yimeng saw Lu Liang standing there, and behind him was the Lu family young master whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, Lu Song. Last night, he had been taught a terrible lesson by Dong Qinghan. When he thought of the fat man's outrageous methods, Lu Song couldn't help shuddering, but in his heart, he was filled with hatred. This hatred was clearly displayed on his face at this moment. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng secretly shook her head, thinking to herself that this young man really was a pile of mud. Lu Liang's expression was also extremely awkward. The inheritance war was a matter for the younger generation. Lu Liang, as the patriarch of the Lu family, shouldn't have personally come to visit Yang Kai, but his son's actions were too disappointing, so Lu Liang had no choice but to shamelessly make a trip here. However, when he arrived at the door, he was stopped by two cultivator guards. Coincidentally, these two cultivator guards were from the Dong family. As soon as they saw Lu Song, they immediately sneered and ridiculed him, making him feel ashamed. Although Lu Liang couldn't help smiling, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't beat these two, even if he had the strength to do so. If he really did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed today. After all, there were many masters in Yang Kai's house. Uncle Lu. Qiu Yimeng showed a smile and greeted him warmly, alleviating Lu Liang's embarrassment. Young Lady Qiu personally greets this old man. This old man is truly ashamed. Lu Liang's posture was extremely low, his words humble, and while exchanging pleasantries, he turned around and glared at Lu Song. You still don't want to be polite? Lu Song was somewhat reluctant, but he still cupped his fists and said, cousin. Qiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, not bothering to argue with him, simply saying, come in and we'll talk. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly felt relieved. Qiu Yimeng welcoming him and obviously meant she still cared about the relationship between the two families and didn't intend to punish him. This meant that he had a chance to resolve this matter. After entering the side hall, Qiu Yimeng asked someone to serve them tea. Taking a sip, she asked, Uncle Lu, why have you come to War City? Huh? Lu Liang sighed deeply. First, young lady, I won't hide it from you, this old man has come here with a thick face. Compared to the future of the Lu family, this old man's face is nothing. If it weren't for this bastard doing such a despicable thing, how could this old man have come here? Saying so, he turned to Lu Song and shouted, kneel. Lu Song was dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his swollen cheeks as he said incoherently, on what basis? Lu Liang angrily shouted, because this old master is your father. Lu Liang stubbornly refused, I won't kneel. From childhood to now, I've never knelt before anyone. If you dare not kneel, I'll break your legs. If you're willing to, then go ahead and hit me. Lu Song wasn't worried at all. Since he was young, he had never been hit by Lu Liang. Lu Liang's attitude towards him was one of spoiling. It had to be said that Lu Liang was an expert in managing the family, but when it came to teaching his son, he was somewhat lacking. The father and son pair continued to quarrel until Qiu Yimeng frowned and said indifferently, Uncle, if you just want to educate your son, you can go back to the Lu family, you don't have to stay here. Hearing the impatience and indifference in Qiu Yimeng's tone, Lu Liang was shocked. Ignoring his son, he walked over to Lu Song, lifted him up, and pressed him to the ground. Lu Song quickly restrained him. Lu Song's face flushed red as he knelt on the ground, feeling like his face had been swept away. Even his eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Liang. If you dare to be stubborn with this old master again, I'll cripple you right now. Lu Liang's expression was cold and calm. He wasn't joking. Seemingly aware of this, Lu Song didn't dare to say anything else. Eldest young lady must be joking. Lu Liang bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. She naturally understood Lu Liang's intentions, but with such an unruly son, anyone would have a headache. This Lu Song, in terms of character, was even worse than Hu Xing. Even though Hu Xing was arrogant and domineering, at least he had good eyesight and knew to follow Yang Kai. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Qiu Yimeng didn't want to look at Lu Song's face anymore, so she didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries. Lu Liang sighed and said, this time, this old master was going to the central capital to see your father, but on the way here, I learned some news that surprised me greatly. When this little bastard was driven out of the house by the 9th young lord, he didn't even send a letter to the Lu family telling this old master the truth. Instead, he deliberately concealed it. This old master always thought he was working under the 9th young lord, but now that I've come out, I know he is actually working under the 5th young lord. Uncle. Xiao Meng called out, implying that Lu Liang shouldn't talk about such trivial matters. Regardless of whether Lu Liang knew the truth or not, the most important thing right now was to find out what Lu Liang wanted to do. Lu Liang's expression became awkward, no longer continuing what he had just said, and simply smiled. Eldest young lady. This old man only wishes to ask, what is 9th young master's current attitude? His attitude? Xiao Meng hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly. Uncle, you're making a big fuss over nothing. Huh? Lu Liang was somewhat puzzled. Yang Kai didn't take Lu Song seriously at all. He was beaten up like this only because of the Dong family. With Yang Kai's temperament, if Lu Song had really angered him, do you think he would have survived last night? He dares to kill me? The corners of Lu Song's mouth twitched as he questioned sternly. You can try and see if he dares to kill you. Xiao Meng's pretty face suddenly became cold. Lu Song felt a chill in his heart and immediately withdrew the arrogance on his face. Uncle, Xiao Meng turned to Lu Liang and said in a calm tone, Lu Song came to join us that day. I was also responsible for him being kicked out by Yang Kai because I felt that he was not suitable to stay in Yang Kai's mansion. You should know what your own son is like. He stayed in Yang Kai. Sooner or later, he would die an unnatural death. So I encouraged him to do something so Yang Kai could find an excuse to drive him away. Lu Liang smiled bitterly and nodded. First young lady's good intentions, this old man is grateful. The next day, I also talked to him and asked him to leave War City. However, he didn't listen and stayed. Joining Yang Kai is his freedom. Yang Kai doesn't even know about this news, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He has no reason to blame you. If he doesn't want help, why can't he rely on others? Xiao Meng tried her best to convince Lu Liang. Now that he's like this, he can only blame himself, he can't blame anyone. Xiao Meng stared at Lu Liang. If you really want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for letting him participate in the inheritance war. It's this old man's fault for not teaching his son properly. Lu Liang said with a look of shame. He naturally knew what kind of character his son had, but the inheritance war was such a big event that he had wanted Lu Song to come out and experience the world so he could temper his character and inherit the Lu family's foundation. Before coming here, he had even warned Lu Song repeatedly. However, Lu Song had completely ignored his words. Yang Kai doesn't mean to blame you. Uncle can rest assured that even if Yang Kai really becomes the patriarch of the Yang family, your Lu family won't be implicated because of this incident. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This was what he was most afraid of. Looking at the current situation, Yang Kai was certain to become the next patriarch of the Yang family. If one day he decided to settle the grudges of the inheritance war, the Lu family would suffer an unexpected calamity. Many thanks for first young lady's guidance. Lu Liang thanked her profusely, his expression relaxing, pausing for a moment before asking, First young lady, this old man will ask again, does 9th young lord still need help? Xiao Meng looked up at him and chuckled, Uncle, what do you want to do? Lu Liang rubbed his hands and smiled, this old man just wants this little bastard to atone for his crimes. Rest assured, as long as 9th young lord says the word, my Lu family will do its best this time without asking for anything in return. I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity. Xiao Meng slowly shook her head. First young lady, are you worried about that little bastard Lu Song? After suffering this loss, I think he should have learned his lesson. As long as... Uncle, when I was with Yang Kai in your Lu family, I said that if I were you, I would definitely choose Yang Kai as an ally. Yes. Lu Liang's expression was bitter. Xiao Meng had indeed said such a thing that day, but he hadn't taken it to heart and had instead firmly believed in his own judgment. From the beginning, he had cared a little about Yang Kai, but later, he had been irreverent towards him. The change in attitude was particularly obvious. But you... Xiao Meng sneered, 3 million silvers, uncle, you're really generous. Lu Liang's old face went red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. 3 million silvers was indeed a lot, but for the Lu family and the Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. When Yang Kai left the Lu family, Lu Liang had only given him 3 million silvers, and this was only because he had a relationship with Xiao Fuxing from Medicine King's Valley. Who knew that he would now be like the sun in the sky, bursting with popularity? If he had known earlier, Lu Liang would have firmly tied the Lu family to Kai Yang. If he wanted people, he would give them money. If he wanted supplies, he would give them supplies. How could he complain? How could he be irreverent towards him? Lu Liang's intestines turned green with regret. It's too late, uncle. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is not the same as adding flowers to a brocade. Xiao Meng finished and stood up. I have many things to attend to in the house, so I won't see uncle out. She then left. Lu Liang stood there in a daze, the expression on his face fluctuating, his heart filled with a complex mix of feelings and unspeakable depression. The Lu family was developed by him single-handedly. It was originally just a second-class force, but after hugging the big tree of the Qiu family, under the care of the Qiu family, it was gradually promoted to a first-class force. Over the years, Lu Liang had always wanted to further strengthen the Lu family, and the inheritance war was the best opportunity to do so. As long as he stood in the right position, the Lu family could definitely rise again. Unfortunately, there was originally a very good opportunity, but Lu Liang let it slip through his fingers. Even when Lu Song brought people and supplies to join the Yang family, there was still room to salvage the situation. If he had not sent Lu Song and instead sent another young disciple to preside over this matter, perhaps right now he would have been able to laugh along with the cultivator in Yang Kai's house. Bastard! Lu Liang swung his hand and gave Lu Song a big slap in the face, directly sending him flying. His eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. Father, why did you hit me? Lu Song covered his swollen cheek and stared at Lu Liang in disbelief. Lu Liang took a deep breath and quickly said, the position of the family's successor, you should step down. Your little brother Yuan is more suitable than you. After this incident, Lu Liang finally realized that if the family was really handed over to Lu Song, it would only take a few years for the family to completely decline. Little brother Yuan is second uncle's son. Lu Song was stunned. My decision is final. Go home. Lu Liang didn't even look at his son, crossing his arms behind his back and striding out. Behind him, Lu Song seemed to have lost his soul. It was as if he had never thought that because of the inheritance war, his position as the family's successor would be taken away. Inside his little senior sister's room, Yang Kai had already regarded it as his own and would stay here for a few days if he had nothing to do. After receiving a batch of newly refined pills from Xianning Chang, Yang Kai immediately devoted himself to his cultivation. Tu Feng and Yan Lingxing's qi binding seals would take at least a few days to lift. Although Yingjiu, Chu Gaoyi, and Tang Yuxian had all taken pills to refine the myriad drug milk, it would still take a few days for them to fully recover. Yang Kai was now only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so how could he slack off? While cultivating, Yang Kai also began refining artifacts. The huge role played by the bone shield made Yang Kai clearly realize the tyrannical power of mysterious grade artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror was naturally included in the list of artifacts he urgently needed to refine. With the nourishment of the mysterious grade pills refined by his little senior sister, the yuan qi consumed in refining artifacts was quickly replenished. Not only that, but his spiritual energy was also constantly probing the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Yang Kai's cultivation could almost be said to be multitasking, but in terms of efficiency and results, it was no slower than usual. Perceiving the complex and mysterious alchemic way of the true alchemic way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed as he silently comprehended it. The alchemic way of the true alchemic way was very different from the experience and techniques of ordinary alchemists, and the mysteries it contained were difficult to measure with common sense. Connecting all the knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way in the past, Yang Kai now had a deeper understanding of alchemy. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's precious experience had already far surpassed the standards of this world, the only thing he lacked was his own personal practice. However, he knew that there would be an opportunity. He was still young and had a long future ahead of him, so he could always try something different. Even prying into the mysteries of the martial Tao through alchemy was not impossible. Xiao Fuxing had also said that alchemy could not help one reach the peak of the martial Tao. Time flew by and Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. Until there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and opened the door, revealing Qiu Yimeng. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The Qiu family's first young lady walked in and whispered, "The Yang family has sent an elder's order, ordering ninth son, Yang Kai, to return to the central capital quickly." Finished speaking, she stared straight at Yang Kai, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why the elder hall had summoned Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he tilted his head and asked, "Only me back to the central capital? What about eldest brother, second brother, and seventh brother? It seems you're the only one." Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips. "I see." Yang Kai slowly got up, his brow furrowed. This time, the family's order was quite interesting. Why was he the only one summoned back to the central capital? The last time the Yang family had sent someone to the central capital was only a few days ago to convey the news of the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake to the various young lords, but this time? "Yang Kai, I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy." Qiu Yimeng's voice was a little gloomy, her two jade hands constantly twisting together, showing the tension and restlessness in her heart. For the Yang family to summon Yang Kai back to the central capital for no reason, something big must have happened. As for what it was, she didn't know for the time being. On top of that, the road back and forth would be extremely convenient for others to take action. Since it's an order from the family, there's no need to worry about my safety on the way back. Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to be ambushed on the way back to the central capital and was defeated, it wouldn't be justified in front of the family. In any case, be careful. Qiu Yimeng said, "I've already asked Ying Jiao and Yu Xian to prepare. The two of them will go with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since the family had issued an order to return to the central capital as soon as possible, Yang Kai couldn't afford to delay. He immediately walked out. Outside the front door, Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian, who had recovered from their injuries, were waiting, the reticent Ying Jiao as always. He didn't even want to say a word, but Tang Yuxian's mature and charming face was filled with a happy smile. "Little young master," she said softly. Returning to Yang Kai's service, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Tu Feng, both of them were sincerely happy. For the past half a year, although the two of them had been working under Yang Kai and performing their duties diligently, they had never stopped thinking about the day when they could join hands with Yang Kai again and create a miracle. "Is your injury almost healed?" Yang Kai asked Yanyu. "Thank you for your concern, little lord, I've already recovered." Tang Yuxian grit her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Using his mad tyrant blood skill, he engaged in a fierce battle with Ying Jiao. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly, but under the miraculous effect of the pills given by Yang Kai, it only took her and Ying Jiao 1 or 2 hours to fully recover. Even though he had personally experienced such a miraculous phenomenon before, Tang Yuxian still couldn't believe it. "When there's time, I'll have to ask you to teach me how to use my soul skills," Yang Kai chuckled as he mounted his cloud-treading colt. "Subordinate is always waiting," Tang Yuxian responded in a deep voice. Among the many blood warriors, Tang Yuxian was the leader in terms of soul skills and divine sense cultivation. Each blood warrior had their own specialties. Chu Gaoyi excelled in quick bursts of strength, Ying Jiao was good at concealment and assassination, Tu Feng was good at frontal combat, and Tang Yuxian's attainments and soul skills were second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. "Go quickly and return quickly, be careful on the way." Qiu Yimeng watched the three of them mount their mounts and whispered. Yang Kai nodded lightly and the 3 cloud-treading colts set off towards the central capital. Outside the mansion, a gentle breeze blew, gently brushing Qiu Yimeng's hair. Under the setting sun, the Qiu family's first young lady's shadow stretched out, the uneasiness in her heart growing stronger and stronger. "Pass down my order, everyone suspend their cultivation and divide into 2 groups, take turns to guard the area. If there is an enemy attack, kill without mercy. Until Yang Kai returns." "Yes." As night fell, the huge central capital was like a sleeping dragon, sprawling across the vast earth, the stars in the sky like the sands of the Milky Way. The 3 cloud-treading colts rushed into the Yang family's south gate like lightning. The several guards at the gate didn't even have time to ask what was going on, only after the 3 people had left did they wake up from their daze and chase after them. Ninth young lord, return to the family, withdraw. Tang Yuxian turned around and shouted, the several guards immediately stopping, their faces filled with fear. Ninth young lord. Yang Kai. This person's name was like thunder to their ears, so how could they dare offend him, immediately retreating back to the gate and continuing to guard the night. In the 4th Master's mansion, 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, who were cultivating, were simultaneously awakened by the noise made by the cloud-treading colts and hurried out to see Yang Kai, followed by Yingjiu and Tang Yuxian. Kai. Yang Yingfeng was startled, but Dong Suju's eyes were filled with tears as she rushed over and hugged Yang Kai tightly, kissing Yang Kai's forehead while inspecting him for any signs of injury. Since the start of the inheritance war, the mother and son had not seen each other again. The family had not allowed Dong Suju to visit Yang Kai in War City. Mother. Yang Kai couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. Yuxian and Yingjiu were still behind him. If they saw him like this, what kind of prestige would he have in front of them? As he spoke, he glanced back and found that whether it was Yuxian or Yingjiu, both of them wore solemn expressions, their eyes drooping as they stared at their own feet. After a while, Dong Suju vented the longing in her heart and pulled on Yang Kai's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as a look of grievance appeared on her face. Kai, how come you're back? 4th Master Yang asked in surprise. The Elder Hall sent an order. Yang Kai replied, his brow wrinkling slightly. It seemed that the 4th Master didn't know anything about this matter. The Elder Hall. 4th Master Yang really didn't know anything. Although he was a direct descendant of the Yang family, his status in the Yang family wasn't very high, so there was really no need to inform him about the Elder Hall. Come in first. Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. Mother will cook something delicious for you. Dong Suju said, beckoning to Tang Yuxian, Yuxian, come help me. Inside the house, the lights were bright. The family of 3 gathered around the table, Yingjiu and Tang Yuxian standing behind Yang Kai with solemn expressions. No matter how Dong Suju warmly invited them, they refused to sit. Why did the Elder Hall summon you back to the central capital? Did they say what the matter was? 4th Master Yang asked. Suddenly learning that his son had returned to the central capital on an order from the Elder Hall, the 4th Master Yang couldn't help thinking about a lot of things, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. They didn't say what it was. Yang Kai was also confused, but the Elder Hall's order was to return quickly, so Yang Kai could only rush back. It was already late at night, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the Elder Hall to see what was going on. Don't you have any idea what you're up to? Did you do something to attract the attention of the Elder Hall? 4th Master Yang asked. Father, you want to ask about that demon, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's not because of him that the Elder Hall summoned me back. I have reached a consensus with Supreme Elder Yang Liting about his existence. Supreme Elder has allowed him to participate in the inheritance war, but after it is over, he must leave the battlefield immediately. Supreme Elder also summoned you? 4th Master Yang couldn't help feeling surprised. Yang Liting was a legendary figure in the Yang family, even the 4th Master Yang had never seen him before. Unexpectedly, his son was actually lucky enough to be summoned by him. In the eyes of 4th Master Yang, this was a great honor. On the other hand, when Yang Kai mentioned Yang Liting, his expression became somewhat awkward, making Yang Kai wonder what had happened between him and Supreme Elder. Kai, no matter what, we're still part of the Yang family. It's best to avoid making friends with evil demons as much as possible, lest we become the subject of gossip, Yang Yingfeng said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded gently, he naturally understood what his 4th master meant. Over the years, the Yang family had played a leading role in the confrontation with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's demon race cultivators. Now that Yang Kai had become friends with a demon race cultivator, it was natural for him to attract criticism. On top of that, this powerful demon race cultivator was actually participating in the inheritance war. If Yang Kai really won the position of Yang family's successor with the help of this demon, it was easy for people to associate this matter with him. If it's not about that demon. 4th Master Yang tapped his finger on the table, then it may be about Yingjio lifting the chi binding seal. As he spoke, he glanced over at Yingjio, the fourth master's expression also filled with doubt. 6 blood warriors had been hit by the chi binding seal, 5 of them were imprisoned and unable to use their yuan chi, but Yingjio was safe and sound. This was the work of another Yang family supreme elder, Huang Jiuzhou. If Yang Kai was recalled to the central capital because of this, it was possible that the family would want to ask him about it. Speculating now is useless, we'll see tomorrow. Yang Kai shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Then let's have a good rest tonight. Being summoned by the elder hall, it's definitely not a good thing. Yang Yingfeng sighed. He had also been summoned by the elder hall several times, and each time he had either been scolded or punished by the family law, so he still had a faint impression of that place. Putting aside business, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The family of 3 chatted and laughed, this warm and peaceful atmosphere also affecting Yingjio and Tang Yuxian. It seemed that they had temporarily escaped from the tense and bloody inheritance war and were able to enjoy a short period of peace. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to his 2 parents and led Tang Yuxian and Yingjio to the elder hall under the reluctant gaze of Dong Suzhou. 9th brother. Just as they were about to reach the elder hall, someone called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Tai standing there with his hands behind his back, seemingly waiting for him. Last night, Yang Kai had broken into the south gate and returned to the family. The news had probably already spread, so it wasn't surprising that Yang Tai would know. 3rd brother. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted, 3rd brother, what's the matter? It's them who helped me. I must thank 3rd brother for sending me these 5 masters. Yang Kai smiled lightly. On the first night of the inheritance war, Yang Kai had captured Yang Tai, but instead of using him to exchange for supplies with the family, he had let him go. Yang Tai had returned the favor by sending 5 masters from the Duanmu family to accompany him, which had surprised Yang Kai. However, these days, after several battles, the 5 masters from the Duanmu family had indeed contributed a lot. After all, they were 5 immortal ascension boundary masters, one of whom had even reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. Yang Tai nodded lightly, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he said in a low voice, when you go to the elder hall, you must not shrink back, otherwise, you will suffer. Yang Kai was stunned and was about to ask more questions, but Yang Tai had already left, not even giving him a chance to speak. Does 3rd brother know something? Yang Kai wondered. Although Yang Tai's personal strength wasn't very good, and his performance in the inheritance war was even worse, his father still had some authority in the Yang family. Compared with the 4th master Yang Tai's father's status was undoubtedly much higher and he had access to some of the Yang family's secrets. Could it be that 3rd brother heard something from his father? Yang Kai frowned slightly, carefully pondering over his 3rd brother's words, his expression indifferent. Since he was already here, why the elder hall had called him back would soon become clear. With a smile, Yang Kai walked towards the elder hall. This was the 3rd time Yang Kai had come to the elder hall. The first time was because of the golden feather eagle and the second time was because of the blood warriors. Every time he came, Yang Kai found that the white-haired elders of the Yang family seemed to have nothing to do. But this time, the situation was a bit different. When he led Yingjio and Tang Yuxian into the elder hall, Yang Kai was stunned to find that there were more than a dozen elders sitting inside. They were divided into 2 rows, each of them indifferent and dignified. Sitting at the head of the table was Yang Zhen, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times. Even more so. They seemed to be waiting for him. Judging from the situation, it seemed like they were about to be interrogated. Yang Kai didn't think he had done anything outrageous during the inheritance war, so why did these elders present such a luxurious lineup? Although he was suspicious in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. He cupped his fists and said, Yang Kai greets the elders. Yingjio and Tang Yuxian also saluted. The 2 of you, stand down. Yang Zhen waved to Yingjio and Tang Yuxian, his pair of eyes flashing brightly as they swept over Yingjio. He was like this, and so were the other elders. Everyone's faces and eyes were filled with bewilderment. Yingjio's foundation had been damaged, and Yingjio had been hit by the chi binding seal. At this moment, not only had she returned to the clan with Yang Kai, but she had also returned to the clan. There was also a feeling that he was even more powerful than before. Those elders were naturally concerned. They didn't know why it was like this. Yingjiao and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not daring to disobey Yang Zhen's orders, quickly bowing and retreating. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming playful. These elders not only greeted his arrival with a luxurious lineup, they had also waved away the 2 blood warriors he had brought with him, allowing him to face the pressure of more than a dozen of these elders alone. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel uneasy and their imposing manner would immediately weaken. Whatever these elders said later would be the truth. Most likely, they wouldn't have the guts to argue. A show of strength? What were they trying to do? After Yingjiao and Tang Yuxian left, the dozen or so elders secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Finding that his expression hadn't changed and was still as calm as before, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a bold young man, even if it was Yang Wei. None of them had such willpower. I wonder why the elders have summoned this disciple back to the clan. Yang Kai ignored their probing gazes and went straight to the point, asking Yang Zhen bluntly. Summoning you back to the clan is naturally for a reason. Yang Zhen sat in the elder hall all year round, dealing with all the big and small affairs of the family, so he had long since developed a cold demeanor. Most people who saw him couldn't help feeling frightened. This old master wants to ask you, what method did you use to restore Yingjiao's injuries and lift his qi binding seal? In addition, as far as this old master knows, the blood warriors in your house are often injured, but after a day or 2 at most, they are all healed. What kind of mysteries are hidden in this? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. The elders didn't summon this disciple back at such a critical time just to ask about such a trivial matter, right? Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the questioning in his words. This period was extremely critical for any Yang family young lord who was participating in the inheritance war. If they summoned Yang Kai back just for such a trivial matter, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. These old fogies in the elder hall might look old, but they weren't bored to such an extent. Yang Zhen lightly coughed and said with a serious expression, naturally not. Then, is this question something the family wants to ask, or is it something the elders want to ask? Yang Zhen was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so calm and clear in the face of more than a dozen elders, so he shamelessly said, this old master is asking on behalf of all the elders here. Everyone is curious as to how you did it. Since it's not the family's intention. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, please forgive this disciple for not being able to answer. The dozen or so elders suddenly shook their heads slowly, their faces filled with disappointment. Yang Zhen's expression was even uglier. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to refuse to answer this question, and the excuse he found was quite clever. If it wasn't the family's intention, then there was no need for him to answer. These old fogies couldn't take advantage of their seniority to force him to answer, right? Elder, this disciple has many matters to attend to. If you have something to say, please speak. Yang Kai's tone gradually became impatient. From the moment he entered the elder hall until now, from the performance of these elders, Yang Kai had seen a lot of problems. If they wanted to take the initiative and use their momentum to oppress him, they would definitely say something that would endanger his interests. If not, why would they need to make such a big show of force? Since it was something that would endanger his interests, coupled with his third brother Yang Tai's words just now, Yang Kai naturally didn't need to be polite. If that's the case, this old master won't beat around the bush with you. Yang Zhen nodded, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, it's about the blood warriors under your command. The family has made a decision. My blood warriors? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, faintly feeling that something was wrong, not showing any weakness as he stared back at Yang Zhen. Being stared at like this, Yang Zhen couldn't help but have the urge to evade, but in the end he managed to hold back and calmly nodded, and, as far as this old master knows, you now have 7 blood warriors under your command, correct? Yes. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yingjiao and Chu Gaoi were the first to follow Yang Kai. Xiao Shan had joined after his 8th brother Yang Quan was eliminated. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, and Yan Lingxing had joined Yang Kai after Yang Kong and Yang Shen were eliminated. In total, Yang Kai now had 7 blood warriors under his command, each of them an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. If you don't have the means to lift the Qi binding seal, and if you don't have the means to quickly restore the blood warriors who have been seriously injured, then it's fine. With these 7 people gathered around you, I'm afraid they won't be able to exert much destructive power, but you have what ordinary people can't. Yang Zhen stood up from his seat and walked a few steps forward with his hands behind his back before turning to look at Yang Kai. If this old master's guess is correct, the 7 blood warriors under your command have all been restored to their peak, yes? Inferring from Yingjiao and Tang Yuxian following him here, this result was obvious. Yes. Yang Kai nodded gently. This old master also knows what you need to do next. You need to lead these 7 people and defeat the remaining Yang family young lords one by one in an unstoppable manner. In the process of defeating them, you can also subdue the blood warriors who are now following them. Did this old master say something wrong? Elder is correct. If I hadn't been summoned back to the family, I would have acted tonight. Yang Kai admitted frankly. Yang Zhen let out a soft breath. 7 blood warriors, haha, no one can stop you. You've created a miracle, even us old fogies are shocked. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and Yang Ying, although they have gathered a lot of forces around them, one of their blood warriors has already been crippled. You only need to lead these 7 people to attack and you'll be able to easily capture them and win the final victory without shedding a drop of blood. When he said this, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others being powerless to resist. Moreover, this was exactly what Yang Kai wanted to do. But Yang Zhen suddenly changed the subject and said solemnly, this is inconsistent with the original intention of the inheritance war, and it is inconsistent with the original intention of the Yang family to send blood warriors to participate in it. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully. At this point, if he still didn't understand why the Elder Hall had summoned him back, he would be a real fool. Anger filling his chest, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at Yang Zhen sarcastically. Does Elder want to recall the blood warriors around me back to the family? Although he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's attitude and tone, Yang Zhen didn't care. Young people were all hot-blooded. If Yang Kai didn't become angry at this time, he wouldn't be a young man. Yes, it's good that you understand. Yang Zhen nodded calmly. I don't understand. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, not caring that the other party was an elder of the Yang family and his own elder, his attitude extremely tough. Yang Zhen continued, as this old master just said, you leading 7 blood warriors to attack the other Yang family young lords is inconsistent with the original intention of the inheritance war. What the inheritance war is about, you should be clear, it's about the connections the young lords have made outside and their personal charisma. The more connections you have, the greater your personal charisma, the more support you can gather. Because what you want to seize is the right to succeed the Yang family's next patriarch. In the future, you will become the Yang family's patriarch. If you don't have the support of the majority of forces, how can you become the Yang family's patriarch? You only rely on the blood warriors from the Yang family to win. This proves nothing at all. Elder, the fact that the blood warriors chose to side with me, isn't that enough proof of my methods and charisma? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Zhen paused for a moment before quickly replying, this only means that your vision is longer than everyone else's. He was naturally referring to Yang Kai taking the risk of using Chu Gaoyi and Yingjiao to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall. At first, he was also shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, but now it seemed that this little brat clearly had the means to cure Chu Gaoyi and Yingjiao. However, only he had the ability to do so. None of the other Yang family young lords had such ability. Isn't this my method? Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Yes. Yang Zhen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Another point is that the blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. The family's original intention is to protect your safety and the survival of the flag in the early stages. This has never changed since ancient times. If you really lead a large number of blood warriors to attack the remaining blood warriors, it would naturally be contrary to the family's original intention of sending the blood warriors into the inheritance war. That's the family's miscalculation. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai sneered. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. It had not been easy for him to gather enough strength to surpass his other brothers and was preparing to defeat the remaining enemies with a thunderous momentum to seize the final victory, but at this critical moment, he had been summoned back by the Elder Hall and told of such harsh requirements. How could Xianxia accept this? It really is the family's miscalculation. No one thought that there would be a Yang family young lord who could gather so many blood warriors. Xianxia sighed. Over the years, in the countless inheritance wars, the Yang family blood warrior hall has participated from time to time, but after so many years, no one has been able to achieve such a feat. No one has ever been able to reach your level. You've earned everyone's admiration, and even this old man admires you. Elder, there's no need for such flattery, this disciple can't afford it. Xianxia coldly snorted. Yangzhen's face filled with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. The other elders present also felt a little relieved, happy to see Yangzhen suffer, especially in front of a junior. I've already told you the reason. Most of the blood warriors around you must be recalled to the family. Yangzhen reiterated. This is clearly the family's way of suppressing me. Xianxia shouted, arguing, no matter how many blood warriors I gather, they were all obtained through my own methods. Why should they be recalled by the family? How I use these blood warriors is also my freedom. If the family really does so, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed. Elders, please have some respect for me. The inheritance war has been going on for so many years, it's not some child's play, the rules are not something you can just change. Yang to Yangzhen's Yang family's Yang? Yang to Yangzhen to the family with him, of the families of the family, are you, of the elders at Yu Hall. Elders is TT elder? Yang of Yu Yang's Yang of this T, of him, of course, of the family, of Yangzhen hesitated a few times, but eventually didn't say anything. Seeing the tense atmosphere, one of the elders suddenly stood up and said, Xianxia, don't be angry, this time it is indeed the family's fault. After all, we didn't expect you to be able to gather all the blood warriors. But what Yangzhen said is also reasonable. If you think about it carefully, winning the inheritance war by relying on the blood warriors isn't something to be proud of. However, I think that after this incident, in the next inheritance war, the family will carefully consider the issue of the blood warriors. I only value the result, the process, it doesn't matter. Xianxia slowly shook his head. Whether it is glorious or not, that is your elder hall's business, the next inheritance war has nothing to do with me. I didn't rely on despicable means to gather the blood warriors, nor did I threaten them, they did so willingly. In short, if the family wants to recall the blood warriors around me, it's impossible. After a pause, Xianxia continued, if the family really does so, then this inheritance war, I won't participate in it. You dare threaten this old master? Yangzhen narrowed his eyes, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. If Elder thinks so, then that's fine. It's just that the rules are constantly changing, it's no different from a child's game, I'm too lazy to participate. Xianxia sneered, cupping his fists and saying, farewell. How dare you? Yangzhen roared in anger. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, because a tall and straight figure with his hands crossed behind his back was approaching him. This man's expression was indifferent, but Xianxia felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his aura suddenly becoming chaotic. In just an instant, that kind of exaggerated pressure disappeared. Xianxia took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Greetings, great uncle. The person who had just arrived was actually the current Yang family patriarch, Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao nodded gently and walked over to him. Don't be in such a hurry, let me talk to you. Greetings, patriarch. All the elders in the elder hall stood up and bowed. Although they were 1 or 2 generations older than Yang Yinghao, in the Yang family, the patriarch represented supreme dignity, even Yang Zhen and the others had to salute. Sit down. Yang Yinghao said softly, walking to the seat that originally belonged to Yang Zhen and sitting down. Looking at the shattered table in front of him, he frowned and said, Elder Zhen, you need to change your temper. Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and said, it's been so many years, I'm afraid I can't change it. An elder laughed and said, wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit, that's the truth. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased a little. Yang Yinghao had come here personally, clearly having guessed that there would be some unpleasantness here, so he specifically came to talk to Yang Kai. He had to give face to the patriarch. Even if Yang Kai was unhappy, he could only stay for the time being. Looking at you, Yang Kai should already know, right? Yang Yinghao asked. Yes. Yang Jin stood beside him with his head lowered and nodded. Looking up at Yang Kai, Yang Yinghao said, this time it was the family's fault, great uncle will apologize on behalf of the family. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai's expression was slightly relaxed, and his mood gradually calmed down. But the family's decision to recall most of the blood warriors around him was still unacceptable to him. Facing the strength of the family and the elder hall, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter what, he was still a Yang family member, and his parents were both in the Yang family. What's more, he had participated in the inheritance war because he still had an unfulfilled wish. You're uncomfortable, I know, but this is the family's decision and cannot be changed, and in the future inheritance war, the blood warriors gathered around each young lord will also be the same. There will never be more than 2. When Yang Kai heard this, his mouth twitched and he sneered, that is to say, even if I defeat Big Brother and Second Brother in the future, I won't be able to subdue the blood warriors around them? Yang Yinghao nodded. The blood warriors are too powerful, especially those who use their mad tyrant blood skill. You should have already experienced this. Isn't this a rule change specifically aimed at me? Yang Kai smiled, I don't know whether to be proud or not. In short, my mood right now is very delicate and complicated. It's not specifically aimed at you. Before, the elders in the family were also worried that you would gather all the blood warriors around you. However, everyone generally believed that such a thing was unlikely to happen, so no one paid any attention to it. But now that you've done it, we have no choice but to inconvenience you. Pausing for a moment, he continued, what's more, the people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument sect gathered in your house have already given you a great advantage. These 2 forces shouldn't be involved in the inheritance war. You should have heard that when those people from Medicine King's Valley moved into your house, the Yang family's young lords jointly protested, but the family didn't pay any attention because that was your personal connection, so the family couldn't interfere. However, the blood warriors are different. The blood warriors belong to the Yang family, not your personal connection. Yang Kai's face was cold and he didn't say a word, but Yang Yinghao's words had grasped the crux of the issue. The family is fair. Since you've been asked to recall most of the blood warriors around you, naturally you will be compensated. If you have any request, as long as it can be met, the family will not refuse. We won't let you suffer a loss. Having reached this point, Yang Kai also knew that he was powerless to resist. He didn't have the qualifications or the ability to fight against the family. If he continued to speak arrogantly, he was afraid it would only be a thankless task. I do have a request. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Speak. Yang Yinghao motioned. For my sect, High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai looked straight into Yang Yinghao's eyes. High Heaven Pavilion is not an evil sect, it's just that it has a demon lord. Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing slightly, a deep dread flashing across their eyes, even Yang Yinghao who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Demon Lord. In the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Yinghao had also met this person. Although they were both above immortal ascension boundary masters, this person gave him a sense of oppression. Facing this person, Yang Yinghao even had the urge to destroy his own sanity. He knew that this demon lord was one of the top above immortal ascension boundary masters. This request? Yang Yinghao couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment. The matter of the demon lord was of great importance. As the patriarch of the Yang family, he and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water. Suddenly wanting to restore the name of the sect where the demon lord came from was really difficult. That's all I have. Yang Kai said seriously. He didn't participate in the inheritance war for the position of patriarch of the Yang family like everyone else. His biggest purpose was to use his own strength to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name, which was the common wish of him and the fourth master Yang. As long as the sect was restored, Ling Tai Su and the other elders, as well as the wandering High Heaven Pavilion disciples, would be able to return to the place where they were born and raised. If Patriarch can agree to this request of mine, not to mention recalling my blood warrior, I would even be willing to withdraw from the inheritance war right now," Yang Kai said solemnly. Everyone present was shocked and stared at him in amazement. Yang Kai's expression was calm and his eyes were extremely clear. Obviously, he wasn't playing any kind of trick. Yang Yinghao's expression suddenly changed as he asked curiously, "So, your biggest purpose in participating in the inheritance war is this?" N. Yang Kai nodded. "Only the Yang family patriarch has the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name." "You don't want to be the Yang family patriarch, commanding the world, making clouds and rain with a flip of your hand?" Yang Yinghao asked sharply. Yang Kai curled his lips, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "What's so good about being the Yang family patriarch? After sitting in that position, I can't even guarantee my own cultivation time." "Great uncle, aren't you the best example? Although you're also an above immortal ascension boundary master, in my opinion, your strength should be relatively poor, right?" "Impudence!" Yang Jin shouted angrily, his eyelids twitching. He had never seen anyone who dared to speak so boldly in front of Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao waved his hand, stopping Yang Jin's reprimand, his mouth curling into a smile as he nodded, "And, among the above immortal ascension boundary masters, I am indeed not very good. I can only count as a floor mater. This is the tragedy of every Yang family patriarch. You being able to see through this is beyond my expectations." After pausing for a moment, he continued meaningfully, "But do you know why every Yang family patriarch is an above immortal ascension boundary master?" "Why?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai suddenly wondered. And, according to the ancient records, every patriarch of the Yang family was indeed an above immortal ascension boundary master, without exception. The above immortal ascension boundary was the pinnacle of this world. Very few people could reach this level, overlooking all living beings. It was impossible for every Yang family patriarch to have such talent and aptitude, right? Moreover, Yang Yinghao's age wasn't too old, at most around 50 years old. Reaching the above immortal ascension boundary at such a young age, just how terrifying was his aptitude? Such a terrifying aptitude. Why was he at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary masters? Because the Yang family has the heritage to allow the patriarch to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Yinghao stared straight at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai's expression changed. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have inadvertently overheard a Yang family secret. "Do you understand what I mean?" Yang Yinghao asked. Kai Yang shook his head, although he had some speculations in his heart. But he wasn't certain. Haha. Yang Yinghao smiled. "Do you think being the patriarch of the Yang family is all about working hard for the family? Patriarch is est, SSS father T tes is T estes father. Yang, Kaisas, ISSSS, T des cultivations. He's TSS, S's. Yang's words. Let's not talk about him first. Let's talk about me first. If I were to cultivate by myself, the current me would probably be at the peak of the immortal traversing realm. I'm well aware of my own aptitude. Peak immortal ascension boundary is my limit. Even if I were given another 50 years, I wouldn't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Many cultivators are, and peak immortal ascension boundary masters are not uncommon. However, above immortal ascension boundary masters are extremely rare. But since I became the patriarch of the Yang family, I broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary 5 years ago. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, "So the patriarch's position is related to your current cultivation?" "You can say so." Yang Yinghao gently nodded. "As for what's the secret behind it, it's not convenient for me to tell you. You only need to know this." "Why is patriarch telling me this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Although listening to Yang Yinghao's words, he did have some interest in the patriarch's position, but that was it. "Just chatting, you don't have to worry about it." Yang Yinghao smiled lightly. Yang Kai frowned, secretly shaking his head and asking, "Then what about my request?" Yang Yinghao nodded. "I do have the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name. But if I agree to your request now, I'm afraid the world will misunderstand that I'm using this condition to force you to withdraw from the inheritance war, so I refuse." Yang Kai's expression sank. "If you want to restore the sex name, you must rely on your own ability." Or do you think that without a few blood warriors, you won't be able to win the inheritance war? Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. Patriarch, this kind of provocation is useless against me. Then prove it with your own strength. Yang Yinghao smiled faintly. The blood warriors must be recalled, and your losses will be compensated by the family. State your request. The reason I came here today is to deal with this matter. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that at this point, there was nothing he could do. The family had already decided that no matter how much trouble he made, he couldn't win. Frowning for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and declared, I want all the blood warriors who follow me now, including those who follow me in the future, to belong to me. Yang Yinghao's body stiffened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Zhan and the other white-haired elders all had their mouths wide open, none of them having expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. This request is too unreasonable. Yang Zhan coldly snorted. The masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had always been loyal to the family, never to a single person. But now that Yang Kai had made such a request, if he agreed, it would mean that at least 7 blood warriors would be under his name. I only have this request, whether you agree or not is up to Patriarch to decide. Yang Kai reiterated, his expression serious. Even Yang Yinghao, as the patriarch of the Yang family, who was accustomed to great winds and waves, couldn't help feeling a headache. No one had ever made such a request to him before, it could be said to be extremely rude. But he had just refused another request from Yang Kai, and now he refused again. What's more, this was the family's proposal to compensate him for his losses. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai asked, most of those blood warriors can't participate in the inheritance war, what do you want them to be loyal to you for? Naturally I have a use for them. Yang Kai replied faintly. Yang Yinghao let out a sigh of relief, his expression somewhat helpless, hesitating for a moment before nodding, good, I agree. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at him with some surprise, not having expected him to agree so quickly. Yang Zhan hurriedly tried to stop him, Patriarch, you can't. It's fine. Yang Yinghao waved his hand, Yang Kai is also a Yang family member, the blood warriors under his name are still part of the Yang family. Although that's the case, but... Good, that's enough, this time it was the family's fault. Yang Yinghao obviously didn't want to talk about this anymore, turning to Yang Kai and saying, I agree to your request, I hope you can make good use of these blood warriors in the future, it wasn't easy for the family to cultivate them. I know, many thanks great uncle. But you need to determine which 2 blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. Once you've confirmed, the other blood warriors must not contribute anything in the inheritance war. Are you sure now? Yang Kai frowned. Now. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Chu Gaoyi and Ying Jiu were the first to follow him, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were the first to meet him, and they were also the ones who had welcomed him back to the central capital. Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yan Ling Xing, and Yang Kai's friendship with them wasn't deep, so aside from them, there were still 4 blood warriors left. After hesitating for only a moment, Yang Kai's expression became firm, then Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian will do. Decisive, that's the spirit of a Yang family member. Yang Yinghao praised, that's all for now, you should return to War City as soon as possible. Disciple will take his leave. Yang Kai bowed and calmly withdrew from the elder hall. Outside, Ying Jiu and Tang Yuxian's foreheads were filled with sweat as they waited anxiously. The quarrel in the elder hall naturally did not escape their ears, and all of them secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came out, the 2 of them nodded gratefully to him. Yang Kai choosing them as his helpers in the inheritance war naturally made them feel honored and proud. After coming out of the elder hall, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but anyone could see that his mood at the moment wasn't very good. After returning to the 4th master's house, Yang Kai left behind some myriad drug liquid for the 4th master and Dong Suju before flying back to War City with Ying Jiu and Yuxian. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence made both Ying Jiu and Yuxian anxious. Both of them wanted to ease the depression in Yang Kai's heart, but they didn't know how to comfort him. Just as they were feeling anxious, Yang Kai, who was riding his cloud-treading colt in front of them, suddenly burst into laughter. The 2 blood warriors glanced at each other suspiciously before quickly catching up. Glancing sideways, they saw Yang Kai's face filled with joy, all of his previous gloominess and unhappiness flying out of his eyes. little lord. Tang Yuxian pursed her red lips, not knowing why his mood had changed so much. Yang Kai laughed even louder. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized, so little lord's expression just now was just for others to see. After taking such a big advantage, of course I need to find some psychological balance for those around me. If I had been too excited, I'm afraid those elders would have been suspicious. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This time it could be said that he had profited greatly. Although the family's orders had a restraining effect on Yang Kai's progress in the inheritance war, in the long run, Yang Kai was undoubtedly the biggest winner. So many blood warriors were now under his name, and from now on they would be at his disposal. This was a precedent that had never been seen in the entire Yang family. Blessings and disasters came hand in hand, it was true. What's more, only 2 blood warriors could participate in the inheritance war, so how could they not win? Yang Kai was full of confidence in his future. All the way, he felt refreshed. The 100-kilometer journey only took half an hour to complete. The roaring of the cloud-treading colt alarmed Xiao Yimeng, who had been waiting anxiously in the mansion. Young Lady Qiu hurried out to greet them, her pair of beautiful eyes carefully observing them, secretly wondering why the Yang family had summoned Yang Kai back to the central capital. After seeing Yang Kai's silent expression, her heart couldn't help trembling, secretly feeling that something was wrong. From the look on Yang Kai's face, it was clear that he had encountered something bad in the Yang family. Xiao Yimeng thought to herself, but didn't dare to ask immediately, instead just silently leading him into the house. Inside the main hall, the leaders of many forces had gathered. They had all heard the news that Yang Kai had been recalled to the family and naturally wanted to know the reason. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. There's good news and bad news. Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked around. Which one do you want to hear? There's good news and bad news. Huastar smiled and shook his head. Then let's hear the bad news first. It can't be any worse than the news we heard this morning. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, although he didn't know what he was talking about, he didn't ask. If there was any good news in War City, Xiao Yimeng would definitely inform him. The bad news is that only 2 of the blood warriors in the mansion can participate in the inheritance war, the rest of them are not allowed to contribute. What? Everyone was shocked. Xiao Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, what do you mean? Yang Kai briefly explained the family's decision. After comprehending the profound meaning behind it, everyone became filled with righteous indignation, and their expressions turned ugly. Why? Huastar shouted, isn't your Yang family taking this too lightly? How can you just change the rules of the inheritance war? That's right, how could this be? With this, the gap in strength between the Yang family and the other houses has been shortened in an instant. Everyone began to criticize the Yang family elder hall, even a woman as cold as Han Shaoqi. A trace of anger also appeared on her face. Originally, the situation was good. With 7 blood warriors on Yang Kai's side, it was enough to sweep away all the enemies. But now, it was undoubtedly impossible. Yang Kai, why didn't you argue with the Yang family elder hall? These blood warriors all came to you of their own free will, yet you just let them be reduced for no reason? Huastar said angrily. Shut up. Xiao Yimeng took a deep breath and scolded. When she heard the news just now, she also felt a knot in her chest. Her heart was filled with anger, but when she calmed down, she realized that although Yang Kai had said so, he was still a man. However, there was not the slightest hint of displeasure on his face. She immediately knew that he actually didn't care about this result. What's the other good news? Xiao Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and asked, let's hear it. The crowd suddenly quieted down and looked at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose. With a light smile on his face, Yang Kai said, the good news has nothing to do with you, nor does it have anything to do with the inheritance war, it only concerns me. All the blood warriors who have pledged allegiance to me now and in the future will be under my name and swear allegiance to me. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, they immediately realized the huge benefits contained within. What? Dong Qinghan's face filled with disbelief. Did your Yang family really agree to this condition? Not bad. F***ck. Huastars were also stunned. Qiu Meng smiled and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai, you've really gained a lot. All the blood warriors who had pledged allegiance to him now and in the future would only be loyal to Yang Kai. In other words, regardless of whether he won the final victory in the inheritance war, Yang Kai's status in the Yang family in the future would not be low. With so many blood warriors as his followers, how could his status be low? At the very least, he would be an elder. A Yang family elder. That was a character whose status was comparable to the sect master of a first-class force. The family probably went too far this time, so they agreed to my condition. Yang Kai chuckled, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a big benefit. Qiu Yimeng gently nodded, in the short term, this is indeed bad news for the inheritance war, but for your long-term development, it is quite beneficial. In any case, congratulations first. A burst of congratulatory voices sounded. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but when he looked around, he suddenly found that everyone was hiding a trace of worry, so he couldn't help asking, did something happen last night? He had only been gone for one night, yet everyone's expressions had changed so much, it was obvious something big had happened last night. Everyone couldn't help coughing lightly and sitting up straight. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, I can't hide anything from you, I was just about to tell you. He sighed and said, just like you, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Yang Ying abstained. What? Yang Kai's face paled. You didn't hear wrong, your seventh brother Yang Ying abstained, last night. What happened? Yang Kai frowned, this was not something he could have expected. After the inheritance war, only 4 of the 8 great young lords remained. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Ying. Among these 4, Yang Kai had the most masters gathered in his house. Just his 7 blood warriors were already superior to everyone else, not to mention the old demon and Meng Wuya. In addition, the one with the most supporters was Yang Ying. In this regard, the other 3 couldn't compare. After all, that night, after Yang Kai attacked Yangshan's mansion and seized his flag, all of Yangshan's subordinates, except for the 2 blood warriors, had gathered in Yang Ying's house. Yang Ying had the support of 2 young lords. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Ying wasn't the worst of the 4. But he had actually taken the initiative to abstain. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and it happened last night when Yang Kai left War City. I don't know the specifics, Qiu Yimeng shook her head. Qiu Yimeng shook her head. She only found out this morning, it is said that your second brother went to Yang Ying's mansion alone and negotiated with him for half the night. I don't know what kind of benefits and conditions were promised, but Yang Ying took the initiative to abstain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and quickly said, so, 7th brother's subordinates. They're already in your second brother's house. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. After absorbing the people from Yang Ying's house, Yang Zhao's strength had now reached an incredible level. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current situation. He was the one with the strongest army. That night was really full of changes. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he sneered. He had only left for one night and such a big event had happened in War City. His second brother had really taken advantage of this opportunity. If he hadn't been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday, last night, Yang Kai would have already taken the 7 blood warriors to war. But now, Yang Kai had completely lost the advantage he had originally accumulated. On the contrary, he had to be careful of his second brother's actions. The situation had taken a sudden turn, and the gap between the 2 was too big to bear. He had been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday evening, and now his second brother had made a big move. Whether this was a coincidence or not, Yang Kai didn't know. But now, the trend of the inheritance war had become complicated and confusing. At the very least, Yang Zhao had become a difficult bone to chew. His eldest brother was definitely not easy to deal with. Of the remaining 3 brothers, who would emerge victorious was a matter of great concern to the entire world. What's the good news? Yang Kai calmed down and asked. The good news isn't very good for you right now. Qiu Yimeng's face showed a touch of helplessness as she clapped her hands and said, come in. 2 people walked in from the door. Yang Kai only glanced at them and immediately understood what Qiu Yimeng meant. These two were the two blood warriors who had followed his seventh brother. Now that Yang Ying had taken the initiative to abstain, they had the opportunity to choose a new follower. Just like the other blood warriors, these two had also come to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai had agreed to the Elder Hall's request, these two couldn't contribute much in the inheritance war. Wu Ju, Fu Song, greet the little lord. Yang Kai nodded gently. Did you hear what I just said? We heard. The two nodded and smiled. Then we will ask the little lord to take care of us in the future. Likewise. Subordinates will retire. The two came out to meet with Yang Kai. Immediately after, they retreated. What do you plan to do now? After the two blood warriors left, Xiao Yimeng asked softly. I'll observe the situation first. Yang Kai was also somewhat helpless. Although the forces he had gathered now weren't bad, with so many blood warriors at his disposal, he couldn't act as unscrupulously as he had expected. Not to mention, Yang Zhao also had a strong army now, so he had no choice but to be cautious. So much had changed in one night, the world was truly fickle. Although everyone felt some injustice for Yang Kai, when they thought about how he had so many blood warriors at once, they didn't think it was a big deal. After dispersing, everyone went back to cultivate. Yang Kai summoned all the blood warriors. Including the two who had just joined this morning, there were now 9 blood warriors gathered in his house. This number was quite amazing. The Elder Hall's decision was something the many masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had heard from Yingjiao and Tang Yuxian. Looking at the masters in front of him, Yang Kai said, of the 9 of you, I can only choose 2 to participate in the inheritance war. Yingjiao has been responsible for my safety, concealment, and assassination, so none of you can compare, so I chose him. As for Yuxian, she is proficient in soul skills and is the only woman among you, so I also chose her. I hope none of you have any complaints. Subordinates wouldn't dare. Everyone shouted in unison. I know you won't. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, there is another reason I chose Yuxian. Everyone couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai smiled. I also want to be with a beautiful woman. Even Tang Yuxian, who had a calm temperament and rich experience, couldn't help blushing slightly. Little lord. The expressions of the group suddenly became ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression became serious and no longer spoke any nonsense. Although the remaining 7 of you can't play a role in the inheritance war, in your spare time, you can teach the cultivator in the house how to cultivate. That's not a problem. Tu Feng nodded. They were all masters of the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, each of them an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. Giving pointers to the people in the house was a piece of cake. Presumably, the cultivator in the house would also be ecstatic. Being able to receive pointers from the Yang family Blood Warriors was not an opportunity that ordinary people could obtain. After talking to the Blood Warriors for a while, Yang Kai let them disperse. Only Tang Yuxian was left behind. Just now, Yang Kai had made a small joke about her, so Tang Yuxian was still blushing slightly, not knowing why Yang Kai had left her alone. Yuxian, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide some things from you. Yang Kai said softly with a serious expression. Little lord, please speak, Yuxian is listening. Tang Yuxian also nodded. I can't explain it clearly, feel it. After Yang Kai finished speaking, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from his body and enveloped Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian's tender body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes flashing as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Did you feel it? Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian froze for a moment before nodding lightly. Little lord, is this your own spiritual energy? Yes. Yang Kai had already cultivated his spiritual energy, but Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng didn't know about it, but this time Yang Kai wanted to ask Tang Yuxian some questions about her soul, so he had revealed his spiritual energy in front of her. So that's how it is, the spiritual energy that broke out in Yang Tai's mansion that night was Little Lord's. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized. Even after a few months, she still remembered clearly that on the first night of the inheritance war, a great battle had broken out in Yang Tai's mansion. At the same time, a tyrannical divine sense had enveloped Yang Tai's mansion, deterring everyone. At that time, she had been wondering which master the spiritual energy belonged to, but it wasn't until now that she understood. Little Lord, you're only Yuan-Chi boundary 9th stage, how could you? How could he possess a peak immortal ascension boundary spiritual energy? Moreover, it should have been several months ago. According to this, Yang Kai had been cultivating his spiritual energy for a long time. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head, not saying much. Your attainments and soul skills are better than others. I just wanted to learn something from you. Meng Wuya, the old demon. All of them were masters among masters, and their attainments in the field of soul were definitely not weaker than Tang Yuxian's, but each of them had their own strengths. Yang Kai was only a step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so naturally he wanted to make some preparations in advance, especially when it came to breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. The Yuan-Chi state was a watershed for a cultivator. The Yuan-Chi in the body would transform into Yuan-Chi, becoming denser, purer and stronger. The immortal ascension boundary was also a huge dividing line for martial artists. In this boundary, the cultivator would open up his own sea of consciousness, nurturing and cultivating divine sense. What does Little Lord want to ask specifically? Tang Yuxian calmed herself down and asked. For example, how did you open up your own sea of knowledge? Yang Kai asked after thinking for a while. Subordinate remembers that I took some precious treasures to supplement my soul. Tang Yuxian recalled for a moment before slowly saying, I'm not too sure about that, but it's fine. Little Gongzi, let me demonstrate it for you. I still remember the situation back then. Demonstration? How? Little Lord, enter my sea of knowledge. Tang Yuxian didn't have any vigilance. She directly released the defenses of her sea of knowledge. Good, Yang Kai nodded, his divine sense turned into a stream and rushed into Tang Yuxian's mind. Looking around. The sky was clear, the water was clear, and the vast ocean appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. In that boundless sea, there was Tang Yuxian's divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. So far, Yang Kai had broken into the sea of knowledge of 3 people. The first was Shanqing Luo, the second was the little senior sister, and the third was Tang Yuxian. Breaking into someone else's sea of knowledge, he could clearly feel the changes in their hearts and thoughts. This was a very subtle feeling, as if he had become a worm in that person's stomach, and any changes in their mind could not be hidden from the prying eyes of the observer. Therefore, if the relationship was not particularly good, a cultivator would not release the defenses of their sea of knowledge to outsiders. The sea of knowledge of the 3 people gave Yang Kai different feelings. Shanqing Luo's sea of knowledge contained a charming and seductive feeling. The vast knowledge sea seemed to be able to suck Yang Kai's soul into it, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Senior sister's sea of knowledge gave a refreshing and natural feeling. Staying in the little senior sister's sea of knowledge, he could forget all his troubles and worries. Her aura could quickly calm Yang Kai, making his heart as calm as still water. Tang Yuxian's was more mature. Even the breeze on the sea was like the embrace of a plump woman, tightly wrapping Yang Kai. At this moment, Tang Yuxian's soul was standing not far in front of Yang Kai. All of a sudden, waves rolled up from the ocean below. The clear and boundless sky also changed for a while, becoming erratic and unsteady. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Yuxian said embarrassedly, this is the first time someone has broken into my knowledge sea, subordinate is not used to it. The situation in her knowledge sea clearly reflected the changes in Tang Yuxian's heart, and now she was undoubtedly a little nervous. After all, she had revealed most of her secrets in front of Yang Kai, which was a bit embarrassing for any woman. As long as Yang Kai penetrated into her knowledge sea, he could even spy on all the bits and pieces of her life from childhood to adulthood, but Yang Kai would certainly not do so. Listening to her say so, Yang Kai just nodded and waited for her mood to calm down. Sure enough, after a while, the sea calmed down again. Little Lord, watch carefully, I'll show you once. Tang Yuxian whispered softly, and Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision go dark. He couldn't see anything, the sea, the clear sky, the breeze, everything disappeared. There was nothing around him, as if he was in chaos. Knowing that Tang Yuxian was showing him the opening and formation of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai held his breath and paid close attention. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be 1 or 2 free energies born in this chaotic void, like the first life at the beginning of the world, full of vitality and energy fluctuations. These were Tang Yuxian's soul threads. These one or two energies wandered in this chaotic void, like a canoe tossing in the waves, like a candle flame in the wind and rain, or like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Subtle, but fragile. But it also caused some strange changes. Nothingness and chaos were no longer the only theme of this world. In the darkness, one soul thread after another appeared, lighting up this seemingly indestructible dark space. At first, these soul threads were scattered, not forming a circle, and as they formed, some of them shattered and returned to nothingness. However, even more divine soul threads were left behind. Gradually, this world of nothingness and chaos became like a star field at night, full of stars, beautiful and magnificent. With the passage of time, these divine soul threads gathered together. The subtle energy twisted into one, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. In that world of nothingness, a small stream appeared. The stream flowed, stretching into the distance. More and more magnificent, bigger and bigger, the stream became a river, the river became the sea, and the sea radiated in all directions, with no end in sight. It was like the beginning of the world, without a trace of chaos. The darkness was dispelled, and Xianxia's eyes were filled with light. A gentle breeze blew, and the blue water below connected to the sky. Xianxia still stood quietly not far in front of him, gently exhaling, a trace of fatigue appearing on her soul. The demonstration just now must have consumed a lot of her energy. "Little Lord, do you understand?" Xianxia nodded gently, not answering, but instead immersed himself in the concept of slowly growing from nothingness to existence. Opening one's knowledge sea was equivalent to opening up a new world. It was just that this world belonged to only one person. It had to be said that Xianxia's demonstration this time had given Xianxia a big harvest. In the future, he already had a lot of ideas on how to open up his own knowledge sea and how to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Now, all he was missing was maturity and cultivation. Xianxia believed that as long as he had enough strength to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would be able to open up his knowledge sea in the shortest time possible. Actually, if Little Lord wants to cultivate his spiritual energy, this subordinate has a suggestion. Oh? Xianxia looked at her with some surprise. Little Lord can find a soul partner. And 2 people can dual cultivate. Xianxia's face was a little red. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. Isn't that soul sex? Yes. Xianxia suddenly felt embarrassed, faintly feeling like she was encouraging the Little Lord to do something bad. I heard that once you try this kind of thing, it's easy to get lost in it. Xianxia smiled strangely. Soul sex, when 2 people's souls intertwined, they could feel pleasure thousands of times greater than the physical union. This was a resonance between their souls. Although there was a lot to be enjoyed, the fusion of their souls could easily mix up their memories, which could cause their personalities to change drastically, to the point where they wouldn't even know who they were. Others may get lost, but Little Lord's heart is firm, there shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia paused for a moment before saying, "There's absolutely no problem." "Are you sure?" Xianxia smiled and nodded, "I'll consider it." He did have a candidate, but he didn't know where Iren was right now. He and Su Yan had only reached the 2nd stage of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they reached the 3rd stage, they would definitely be able to create a resonance between their souls. Dual cultivating to enhance each other's spiritual energy wasn't a bad idea. "Many thanks for this time." Xianxia sincerely thanked her. "Little Lord is too polite, this is a subordinate's duty." Xianxia smiled. Xianxia gently nodded and was about to withdraw from Xianxia's knowledge sea when suddenly his expression changed, and he couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked in amazement. "There's movement." Xianxia's expression sank, and in the next moment disappeared. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before quickly withdrawing from her knowledge sea. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw Xianxia hurriedly get up and walk out. At the same time, a creepy laugh rang out from the mansion. "Since you've come, why hide yourself? Show yourself." Immediately, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the mansion, causing the ground to shake. From the corner of her eyes, Xianxia even saw a red light rise up from a certain position in the mansion. Xianxia's expression changed, not knowing what was happening. Back in Xianxia's mansion, accompanied by the strange laughter and shouts of the old demon, everyone was alerted. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, he found that not far from the pill room, the mansion's cultivator had gathered in 3 layers. These cultivators' yuan qi was fluctuating, their faces filled with vigilance and fear as they stared towards the center. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them opened a path for him and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and calmly walked inside. In the innermost layer, Qiu Yimeng and the others gathered around the old demon, all of them staring at the scene in front of them with curiosity and amazement. "Young master, that person is here." The old demon's expression was a little excited as he spoke to Yang Kai, pointing his finger forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw several red lights rise from the ground about 5 meters in front of him, like burning iron pillars, forming a circle. Inside this circle, a vague figure was rampaging about, but was unable to escape the shackles of these red lights. The group of people watching this scene were amazed, even Qiu Yimeng and the others were extremely surprised. Because this figure wrapped in red light was almost transparent, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. As this figure moved, it was like a clear stream of water flowing through the air, distorting the scene in front of them. Until now, no one had been able to see the true appearance of this figure. This kind of method was completely beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge and understanding. Yingjie was also a master of concealment and assassination. He could also make his figure fade into the air, but that was using a special technique and yuan qi to make others ignore his existence. But this mysterious person in front of him was not like that. She was clearly there, but no one could see her. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he realized that he had underestimated the methods of this mysterious master. This mysterious expert. She had appeared in front of Yang Kai twice, but each time she was able to escape unscathed. Last time at Pijing Lake, Yang Kai had cut off a strand of her hair and given it to the old demon so that the old demon could find a way to find her. Only today did the old demon sense the aura of this mysterious expert. He immediately used the great divine technique to trap her. Even if he was trapped, she didn't seem to be worried at all. She just casually walked back and forth in the small area surrounded by the red light. Vaguely, she seemed to be observing the people around her. It's a woman? Qiu Yimeng was extremely surprised. Just a moment ago, she had clearly seen the 2 large peaks on this vague figure's chest. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, it allowed Qiu Yimeng to determine her gender. "Miss, reveal your true appearance." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He instructed calmly. The other party was non-committal. He did not answer, nor did he show himself. Just standing there quietly, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes staring at him. "I just have some questions I want to ask, please cooperate with me." Yang Kai frowned. Still no answer. Yang Kai's expression gradually became impatient. He didn't know what this person wanted to do by sneaking into the pill room again and again, nor did he know who had recruited her. However, if such a person was left alone, it would only make everyone in the house feel uneasy. Moreover, her current attitude of refusing to cooperate made Yang Kai feel that it was useless to say anything more. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he waited quietly. Soon, 10 breaths passed. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stared at the figure, and said lightly, "Do it, if she dares to resist, it doesn't matter if you kill her." The old demon let out a strange laugh and stepped forward. The figure bound by the red light didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to be so cruel and merciless. The figure once again solidified, but soon faded from everyone's sight. "Gather!" The old demon shouted, and the red light surrounding the figure suddenly moved closer to the center, bringing with it an extremely strange aura. "Humph, you think you can catch me with just the few of you?" Just as the red light was about to bind the woman, she suddenly opened her mouth and spoke. When this voice entered everyone's ears, everyone's expression froze. It wasn't that this voice was very pleasant to hear, or that it was unpleasant to hear, but because it gave people a kind of tender feeling. A person, as they grew older, not only would their figure and appearance change slightly, but their voice would also change. The voice of an older person was different from that of a younger person. This mysterious master's voice was very tender and crisp, so just listening to her voice, everyone couldn't help thinking she was a young girl in her 20s. But soon, everyone secretly shook their heads. It was impossible for a young girl in her 20s to have such exquisite cultivation and profound strength. Xiao Meng was 22 or 23 years old but was only an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator. Lu Qingyao was even older. This woman's aptitude couldn't possibly be better than Xiao Meng and Lu Qingyao's, right? Perhaps she was born with a tender voice, everyone guessed. As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, the old demon's expression suddenly became cold, and without hesitation, he quickly pulled out something from his sleeve. At the same time, accompanied by a triumphant chuckle, the figure bound by the red light suddenly burst apart. Suddenly, Kai Yang took a step forward and sent out a giant hand seal to grab the other side. He had seen this scene twice already, and each time, this mysterious master had escaped in this way. As the hand seal reached out, it only managed to grab a wisp of mist before the mysterious woman suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present couldn't help feeling shocked. Not only were there many young cultivators gathered here, but there were also many immortal ascension boundary masters and several masters from the Yang family blood warrior hall, but no one had seen how she had escaped. The old demon, on the other hand, was excited, holding the thing he had just taken out and pouring his yuan qi into it. As the yuan qi poured into it, the strange-looking thing suddenly lit up. "Bind!" The old demon shouted, the thing in his hand turning into a stream of light and disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, flying off towards a certain direction in War City at an incredible speed. Jia, this old master knew she would do that. The old demon smiled smugly as he watched the stream of light disappear. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai asked, glancing over at the thing the old demon had just taken out. It was made from the light blue hair he had given him last time. "This old master will take action, young master, you just need to wait," the old demon said confidently. Yang Kai nodded gently while the several blood warriors all stared at the old demon strangely. None of them were short-sighted people, but the method the old demon had just used was something none of them had ever heard of, so they couldn't help becoming interested in the old demon's background. War City, wind swept in. Inside one of the rooms, a young girl slowly opened her beautiful eyes and pouted, "How infuriating, he's actually been waiting for me all this time, so shameless. I didn't want to do anything bad, I just wanted to find someone, how infuriating." She had met this man 3 times who seemed to be younger than her, and the first 2 times he had seen through her concealment, causing the young girl to feel somewhat unconvinced. How could there be such a powerful young man in this barbarian land? It was just that his strength was too low. If he hadn't been born here and had instead been born in the place she had left, surely he would have achieved great things in the future, right? However, since he was born here, his future achievements would be limited. Thinking so, the young girl's mood suddenly became cheerful, as if she was gloating over Yang Kai's humble background. Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air reached the young girl's ears, causing her skin to tighten as she immediately felt a sense of danger, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Before she could figure out what was going on, a stream of light flew in through the window. That stream of light struck the girl's body with lightning speed. Ouch! The young girl was caught off guard and fell to the ground, but by the time she got up, the stream of light had disappeared again. There was no trace of injury on her body, but after carefully inspecting herself, she felt like she was missing something. "What am I missing?" The young girl examined herself several times but couldn't find anything, shaking her head in confusion as she tapped her red lips. In Yang Kai's mansion, everyone had already dispersed under Yang Kai's orders. Only the old demon remained. The master and servant were waiting quietly. After a long while, a stream of light flashed past their eyes. The old demon reached out and caught it. After examining it a little, he said with joy, "Young master, it's done." As he spoke, he handed over the thing he had caught. Yang Kai picked it up and looked at it carefully in his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. He had just casually glanced at it and didn't pay attention to what the old demon had made with the woman's hair. But now it seemed that it was actually a small person. The old demon actually had this kind of craftsmanship. The small person made of hair naturally had blurry facial features, but all 4 limbs were intact. It was just a rough model. At this moment, this small person was emitting a faint light, as if there was obscure energy surging within it. "Young master, this is the soul-capturing spell that this old servant made. This small person is already connected to the woman's spirit. If you do something to this small person, the woman will feel it even if she is thousands of times weaker. What if I twist its neck? Xianxia glanced at the old demon. Then the woman will be dead. The old demon laughed. It can be said that the woman is now completely under your control, young master. Not bad. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face, clearly very satisfied. The old demon laughed dryly. This seems to be a spell that this old servant researched in order to control my subordinates. That day, I had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered. So, you didn't have a good life in the past. If you want to use this method to control your subordinates, who would be willing to be loyal to you? Yes, this old servant was forced to do it. Xianxia shook his head and didn't ask any more. He just stretched out his hand, bent his middle finger, aimed at the small person's forehead, and gently flicked it. End of chapter 498. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.